If you wish bad to wear a monocle, decide at first which eye you're going to monocle, the left or the right. Nothing, you know, is quite such bad as to wear a monocle on Mondays and Thursdays in the right eye, and then the next week in the other eye. It's perfectly ridiculous. What use of monocle, then? It looks a joke. Now, to insert a monocle, you just raise the eyebrow and insert it. Now it's inserted, we're ready for a conversation. Dropping the monocle from time to time is very smart. For instance, you go to the club and your friend comes in. Hello, Count. Oh, I'm on the brink of despair. My wife is flirting with the chauffeur. Oh, you simply funny old bean. And whom you're going to divorce? The chauffeur or the wife? Ha, ha, ha. Isn't it extraordinary? Can't judge of tastes, can you? I hear that monocles are getting fashionable at last in the States. It's a very good thing, you know. Monocles are smart, useful, and even necessary. If any lady or gentleman wants to learn how to wear a monocle, I'd be glad to give them a lesson in the art of handling this beautiful glass. If you wish bad to wear a monocle, decide at first which eye you're going to monocle, the left or the right. Nothing, you know, is quite such bad form as to wear a monocle on Mondays and Thursdays in the right eye, and then the next week in the other eye. It's perfectly ridiculous. What use of monocle, then? It looks a joke. Now, to insert a monocle, you just raise the eyebrow and insert it. Now it's inserted, we're ready for a conversation. Dropping the monocle from time to time is very smart. For instance, you go to the club and your friend comes in. Hello, Count. Oh, I'm on the brink of despair. My wife is flirting with the chauffeur. Oh, you simply funny old bean. And whom you're going to divorce? The chauffeur or the wife? Ha, ha, ha. Isn't it extraordinary? Can't judge of tastes, can you? I hear that monocles are getting fashionable at last in the States. It's a very good thing, you know. Monocles are smart, useful, and even necessary. If any lady or gentleman wants to learn how to wear a monocle, I'd be glad to give them a lesson in the art of handling this beautiful glass.
All right, there you go. It's some rich motherfucker from the 30s there telling us how to wear a monocle. Thank you so much, Count. He does seem like he'd be fun at parties, though. Look at this guy. This is great. Big props to Did You See for this interesting video. So they got a bunch of different videos here from the early 19th century. Late 18th century, looks like. But yeah, this guy over here telling you how to wear a monocle. Quite fashionable in the States, you know. Looks a joke. If you wear a monocle on one side one day and then another the other, looks a joke. Don't do that. I love it. I love his little joke here as well. I really do. You know, I caught my wife flirting with the chauffeur. Well, old bean, what are you gonna do? Divorce the chauffeur or divorce the wife? That's a good question, old bean. It's a good question. They're making wife jokes.
Bump the tricks out.
1900s. The old ball and chain. Hi, folks. Welcome to the News Underground. I am Abandoned Nihilism, and this is the News Underground, realest motherfucking channel on Twitch.
Bump the tricks out.
We're going to be listening to HP Shody's mix throughout the stream. Thank you, XP Shody. Real quick, I'd like to remind you why we're here. Nonviolent civil disobedience. Step 1, we inform ourselves, which is what we're going to do today. Step 2, we sign up and show up using resources like mobilize.us. Step 3, we put in the fucking work. We make this shit into a lifestyle. We stop talking shit. We stop wearing stained suit coats. Oh my god, this is a bad one. Well, we start taking this shit seriously. You know? Oh, I don't want to march. Well, there's plenty of other things you can do. Plenty of other ways to volunteer. I don't have time to volunteer. Oh, then you must be making a little bit of money. You can shave off a couple cents, send it to your favorite organization. No, I can't do anything, but I expect and demand change. Well, you're not going to get it. If you're not willing to sacrifice, you're not going to get change. That's just how it fucking goes. Welcome to the real world. You know who is sacrificing to create change? The fascists. I mean, you're seeing motherfuckers dump their last $100 from their bank account, give it over to Trump, give it over to the Proud Boys. They see this as a revolution, and they're making it happen. Meanwhile, we're bitching and moaning, crying and bitching. Let's get over to our first video here. News Ouroboros. We'll just do headlines. Old Faithful. Old Faithful here. Headlines. Everything's a headline. Number one in the chat, your boy, Woke Patriot. It's like he's done arguing with the centrist we have in our Discord. All right, let's get to our first video here. U.S. turns 250 years old. Wow. Did we? Pretty sure the United States died a couple months ago. Pretty sure the United States is dead. Not to be doomer, not to be nihilistic here, but did we make it to 250 years? The Supreme Court made Donald Trump a dictator. You know? Did we make it? I don't know. I'm not so sure anymore. So Simon Marks is going to go over the celebration, which is, I mean, just a joke. A flaccid joke. You know, a bunch of corrupt, right-wing, for-profit organizations running the whole celebration, skimming off the top. Donald Trump probably getting a piece. Apparently, they threw up a poster for the state and a couple chairs. Right, it's supposed to be a whole fair. Right, every state represented. One state didn't even show up. I can't remember which one. Like Missouri, maybe? I don't know. Missouri state? I don't know. But apparently one state didn't even show up. Like, fuck it. Who cares? But, I mean, it really is a sad state of affairs, this 250-year birthday for the United States. So let's see what Simon Marks has to say, because I sure as hell I'm not going to watch U.S. media desperately try to turn this into something that it isn't.
Long for President Donald Trump this week to administer his first kicking of Andy Burnham, even as he administered yet another kicking of Sir Keir Starmer. We had barely got used to the fact that we're in for...
Yeah, Keir's finally gone. I don't think I have him lined up to talk about it. But, yeah, Keir Starmer's finally fucking gone. Thank God. I mean, he's not gone yet, but... He did the speech. Oh, wham, wham, wham. I'm going to go spend time with my family. Yeah, you should have spent time governing. He spent most of his time purging his party of progressivism. And then once he finished with that, he realized he had no one left to defend him when times got tough. His whole party, I mean, he's less popular than fucking tooth decay. Keir Starmer. And, in his speech, no acknowledgement whatsoever of his failures. None. Oh, I'm actually quite successful. I'm actually really good at this. I'm actually really, really good at this, by the way. Don't believe the hype. I'm actually really good at this. Was basically the speech. Pathetic. Let's watch.
Yet another prime ministerial change before the President of the United States was asked what he knew about the man who will soon be leading us.
I don't know anything. I see that he was, I guess, the mayor of a
I don't
town.
know anything. Understatement of the year.
I hear he's extremely liberal. Extremely.
Yeah, sorry, Simply Steve. I had a Father's Day thing. My wife, she decided we were going to go to Airbnb Welcome back, German. Welcome back, Simply Steve. So yeah, I didn't really have a good place to stream over there, but you know, it would have been mostly about Keir Starmer.
So that means he probably won't open up the North Sea. You know, I gave.
This is hilarious over here. Listen to how he describes opening up the North Sea to the United States to do deep sea drilling for oil. Listen to how he describes it.
I gave Keir Starmer some pretty good advice. I said, open up the North Sea. The North Sea is loaded. I have had every oil company come to see me. Sir, could you give us access to the UK? We would do anything to drill in the
Why
North
are they asking you, motherfucker?
Sea.
Of course, he could have just stopped right after he said, I don't know anything about the UK's incoming Prime Minister, but he never does that. So instead, he made it clear to all of us that he has been briefed that Mr. Burnham is extremely liberal, which is code in Trump's White House basically for a communist, and won't be drilling for oil.
Yeah, and it's totally ridiculous to say that as well, because Burnham is not a communist by any means. There's no indication whatsoever that he's going to be that much different from Keir Starmer, quite frankly. You know, even on things like Israel and whatnot, there's no hard indication that he's going to change a single fucking thing.
And gas in the North Sea.
Snow.
That comes as a bit of a surprise, given that the very same Mr. Burnham has described Sir Keir Starmer's decision not to drill for oil and gas in the North Sea as economic madness. But once they get past the formalities, is Mr. Burnham going to be able to give Donald Trump what he truly craves? Not just access to our oil and gas
exactly,
and
German.
Closed borders to immigrants,
Indeed, Simply
but
Steve.
something else, a little less tangible.
I just want their loyalty. We don't need their money. We don't need
I just want their loyalty. We don't need their money or anything.
anything. We have the most powerful military in the world by far. But
Really? Then why are we getting our ass kicked? We go into Iraq, we get our ass kicked. We go into Afghanistan, we get our ass kicked. We go into fucking Iran, get our ass kicked. Got our asses kicked in Vietnam. Can't even do shit about fucking Cuba. But that was seemingly intentional to get our ass kicked there to make JFK look bad. But you know, it's a fucking joke. Oh, most powerful military. Are we? Are we?
I just want loyalty. You know, we're so loyal to them. We're always fighting for them. We have thousands of troops all over Europe. In Germany, we have 50,000 troops. And
Yeah, we're so fucking loyal. Right.
then you want give us a little nudge, give us a little kiss. We don't want much.
Give me a kiss.
Give me a kiss. Give us a little nudge. I'm sorry, we're not a 13-year-old girl. I'm sorry, the UK they're not a 13-year-old girl. And what is he talking? What's this little kiss? Let oil companies ravage and rape the North Sea for their own profit, by the way. Right? There's a reason why they're holding these oil, fields in reserve, is in case there's another fucking world war. Trump is like, oh my God, there's so much money I could steal. Oh my God, so much fucking money for me. Welcome back, Seneca. Good to see you. We will be talking about Zoran Mamdani. Yeah, exactly, German.
I don't want much. It's a shame that Marlon Brando is no longer with us to fill his cheeks with grapes and play Trump in the film version of that. The president who called Sir Keir Starmer no Winston Churchill, demanding loyalty while demonstrating not an ounce of it. But he has secured it from the man who was sitting alongside him in the Oval Office there and nodding like a donkey, the ever-prostrate NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte.
Yeah, and look, I'm not trying to make excuses for this Mark Rutte guy. He is pathetic. But it's very clear that he's playing a game of, kiss Trump's ass so that we can keep NATO, so we can keep this alliance together. It's very clear that he's doing this whole song and dance, and it is an embarrassing song and dance. He's doing it for NATO. He's not doing it because he's just a big Trump fan and he just can't get enough of Trump. I'm almost certain that the man absolutely despises Trump. But he loves NATO more than his own self-respect. And I hope history is a little bit kind to this Mark Rutte guy if he does end up keeping NATO, because it will likely be because of all the ass kissing to Trump. But it really is sad and pathetic because he's like, oh, yeah, yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir. Oh, yes. I mean, it's really pathetic. In any public display next to Donald Trump, it really is just pathetic. And you'll see here's another example of it. He does this every time, though.
Who went, even by his own humiliating standards, to staggering lengths this week to beg the president not to pull the plug on the US troop presence in Europe. Here he is going into full Magnus Pike mode in a bid to assuage America's leader.
Now I want to take you, if you stay here.
God, and look what this fucking pedophile has done to this room. It's just unbelievable. He apparently super gluing this shit to the fucking wall. Ugh. How come he hasn't covered Eisenhower's bald head in fucking gold yet?
Boards here, because I want to show you what this president was able to achieve. And I start with this chart. This chart is about the Trump trillion.
I'm sorry, am I allowed to show exploitative pornography on Twitch? Am I allowed to show this kind of debased humiliation on Twitch? Is that allowed? Am I breaking TOS by showing this? I feel like this guy, needs to tell his mother, don't watch, mama.
The Trump trillion shows you the increase Europeans and Canadians are paying into defense since you took office in 2017. Right. Trump 45 plus Trump 47.
Now, mixed amongst this, it's real bad, mama, don't watch. But no, mixed amongst this disgusting display, there is a grain of truth, which is that the European allies that are the European members of NATO have not been contributing as much as they should have been. And that does appear to be changing. Is it changing because of Trump's negotiating and negotiation skills? No. It's changing because they're afraid Trump is completely fucked everything up, and they're going to need NATO to legitimately defend themselves from, I don't know, either Trump himself or from China-Russia alliance, something in the future. It has nothing to do with Trump's bullying. It has everything to do with them being Trump's failures, kind of scaring them into being God, we might actually need this now.
Total of extra spent by the Europeans and the Canadians of 1.2 trillion. When you look at the effect of Trump 47, I'm also absolutely convinced that you, being President of the United States, being consistently pushing for something which since Eisenhower has not been achieved, which is the Europeans equalizing their defense spending with the United States. This is your
equalizing their spending? I mean, that's insane. That's insane.
Evidence.
He is going to need more knee pads, and he surely knows that by the end of the 6-month review of the US force presence in Europe, now being overseen by Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, that show and tell may prove to have been for naught. Still, at least Mr. Rutte has set the bar for Andy Burnham to try and meet when he first sets foot in the Oval Office. He will, of course, not be able to brandish a letter from the King inviting the President back to Blighty, because we have already rather shot that bolt. But if Mr. Burnham breaks the current hex on Downing Street and somehow lasts long enough in number 10, he may find himself dealing with an entirely new set of leaders in the United States. And some of them may even be cut from his own left-wing political cloth.
Bradlander.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we're talking about the Mamdani sweep now. Okay, you're kind of... okay. A couple DSA folks winning in New York is not exactly Trump better watch out, okay? Because, we got to get rid of Hakeem Jeffries and Cucky Schumer first. I mean, Tisrael, the failure in this is for the Labor Party, it's 100% on Keir Starmer. He had an incredible burst of popularity. He had an opportunity to be transformative. He chose instead to use his time and energy to destroy progressivism in the Labor Party, to root out any dissent, to be authoritarian, to cuck himself, to prostrate himself to Israel. And he chose to raise taxes on the lower and middle class while, lavishing praise and, as many breaks as he could muster on the rich. So it's totally on Keir Starmer. It's 100% on Keir Starmer. And the main reason why is that he's a dyed-in-the-wool, faithful neoliberal. This is what they do. This is what they look like. They're not interested in progressivism. They're only interested in using the language of progressivism to get votes. And as soon as they get in there, it's right back to the cocktail parties. One of his first priorities was raising taxes on old people. Because you're using heat? Oh, heat in the winter, huh? Not on my watch. Here, let me give a multi-billion-dollar contract to Palantir. Here, let me round up and arrest blind people in wheelchairs who had the audacity to hold a sign. Motherfucker sucked. He deserves it. He 100% deserves to be a footnote in history.
We came on the air just a couple of minutes ago as the numbers were still coming in your race. I'm going to do something a little unusual
I didn't know
here,
that's
so I want you to bear with me. Not many candidates
Ryan
are on
Grimm for
CNN when they
president?
hear this music.
The live transmission on CNN on Tuesday night of a political earthquake
Yeah, exactly.
within the
Simply
Democratic
Steve.
Party.
But we do have breaking news, and we can now project that Brad Lander will defeat the incumbent Congressman Dan Goldman in the Democratic primary
Well, it doesn't have to be that way, Tisriel.
for New York's 10th congressional district. And sir, obviously, since we have you here live on air as we are making this call, what is your first reaction to this?
Well, thank you. First of all, obviously, I'm thrilled. I did not expect to be on air when the race was called.
Brad Lander is not a household name outside New York, but his defeat of a centrist sitting
Pretty sure Ryan Grimm shills for fucking Russia sometimes. He's one of those, injecting doubt into the viability of Ukraine defending himself kind of motherfuckers. But he does a really good job outside of that universe, the Ukraine-Russia universe. Ryan Grimm.
New York Democratic congressman was just the tip of the iceberg. Across the board, voters in New York rejected middle-of-the-road candidates favored by the Democratic Party's elites and embraced men and women like Mr. Lander.
Israel. You can say Israel, LBC. You can say they're still cucking themselves for Israel over there at LBC. It's embarrassing. It's not technically a genocide. I mean, even their so-called left-wingers. You got James O'Brien over here, refuses to say the word Israel half the time, and simply puts the whole thing on Bibi. It's gonna be interesting when Bibi finally loses his job, and Israel changes nothing. In fact, probably will double down, triple down. What's James O'Brien gonna do then? Oh, it's this new guy's fault now. Oh, it's certainly not the entire goal of the Israeli government and a plurality of its people to conquer the Middle East. I would never say that. That would be anti-Semitic.
From the left and far left of the party, Democratic socialists all romped to victory after being endorsed by their leader, New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani.
What I see these results as a reflection of are the fact that New Yorkers are hungry for a new kind of politics. What their successes represent is a shift in the balance of power between working people and special interests.
Yeah,
and finally, working people are going to have more of a voice in the halls of power, wherever that hall may.
James O'Brien thought Keir Starmer's purging of left-wingers was a great thing. He's like, he's consolidating power. He's showing that he knows how to govern. Now he's eating crow, but he's doing it in his usual smarmy, way. Fucking James O'Brien, man. What did he get? What did he get for defending Keir Starmer the whole way? Nothing.
Mem Amdani there laying claim to the Democratic Party, hoping now to seize the momentum away from the Bidens, the Obamas, the Clintons, Nancy Pelosi, the party's permanent elite. This is not just a New York phenomenon. In Washington, D.C. earlier this month, a similar clean sweep for Democratic socialists, including Janice Lewis-George, now poised to become the city's next mayor, right on President Trump's doorstep. Republicans are terrified that the left may siphon working-class votes away from Trump's Make America Great Again movement in November's midterm elections. Here's House Speaker Mike Johnson.
This is not a joke. We're in a fight right now to save the republic. And every American needs to take this seriously. You need to wake up.
No, and, you know, of course, the irony is these motherfuckers right here are literally pissing on the Constitution, destroying the republic. And it really is America and democracy's final chance getting these DSA people in here. I mean, these people are truly enemies of freedom. They're absolutely enemies of America, of everything America used to supposedly stand for. But of course, you know, it's always like this. The perpetrators of fascism, the perpetrators of the destruction of democracy always couch their actions under the guise of, you know, protection, safety. You know, it's always like this. They always need to frame it this way. And you know, unfortunately, history shows that most of the time they win.
This upcoming midterm election is not the midterm elections of years ago. It's going to decide the direction of the country.
He's definitely right on that. He's definitely right on that. There's no denying it.
Are we going to maintain our status as a constitutional republic on our 250th anniversary? Or are we going to make a new choice and go down some road towards a communist utopia?
Remember, these are the people that call Joe Biden communist, right?
That's the choice right now.
But in reality, it is obviously way more complicated than that. On the campaign trail in New York and in many other parts of the country, no issue is proving more make or break for candidates than their position on...
They're going to give you health care. They're going to help your child with education. They're not even going to give tax cuts to the mega wealthy. It's bedlam.
On Israel.
Oh, hold on. I got a text from my son. Oh, he's a hot Latina anal. Oh, yeah. Okay. My approved. My son's masturbating right now. I got a text from my son. He's just telling me that he wants to look at a pornography video of hot Latinas getting fucked in the ass. Yeah, that looks good. I'll watch that one later. Approved. Anyway, back to business. I'm Mike Johnson.
For the first time, a majority of Americans say they no longer support the country, an historic turning point. And in New York on Tuesday, Brad Lander's victory was partly due to his rejection of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and of campaign...
Oh, there we go. There we go. Squeaked out a BB. Can't squeak out in Israel, but we'll squeak... They feel okay saying BB.
Due to his rejection of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and of campaign money from pro-Israel political action.
Oh, okay, I'm wrong. All right. Okay, all right. Take that, commentator. All right, Simon Marks. There we go. Taking a risk over here. I'm sure every time he mentions Israel, I'm sure he gets 50 fucking emails.
Netanyahu and of campaign money from pro-Israel political action committees.
Democratic voters are being very clear. They don't want to send any more money for Netanyahu's wars.
Always framed like that. Netanyahu's wars. Because the people of Israel, they don't want this. The government of Israel, they don't even want this. It's just a madman named Bibi Netanyahu. People fall for it, man. People fall for it. But look, he's got to do it this way because there's a lot of people, Jewish folks, that are on the fence. They, you know, their whole life, they bought the lie that, you know, Israel good. Israel's the only moral democracy in the Middle East. And they're slowly coming around. So the whole like focusing on Bibi is a way to kind of like, get them over to your side, because they're not ready to admit that the entire Zionist project is what we see it to be, right? They're still not ready to come to terms with that, right?
And I have been real clear. I'm going to sign on to the Block the Bombs Act. I'm not going to vote for any additional U.S. military aid to Israel while it...
And that's great. He's not saying defensive. He's saying block the bombs. He's saying no more anything. Yo, it's your boy Lenny in this bitch. Accidents waiting to happen, folks. You know the drill. Click follow on that Lenny content. Hope you're doing well, Lenny. Most of these Zionists are all in for Bibi's plan. No, what I'm saying is that there's a lot of like Jewish people in New York and across the United States that still consider themselves pro-Zionist, but they also somewhat live in reality, and they see that, okay, this is not good. So to come to terms with that, they're still not willing to say, I'm a Jewish person who's anti-Zionist, but they're willing to criticize Bibi. They put all of it on Bibi. And they're willing to support left-wingers that do the same, where they might not be so willing to support a left-winger that's like, it's pretty obvious what's happening in Israel and the entire Zionist project.
Violates Palestinian human rights and international law. I intend to be...
Yeah, I mean, Twitch, that's really great. That's really great, because that's the goal here. The foundation of the big... lie about them defending themselves, right, is that Zionism represents 100% wholly and completely Judaism, and that needs to be shattered. That misconception needs to be shattered, right? It's and for Israel that's a nightmare, because they've been building that consensus for decades now, and only until recently has that even been questioned. When I was a young person, I didn't know much about the Middle East and Israel and whatnot. I just assumed it was like whatever Israel did, that was like what Jewish people believed in. And there's a lot of folks that, are very much like that. So we it's going to be a long, arduous process of showing people the reality, which is, of course, that Zionism is a political ideology that does not necessarily represent, Judaism. For some it is. For some people, they're like, no, Judaism represents genocide and apartheid, and Judaism represents conquering the Middle East, and that's what my version of Judaism is. But for a lot of Jews, they're like, no, actually, no. There's no mention of being a genocidal apartheid state in the Torah. Little confused about that one.
One of the Jewish members of Congress who stands up strongest for Palestinian human rights and freedom, and I also intend to stand up strong against anti-Semitism and hatred of Jews as a very proud.
Yeah, and this is important to say, because there really is anti-Semitism. Now, is it the way that these pro-Israel Zionist folks describe? No, of course not. What's ironic is that a lot of pro-Israel, pro-Zionist folks are themselves anti-Semitic because they see it as a vector to destroy Judaism. So it's like, as always, as I'm constantly pointing out, it's harder for us on the left, because not only do we have to break this myth that Zionism represents Judaism, but we also have to break this myth that because you do see some leftists kind of hand wave away the reality of anti-Semitism. While characters like Nick Fuentes are fucking about, while Sean Hannity over here and Tucker Carlson are, card-carrying proud members of the anti-Semite group, right? They absolutely are down for that kind of shit, right? You got Elon Musk over here literally Zeke Heiling. So it's like, no, anti-Semitism is real, but it doesn't exist in the way, it's like an anti-Semite is not a person marching in the street, to try and end the Palestinian genocide. The anti-Semite is the one who is nakedly supporting Elon Musk and talking about the Great Replacement Theory and, quoting Charlie Kirk over here. Those are the real anti-Semites. Once again, it makes us, we can never, the left never gets just one fight. We have to fight because we're everyone's enemy, right? We're anyone who has money, we're the enemy of anybody that has any kind of resource or dough. So we're almost always fighting on multiple fronts here.
New Yorker. Those are not two separate jobs. Those are the same job.
On Tuesday night in New York, that was the winning message. Just 7.
And you know, and I'm just going to say this, bro. It's time. Go bald, bro. People will be freaked out for a couple months, but go bald. It's all right, man. Ain't no shame in it. I mean, look what's happening over here. If we could just get an aerial view of this. Just go bald. I know it's easy for me to say with my big old tuft of hair, all right? But I don't know, man. Take the plunge.
Strongest for Palestinian human rights and freedom. And I also intend to stand up strong against anti-Semitism and hatred of Jews as a very proud Jewish New Yorker. Those are not two separate jobs. Those are the same job.
On Tuesday night in New York, that was the winning message. Just 72 hours after Hillary Clinton wrote in the...
I guess, I don't know, it kind of fits with the, like, New York Jew to kind of maybe be... you know, to have the hair like that, actually, now that I think about it. Not to be, like, stereotypical or anything, but it kind of works, doesn't it, for, like, the stereotypical image of a New York Jew to have to be kind of, like, balding and whatnot. All right. He makes it work. What does he care? He's married. I'm sure he's married with, like, 10 kids. What is he going to do? Look max? Yeah, I don't think he's worried about look maxing. Yeah, just keep it the way it is. Don't listen to me, buddy. He goes all Andrew Tate on us.
Financial Times that she backs President Trump's vision for the future of Gaza. You could not find a greater study in generational contrasts. I'm not going to waste your time this week by talking about the reflecting pool in Washington and President Trump's complete horlicks of its renovation. Right. He blames as yet mythical vandals while he can see the real vandals.
So the same guy that released a video 5 seconds after the dinner there. What was it? What do they call it? The something dinner, right? The guy who like ran through and got one shot off, wasn't anywhere close to the president. Oh, the fucking God damn it! It's right on the tip of my tongue. But you know, of course, Donald Trump tweeted out that video like 30 minutes correspondence. That's the word I'm looking for. Thank you, Twitch. I kept Confederate kept coming up in my head. I'm like, that ain't right. I mean, it's technically right, but that ain't right. But no, at the Correspondence Center, right? So the same president that tweeted out that video of the guy zooming past the camera right before he squeezes a shot off and gets his ass blown away. Donald Trump over here on social media. Look at this shit. Whoa, holy shit. Wow. I got the video. Right, but now he's like, oh, but you'll see the video in court. Yeah, no, we got it. We got all the proof we need. You'll see it in court. No, we fucking won't. And he knows what he's doing. It's interesting to see how the framework of the lie is you know how it forms and how it spreads, because you know we're seeing all the right-wing hacks, the Jesse Waters of the world, right? Repeat this lie, not a single shred of evidence. It's just trust me, baby. And they're just repeating the lie because what they know how it'll work, right? It'll take months and months and months and months and months for this court thing to happen. And then, you know, after the midterms are done and after the lie has run its course and it's, you know, they've gotten full use out of the lie, all the fear mongering is done, quietly, maybe not so quietly, but probably quietly, it'll be revealed, oh, there's nothing. We got nothing. There was no video presented in any of these court cases, you know, and the people that were arrested were let go, you know, or they got some slap on the wrist for vandalism. But of course, it's ludicrous. It's ludicrous. Also, what the hell's going on? Why are they driving the motorcade? So like 5 seconds after they paint the fucking floor blue, which is ridiculous, they drive the presidential motorcade through there. Why? Why? Oh my God, wouldn't that be cool? People would be so impressed. if I drive the motorcade through the pool. Like I didn't even hear about that happening until now in this, this story about so-called vandalism. I didn't even know that they did it. But I'm looking at the video, I'm looking at the pictures. Why? I don't know. Thought it'd be cool. Thought it'd be really based. My son says based. I don't really know what it means, but he keeps saying that. Drive it through the pool or the pond. I call it the pond. It's more likely that him driving the fucking Terminator, fucking limo that they got, the thing weighs like 3 tons or something. It's got a fucking machine gun in it. It's got guns in the doors. Doors are fucking thicker than my gut. It's more likely that's what happened. They didn't even let the paint cure, right? Because apparently you got to let it cure for like a couple, like at least a week. And then then they dump a bunch of fucking peroxide. They don't even dump like the right level of peroxide. The whole fucking thing, man. It really is emblematic. I'm sorry, my knee itches. It really, though, it is emblematic of the entire Trump presidency. The fiasco with the reflecting pond. It's a pond. Yeah, I don't know the difference. It's as tall as the Empire State Building. No, it's not as tall as the... Okay, whatever, man. Whatever, dude.
Staring at him every morning in the mirror while he's shaving.
Bug.
But we do need to talk.
He should just do the fucking... He should fill it with gold coins and fucking dive in like Scrooge McDuck, man. Go for it. Just fucking go for it, man.
About what lies immediately ahead for the United States.
Tonight, right here on the National Mall, we are beginning the most unforgettable birthday party.
I don't know if that's true or not, but I'm just going to go ahead and take your word for it. The whole thing's a fucking fiasco. You're dumping in actual pond water or fucking lake water or something, filled with all kinds of bacteria and algae. You're painting the bottom darker so that it acts as a catalyst for algae. You're not fixing or improving the filtration or pump systems, right? Because you got to keep it circulating and filter that shit out. And the guy that they put in charge, literally looks like he's cosplaying for the next Batman film. The full penguin. He's got the full penguin suit. He's fat as fuck. He's got the cigar. The guy looks like a fucking comic book villain that he put in charge of this whole thing. Wow, that's totally unqualified. He's he's used to working on, pools for mansions or something. I got a guy comes to my Mar-a-Lago parties. Looks like he's right out of Central Casting, folks. Kept asking me about these Epstein parties.
Any country has ever said, oh, you're going to have a good time. You're going to have a good time.
Oh,
this evening it's my honor to officially kick off the celebration with the Great American State Fair. Right. It's going to be great. It's going to be unbelievable.
It's going to be great.
But not
Total
as
failure.
Unbelievable as first conceived, because that speech by Trump on Wednesday night was so politicized as he listed what he claims are his administration's many successes, that at least 9 states governed by Democrats have now decided to pull out of what was supposed to be an event celebrating life across all 50 American states. Maine said it's too busy to mount a pavilion.
So that was the state that didn't even bother showing up. It was Maine. And they literally it's just like an empty booth with like one like infographic about Maine and a couple chairs, It's like a place where you can go check your fucking cell phone. Right? It's like, it's pathetic. The whole thing's pathetic. And I guarantee you, Trump is shaving off the fucking top. I guarantee you. It's some cronyism bullshit, the people running it, right?
Of the state's summer tourism season, which is rather like saying I'd love to be there, but I've got a sock drawer to clean out. Oregon says it's too expensive to take part, and Massachusetts accused the president of using...
Or was it Oregon that didn't show up? It was one of them. There was one state that literally didn't even show up.
the event to line his own pockets. And this was after top musical acts, including country star Martina McBride, Poison frontman Bret Michaels, and several others pulled out, saying the White House had lied to them.
Oh my God, you can't even get Bret Michaels? I've been to tractor pulls that was, you know, that Bret Michaels was happy to play at. Literally fucking eating elephant ears and watching hillbillies, you know, blow up their engines on their tractors, or, you know, and then the next booth over, it's fucking Bret Michaels screaming up Poison's greatest hits. My God, man. You can't even get Bret Michaels, bro.
About the nature of the event.
We're going to have special performances, patriotic music.
Right, and who was the special performance? Motherfucking FBI director's ridiculous fucking girlfriend.
High-tech demonstrations. Even
High-tech.
Old-fashioned rodeo. I love rodeo.
I bet you do. I bet you do. I bet you he's like, can we do a version of Oklahoma? This guy, he's a huge queen. He's a huge fucking queen. I swear to God.
I don't know how they do it. I don't know how they do it.
And you?
He's like Liberace. He's like a fascist version of Liberace. Donald Trump.
Wonder why I'm on this side of the pond. As for those special performances, Wednesday's was really special. The Marine Corps Band choraled to play a rendition of YMCA, the President of the United States dancing, if you'll pardon the overstatement, as the crowd of onlookers must have wondered whether they had stumbled into a bar mitzvah party at Mar-a-Lago by mistake. 250 years they've had to prepare for this, and this is how they're getting the party started.
No, I gotta show you this. I gotta show you this. Let me see if I can find it here. Yeah. Tell me if you recognize. Tell me if you recognize any of this. Oh yeah, Simon
Good evening,
Marks,
ladies and
he's great.
gentlemen. The Las Vegas Hilton takes great pleasure in presenting The Liberace Show, staged and directed by...
Tell me this isn't Trump. This is so good, man. The only thing you don't see is like the 17-year-old pool boys in like a fucking skinny, skin-tight, you know, little thong. They shoot them out of the room real quick. Get out of the room, Enrique. Get out of the room real quick. I'm doing a TV special. That's hilarious. I bet he really did that too. He's got a grand piano in his fucking room. First thing, gets his robe on. Ba, 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 ba. But look at the decor. Look at the decor. Look at the robe. Liberace was a super de-duper gay man. He's in his pool. Fucking cake shaped like a piano. Oh, yummy cream. Lib. Yeah, you're very edgy, Snow. Congratulations. No one's ever been edgy on the internet. No, but look at just freeze frame. Recognize anything? This is him in his fucking bath. I mean, but this is Trump. I love he's got pianos everywhere. I love it. But you know what the difference is? That Liberace's actually talented. And he's, you know, he is what he is. And he's not ashamed of it. Donald Trump is, you know, the exact opposite of that. The only thing that he's good at is running his fucking mouth. Completely void of talent. Look at this guy's house, man. This looks like a furniture store. I gotta say, some of the decor is even is even less than what Donald Trump would do. Liberace has more nuance and more self-control than Donald Trump does. Look at this cute little puppies. It's like, okay, whatever. Looks like a Macy's. He's really good. I mean, like, as a musician, Liberace is actually technically pretty good at what he does. Certainly he's got good taste in health. He's got to bring the chandelier. 88 keys. So tell me, do you recognize any of that? Feel familiar? Yeah? Don't ask me why I can pull that up on Q. Don't ask me. So because we were watching Simon Marks there, I figured I'd have this lined up next to it. Welcome, strategy member. Good to see you. Oh, I'm over here in my private time watching Liberace specials. Nothing wrong with that. He's pretty damn good at the piano, I gotta say. I just like his smile. I like Liberace's smile. It just lights up the room. He just loves it. He's tickle pink. He's just absolutely tickle pink to be tickling them ivories. I don't know. I just like the guy. Sue me. I like Liberace. Sue me. But no, so this Roger Hallam guy was pretty funny. He said, "Good Morning Britain just called me to appear on the show. Topic, whether it's okay for everyone to get air conditioning because there's a massive heat wave hitting the UK." Oh, yeah, Lenny. I said, 2 degrees Celsius is now locked in, and if we don't overcome capitalism, we'll have far more important things to worry about than AC, like starving to death. He decided it would not be good for me to go on. So just literally a don't look up moment. Oh, can you be charming and cute and talk about how everyone wants an AC now? Oh, isn't that something? He's like, yeah, we're going to fucking starve to death. Because we're not going to be able to grow enough crops to feed all the people. Ooh, God, what a bummer. Oh, no, Good Morning Britain is about happy vibes. Happy vibes. We want to show people going to the pool and getting refreshed. Yeah, no, this is a sign of the fucking apocalypse, and we should do something about it. Like tax the rich to to pay for the trillions of dollars we're going to need to invest in fixing this problem. Ooh, yeah, I know. Great. Good Morning Britain is not about that. No. So thank you, Roger Hallam, who's giving Elon Musk $5 a month. What the fuck are you doing? But thank you, Roger Hallam, for showing this to us. This motherfucker. I just got some random shit as usual. We're just going to hop around a little bit. I do have clumps of things. Just like Donald Trump, I got lots of clumps. No, simply Steve. We're going to eat data centers. Didn't you know that? That's the new cuisine. Data centers and Liberace albums. Yum, yum. But no, so apparently behind the scenes, this is a leak. This is about him holding off, him delaying signing the bipartisan housing bill because it's a massive crisis. I'm not even sure what the housing bill would actually do. Maybe we should ask the robot real quick. What would the actually do for people? See what the robot has to say. I'm not even sure what the hell it'll do. If you're referring to the bipartisan 21st Century Road to Housing Act, that Congress recently passed, its goal is to make housing somewhat cheaper and easier to build, but it is not the kind of bill that would immediately lower rents. Yeah, right. So it's going to basically lower regulations for building contractors and whatnot. That's usually the direction they want to go in? Yeah, strategy, you might be right. Yeah. If you're trying to buy a home, the bill could help by increasing the supply of homes over time by reducing some federal permitting and regulatory barriers, right? So we're killing regulations. Who needs, some of these regulations are totally unnecessary, don't get me wrong. But a lot of these regulations are there for a very good reason. Okay, and if you've ever been lucky enough to be in a position to buy a house, you might know that, you know, it's like, oh, I'm buying a brand new house. It's being built, it's freshly built. That it has its own pitfalls. Why? Because they lowest common denominator, cheap fucking materials. Building these as quickly as possible. So, you want your inspector to go in there and actually see how they're building it, because they're just slapping these things together, right? And it's these regulations that, prevent some of that from happening, and then you can end up with a lemon that you have to spend tens of thousands of dollars just to get it up to a certain, standard, so that you don't live in a goddamn death trap. But I will say this, there are totally some unnecessary regulations that do get in the way of building houses. That, I don't trust Donald Trump. I don't trust Republicans to actually find the ones that are actually getting in the way, right? Expanding support for manufacturing and modular houses, which is generally less expensive than traditional construction. Yeah, okay, that could be good. Creating a pilot program to make small dollar mortgages more available. Okay, so people can get into debt more. We're not gonna do anything about the insane cost of housing, but we are gonna let poorer people go into insane debt so that they can buy one. Okay, technically buy one. The bank can buy one, which could help buyers in lower cost markets. I gotta tell you, out here in Canada, it's fucking ridiculous. You can only get a loan for it's like $500,000 or $750,000, something like that. But none of the houses fit. They're too expensive for that. So it's like, well, you can qualify for a loan, but you can't get one. But you can't fucking get one because there's no house that is that cheap anymore. What it doesn't do, it doesn't lower mortgage interest rates. It doesn't provide a broad national down payment assistance program, right? It doesn't directly reduce today's home prices, right? So it's a deregulation bill, right? And of course, MSNBC doesn't get into any of these details. Bipartisan. Yeah, of course it's bipartisan. Of course it is. The corporate neoliberals and the fascistic right wingers. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Big break for multi-million dollar building contractors. Yeah, we love that. Well, they're not going to lower them, Quantum. They're not going to fucking lower them. If you're talking about the Fed, they're definitely not going to lower them because inflation's on the rise. It's interesting to hear Donald Trump, kind of back off the Fed now that he's got his guy in charge. Because, he's like, oh, it's the main reason why everything sucks is because he doesn't want to lower the rates. That's why. Got to get my guy in there. I'm going to sue him. So he gets his guy in there. And now he's like, yeah, no, we looked at it. And, yeah, we might even have to raise the rates. We're definitely not going to lower them. Because it would be a fucking disaster if he did. Will that affect current mortgage payments? I'm sure it will. Yeah, of course it will. All right, anyway, there's some other information here. To remove barriers, right. So more deregulation for communities. So if you're renting, more affordable housing development through updates. Okay, that doesn't help. It'll help you in 5 to 10 years. Additional flexibility and funding for public housing and housing assistance programs. Oh, okay. Hey, banker, good to see you. Hopefully you're continuing the fight against the AFD over there. More housing construction overall, which economists generally expect to reduce rent pressure over time. Yeah, so if you need something right now, fuck off. Right? If you need relief right now, if you're a renter, go fuck yourself. So anyway, Trump's over here. So so they signed this bipartisan deregulation bill on housing. And they're all like, yay, we actually did something. Yay, isn't that great? We're not a totally dysfunctional government. Look at us. Donald Trump puts his little baby bib on, gets his little baby rattle going. I'm not going to sign it. I'm not going to sign it until you let me steal the election. I'm not going to sign it until you guys pass the Save America Act, which would let us steal the election in the midterms. The election's already happening, by the way. Primaries have already happened. And here's this motherfucking pedophilic fascist wants to, I mean, at the drop, I mean, if this were passed in the Senate, it would immediately require people to like have to re-register in some cases. They'll have to go to the DMV to get IDs and stuff that they don't have. Well, what's wrong? What's wrong with that? It's basically a poll tax. It basically introduces a fee for you to vote, which is, you know, inherently anti-democratic. And this is the reason why they're doing it. On top of, you know, some other bullshit too about, you know, gerrymandering and other shit like that. But the main goal is to introduce several poll taxes because you need multiple forms of ID. So they're not going to give out these multiple forms of ID legally. Or I'm sorry, free. You gotta go to the DMV and take time out of your day to go get these things. And there's already multiple layers and checks in this system. As I've explained before many times, this is actually an incredibly secure voting system that we have in the United States. Extremely low amounts of fraud, right? They try to lie to us. They try to, you know, fear monger us and say, oh, you know, immigrants are voting. There was like 20 cases of immigrants voting in the last like 40 years. And by the way, none of those votes counted, right? They would like, oh, well, see, there's evidence. Okay, 20 cases in the last 40 years, and then none of those votes count. That is not a crisis. That's 20 idiots in the last 40 years. Okay, because those votes are immediately disqualified. Those people are arrested, fined and feed and arrested. You know, the whole idea like, someone's getting a mail-in ballot for a dead person, or someone gets a mail-in ballot for somebody that doesn't even live in the same state, right? Someone moved, right? Well, if you were dumb enough to fill out that ballot and put it in there, there's like 5 layers, I think, of checks on that. They can check the signature, they can check all the information, and they get your ass, dude. You get fucking hit. You get a big dookie if you try that shit. And by the way, in the cases of people who do try that shit, not only is their vote disqualified, it's almost always a right-winger. Right? Because they you know, through propaganda, they've been convinced that it's so easy to defraud the election system. They double vote, or they vote for their pet, or they vote for their dead parent, or something like that. It's just a total fabricated lie. Okay? And you want proof? Donald Trump, the Congress and the Senate are all Republican right now. So if the lefties really had this ability to steal elections, why did we let you win? Which is something that Thomas Massey brought up right here. Of course, he brings it up on his way out the building. Doesn't bring it up when he's, you know, clapping like a seal at Donald Trump's State of the Union address. Brings it up when he's been removed from the fucking party. But this is what Massey had to say. I think it's ironic that we control the House, the Senate, the Supreme Court, and the White House, and we're yelling election fraud. I mean, we won all the damn elections. No, we're just that good, dude. We're just that good, bro. Watch out, bro. 7th dimension chess. We win by losing. That's how we win. We win by letting you win, thinking that you've won. But we've actually won, even though we lose them.
Emotional damage.
Watch out. That was a non sequitur, but I don't get a chance to use that one too often. But that's how good we are. You don't even know it. Oh yeah, no, you're changing the Constitution. Project 2025 is 50% through with its stated goals, but we're actually winning. Not only are we weak, feckless cucks, but we're also incredibly strong, smart, and cunning when it comes to things. At the same exact time. Same exact time. We can't defend ourselves, but you better watch out because we're coming. we're total cowards, but we're also like hiding in the shadows and like scheming against America, and you better watch out. At the same exact time. That's how fucking dangerous we are, dude. We're on our phones on TikTok, and we're also planning a violent revolution and cutting into the fucking reflecting pool. That's how fucking crazy the left wingers are. We're so good, dude. So, do you want to see what's actually happening back in reality land? Watch out for the left, watch out for the left, watch out for the left. We're stealing elections, even though you're winning. Utah Republican Party paid a firm $4.3 million to falsify the signatures of dead people. Yeah, you fucking heard that right. The election fraud was conducted in an attempt to legalize gerrymandering in Utah. So this was this year. It's like this year or last year. So that's what's actually happening in reality land. By the way, check this motherfucker's web history, huh? This is what's actually happening. It's almost always Republicans. Almost always. You ask the robot, go to the robot right now and ask, which party has committed more election fraud? All right, do I need to do it? I kind of need to do it now. Every time I bring up the robot. Let's do it. What party in the U.S. has committed? Oh, man. Is it 2 T's? How do I spell that? Oh, it is 2 T's. What party in the U.S. has committed more election fraud? I'm curious what the robot has to say. Oh, yeah, okay. It's like, oh, no, there's no credible evidence. That's not true. That's actually not true, because I followed this shit. And every time there's a story about someone voting for their grandma or voting for their dog or voting twice, it's always a Republican. Yeah, it doesn't want to answer it. It doesn't want to get all partisan. Okay, here. Show me the last 5 stories about people committing election fraud in the U.S. Watch. Here are the 5 most recent. Colombian national convicted of voter fraud. Announced the conviction of Colombian national voter fraud. Fairly bad. Who'd he vote for? Oh, this was from a DOJ, so it might have been a left-winger. Did they vote Democrat or Republican? Okay. No, okay, they're not going to tell us. Okay. Jose Celibios, charged with illegal voting in Kansas. In late 2005, Jose Celbalos, the mayor of Coldwater, was charged with illegally voting as a non-U.S. citizen. So this is exactly what I'm talking about, though, right? His vote didn't count. The fraud system caught this vote because they're trying to fearmonger and say illegal immigrants are crossing the border and then immediately filling out a pre-filled out Nancy Pelosi approved mail-in ballot, sending that shit in and voting Democrats in. They literally say that with a straight face, and it does not fucking happen. Here's an example right here. Someone trying it. He's a non-U.S. citizen, but he was also the mayor. How does that work? There's actually more checks and balances on the election system than being a mayor. I guess you could be a non-citizen and be a mayor. I didn't know that. That's weird. But this is exactly backing up what I'm saying, though. No, Mamdani's a citizen. He's a citizen. He wasn't born in the United States, so he can't be president. So there's like a certain level of government that he qualifies for. Austin Smith pleads guilty to petition signature fraud in Arizona. He was sentenced to probation, barred from seeking public office in 5 years. This involved a candidate. Okay, who'd he vote for? Oh, I wonder who he voted for, guys. Who'd he vote for? Is he a Republican? Yes, party Republican. Come on, folks. Republican. I'm telling you. Okay, I watch the news. I watch the news every single fucking day. I watch the news. It's almost always a Republican. Here we go. Kimberly Zapata, absentee voting fraud conviction. Former Milwaukee election commission deputy. Why are all these people involved in elections committing election fraud? Was convicted in connection with fraudulently requesting military absentee ballots under fictitious names and sending them to the legislators' homes as part of what she said was an attempt to expose weakness in the system. Right-winger. I guarantee you this is a right-winger. So there's all kinds of fraud. Donald Trump says there's fraud. Steve Bannon says there's fraud. I'm going to show you. I'm going to prove it. I'm going to prove there's fraud. I think I remember this story. It was the right-winger trying to prove that there was a bunch of fucking fraud. And she got fucking busted because there's so many checks and balances. There's no such thing as a perfect electoral system, right? There's always a certain amount of fraud, but I'm not kidding you when I say, like, the amount of fraud that actually, leads to electoral success, right? It's like less than 1%. Less than 1%. Like, our system is actually really good. And what is Donald Trump trying to do? He's trying to make it so that they can inject a bunch of fraud. The fraud would go way up if Donald Trump gets what he wants. So here's the last one. Craig Calloway, ballot harvesting scheme, New Jersey. Former Atlantic City Council president. All these people, this is so weird. These, like, members of government or people that are involved in the election system in some way, committing all this like, they're trying to commit fraud, not being successful, mind you. Craig Calloway, they call me Mr. Moocher. What's that song? Was sentenced to 2005 after admitting to orchestrating a fraudulent mail-in ballot scheme involving illegally collecting and submitting ballots. I guarantee you, Republican. So, okay, list of cases of electoral fraud in the United States. So, okay, we're not even in the 1900s yet. 1900s, 1910, 1940s. Now, look how small these are. 1980s. Look at this. 1990s. Barely anything, dude. Go to a an African country in Africa. Go to like a Syria. Or one of these, third world. I can't think of a better way of saying it. I know it's derogatory. And the fraud is off the charts, right? You got videos of people stuffing ballots, right? You got stories of people, who were in charge of transporting ballots, dumping boxes and boxes of ballots into the pond, into a swamp, right? They find them months later. Right, and it affects the count, right? Because their system of checks and balances is terrible. They literally just look at the paper and say, okay, you voted for this guy or voted for that guy. So you can get away with all that fraud. None of that exists in the United States. Only, it's interesting, I've seen the tweets, right? But only until we got a convicted fucking sexual assaulter and likely pedophile did we start even having a conversation about so-called fraud in our electoral system. Because it didn't, the amount of fraud that actually existed was minuscule, and the amount of fraud that actually results in some kind of success is almost non-existent. Almost non-existent. Look at this 2000s. Look at this. Look at this list. 2000s. 2010. Look at this list. Barely anything, dude. That's nothing. When you're talking about tens to hundreds of millions of people voting, that's nothing. That's nothing. And look at this list for 2020. I just can't stress this enough. How much this is a completely manufactured issue. So that it's ironic, right? Fraud. And the whole point is so that, this fascist can inject more fraud into our system. Or in this case, with the Save America Act, introduce poll taxes, which is wildly anti-democratic. But, here's the thing. I saw an expert, a pundit of some sort. I can't remember the name. I shouldn't call them an expert unless I know the name. But I saw a person saying that, hey, it's actually possible that if this Save America Act passes, it could be the end of the Republican Party, because they'll lose a good chunk of their voting base, right? The old people, no offense, but the older folks that, you know, are voting consistently by mail, that don't have the means and don't have the money, right? A bunch of poor people to go and get the proper documentation. So you're disqualifying them just as much as you're disqualifying all these liberals. It's very likely, not very likely, but there's a chance that if the Save America Act passes, that it's actually going to reduce the amount of Republican voters more than it reduces the amount of Democrat voters. I don't care. I don't care. Ruin everything. Destroy everything. I don't care. Which is probably why we're seeing this resistance in the Senate, because they're like, this is not a guarantee that this is going to work out to our favor. Right? The House was happy to pass it. It's a bunch of loyal sycophants to the president. But the Senate is like, wait a minute. Is this actually going to guarantee victory for Republicans? Right? Because, you know, everyone does acknowledge that the less people who vote, the more likely a Republican is to win. That's a fact. But this Save America Act is so egregious, you know, with like basically banning mail-in voting and introducing these poll taxes. They're looking at their demographics and they're like, wait a minute, what's the reality here? The reality is that we're the party of old people who don't have a lot of money. You know, of course, there's a small contingency of Republicans, of course, that are extremely wealthy. They'll be fine. They'll just pull up in their limo, right? And they'll get whatever documentation. They'll get Jeeves to go get whatever documentation they need to get. But a good majority of the constituency of the GOP are a bunch of poor motherfuckers, bunch of old poor motherfuckers, right? They don't have the means to go get the proper ID. They're using mail-in voting by the millions. I don't care. No one gives a fuck about housing. The only thing that matters is that I'm dictator forever. It'll be, you know, I'm going to be following this election like crazy, right? So look forward to that. Because if the midterms don't go the way the Republicans want it to go, it is going to, you know, it is going to change things. Not that the Republicans need to worry about all of a sudden having to go to jail, but there will be a bunch of investigations, like Mike Johnson is saying. There will be a bunch of investigations. So, moving on. We're going to talk about the Supreme Court decision that fucks over 350,000 asylum seekers who I believe received, a lot of these people received citizenship. So they're here legally, they got their documentation. And of course, Stephen Miller is tickled pink. Racist Nazi Stephen Miller is absolutely tickled pink to send them back. And by the way, send them back into war zones. Send them back into... Yeah, I need to show this first. But, you know, send them back into a place where they're, you know, they could easily get killed. Yeah. I was banned off Reddit for pointing out that Barack Obama likes to drop drone bombs. And, of course, it was intentionally misinterpreted as a death threat. Right? Because that's how Reddit works. But it's actually been really great because I don't have to fucking post. I'm always tempted to get into the comment section, right? It's like, no, I can't no longer. But I get to keep my algorithm, right? I still get to keep the algorithm that I've curated, so Reddit still sends me all the stuff that I want to see. So it's actually the best of both worlds. I don't waste my time getting into fights with idiots on Reddit, and I still get to keep my curated algorithm. So, fuck you, Reddit. Heaven forbid I point out that Barack Obama is a fucking raging war criminal. No, he's a hero. Go. He's my bae. He's my bae. You mean he peeked his head out from his mansion to mildly and lightly critique Donald Trump? I'm not only in his head, but I have an apartment. Oh, wow. If Barack Obama gave a shit about this fucking country, and if he gave a shit about democracy, he'd be out in the fucking streets organizing protests. But no, he's too good for that. He's above all that. He's above all that. Barack Obama's a motherfucking Nixonian Republican, and he probably agrees with half the shit that Donald Trump is doing. Yeah, exactly, Dreamer. Same here. Real quick before we move on to the Supreme Court decision, here's what Johnson had to say. We already saw this, but I'll just show you here because I got it. If we lose the midterms, these Democrats will turn every committee of Congress into an investigative body, and they'll go after the president's family, the cabinet, his donors, friends. Half of you in this room will be targeted. I run the protection program. We'll take care of you. So one, just fully admitting that we're criminals committing crimes wantonly, that Donald Trump is incredibly corrupt, his family's corrupt. Two, does this motherfucker really have to worry about Hakeem Jeffries and Cucky Schumer? Sure, they're gonna do some of it, and of course they're not gonna vote on most of the bills. You would hope, right? But that's not a guarantee. But really, no, the whole thing's gonna get shut down. They're gonna turn into a massive investigative body against really. They can't even promise us that. The Democratic Party. They won't even fucking lie to us. They won't even fucking lie to us. Show me the Democrat outside of Graham Plattner, who's not even in office yet. But show me the fucking Democrat that said, I am the undo button for the Trump administration. Get me into power, get our party into power, right? Put me into those high positions of power, and I will dedicate my life to cataloging every crime, to cataloging every fucking slight against the American people and the American experiment, and I'm going to undo it. Right? The Arc de Trump, gone. The fucking ballroom, gone. I'm going to undo all the bullshit he's doing to the reflecting pool. That's out of here. And like, I'm going to create a whole department dedicated to cataloging every single fucking crime that Donald Trump has ever committed, and the people are going to know about it. They can't even lie to us. How hard is that to even lie about that shit? They don't want to make that promise because they want to keep a lot of it, because their buddies are just as connected, right? They're oligarch buddies, they're corporate buddies. Oh, well, I like the tax cuts. Oh, I like this police state. I like this cyber police state. I'm really heavily invested in the AI market. I don't want to regulate that. Yeah, Kaz the Dreamer, technically true. Technically true. But this motherfucker fear-mongering over here. Like, oh, the Democrats are going to do this and the Democrats are going to do that. They can't even lie to us, man. But no, and then the third thing, I run the protection program, we'll take care of you. It's basically saying I protect criminals. I'm the protector for people who commit crimes. I'll do whatever I can. I'll my job, and I'm the honorable Mike Johnson over here. I'll do whatever I can to protect you criminals. I'm not going to encourage investigations to make sure criminals are arrested. I'm going to use all the power of my office to protect criminals. Yeah, of course progressive is better than Democrat. I'm just saying lie to me. Lie to me. I haven't even seen one Democrat say that they're going to undo the ballroom. How hard is that for a promise? I'm going to demolish this fucking boondoggle, and I'm going to rebuild the fucking East Wing exactly the way it was before, warts and all. You can't even how about ripping down the Hall of Fame? The bullshit fucking, Donald Trump's so proud of his, like, he put up a bunch of pictures of a bunch of presidents, and he's got his own little statements. Basically, they're tweets on plaque, right? The one for Joe Biden is the auto pen. Every person that comes into the White House, he likes to show it off. You can't even promise to take that down? You can't even promise to unglue the Home Depot gold, spray-painted gold accents that he fucking glued to the wall? Motherfucker put carpet in the bathroom. You know how disgusting and unsanitary that is? Yeah, I'm sure it feels nice. Motherfucker, puts carpet in the bathroom. You can't even promise that. Yeah, I'm going to rip up the carpet. Yeah, I'm going to put linoleum in there because I'm sanitary. I like to have I don't like to have wet, urine-soaked carpet around my fucking toilet. But yeah, no, I'm fully supportive of the DSA taking. I mean, that's exactly what I talk about on this stream. Is that the only hope for moving forward here? Because we can't reform the Electoral College. We can't change the Electoral College until we get progressives in there. So that leaves progressives only one vector of attack: to assimilate and destroy the Democratic Party politically. So what the DSA is doing in New York is exactly what progressives need to be doing across the nation: a fucking Democratic Tea Party. Right? They're dinos, Democrat in name only. Take them out. Leverage our political power. And as Kyle Kulinski likes to say, where the Tea Party on the right was destructive for the country, the Tea Party on the left would be a big benefit for democracy in this country, because we would try to restore the things that the right had been destroying, ideally. No, they're all communists. No, they're all Maoists. No, watch out. Watch out. I know they say Medicare for all, but they actually mean I love Mao. So moving on to the Supreme Court decision. 6-3 decision. Of course, it's 6-3. Oh yeah, you want education and retirement plans for old people, just like Mao. That's what Mao did. No, he didn't, actually. Mao starved tens of millions of fucking people with a harebrained scheme on getting rid of birds. Oh, watch out! Oh, watch out! Oh! I'm trying to finish this book on Mao, and it's fascinating to me because the revolution happens, kicks out all these people from the old Chinese empire, and then what does he do? He moves into the fucking palaces, starts living like a fucking emperor. Mao spent most of his time in a fucking bathrobe, getting BJs and hand jobs and fucking drinking liquor and smoking cigarettes and reading poetry. That's what that motherfucker was up to. He was eloquent. He was incredibly smart. Don't get me wrong. But this idea that he was some kind of man of the people, total fucking joke. Incredibly paranoid about, loyalty and everything. Like, everyone had to go through dozens and dozens of loyalty checks. Everyone was like paranoid and worried about getting executed the second that they showed any kind of disloyalty towards Mao. People's Revolution, my dick. Yeah, what's the book called? See if I can find it here. Mao Zedong. It's a book written by his doctor. So there was this, doctor that basically was by his side for almost his entire life. Not his entire life, but almost the entire time that he was the president of the Communist Party or whatever the fuck. I still need to finish it. Yeah, the Private Life of Chairman Mao. So I'm like chapter 4 or 5 on this. I keep saying I'm gonna fucking finish it. But this book is fascinating. It starts off with Mao's death and the botched attempt to keep his body whole like they did with Stalin. But definitely check it. This book is incredibly informative because this guy was by his side. He got to see all the warts. He got to see all the failures. And he was like a hardcore revolutionary, right? He believed in the project, right? And he got this, this amazing position to work next to Mao. And he got to see what the revolution, and of course he's like, he was completely disillusioned when he saw the reality of the situation. Yeah, so Through the height of Mao's power to his death in 1976, including the diverse details of Mao's personality, sexual proclivities, party politics, and personal habits. Now, I'm not saying that, necessarily if you're a womanizer, necessarily, right, if you're smoking cigarettes and drinking poetry or reading poetry, that you're necessarily a bad guy. But what I'm trying to point out is that he was inherently a fucking hypocrite. Telling everybody else to sacrifice, telling everybody else to work, while this guy hung out in a fucking bathrobe all day by the pool. Fascinating book. I couldn't recommend it enough. Definitely check that out. Anyway, back to the Supreme Court decision. In 6-3 decision, Supreme Court allows Trump admin to turn back asylum seekers. We're talking like 350,000 people back into war zones, back into a poverty situation. And these are hardworking people. These are not criminals. The only crime that they've committed is that they're brown. Is that maybe they speak English in a second language and they're not as fluent. That is literally their only crime. We're talking about hardworking people. Some of these people have made whole families, bought houses, totally buying into the American dream. They're like, thank you, Uncle Sam. You saved me from fucking, devastation. And this motherfucker right here, this piece of shit, this walking dildo named Stephen Miller, look at him, tickled fucking pink. Absolutely bursting at the gills. Yay, because it's one-to-one logic to these fucking fascists, right? We get rid of these brown people, and that somehow makes their pathetic lives better. There's no evidence of that. In fact, there's lots of evidence to prove that it's going to make America weaker. All of a sudden, a bunch of companies, a bunch of businesses are going to lose a bunch of, hardworking people that are willing to work likely for less wages. Not that it's a good thing that they were taken advantage of. But we're going to lose 350,000 hardworking people because they're brown. Because this motherfucker's a racist piece of shit, dildo fucking cosplayer. Let's watch the story from Democracy Now! Oh, yeah. By the way, we're kind of fucked. I'm gonna come. So yeah, I forgot about that part. Anyway, let's watch this. I don't know, maybe we'll have time for the whole 15 minutes. Let's watch right now.
Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I am Amy Goodman in New York, joined by Democracy Now!'s Juan Gonzalez in Chicago.
Hey,
hi, Juan.
Good luck with that.
Hi, Amy, and welcome to all of our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world.
The Supreme Court ruled Thursday in a 6-3 decision that the Trump administration can turn back.
Quantum, only temporarily. Only temporarily. Okay? You got to do what's best for you, Quantum. Okay? But to be quite frank, there really is no escaping this. This is a global catastrophe. And whether you delay it or confront it, you're going to need the tools of activism. You're going to need to know how to confront it. And of course, you confront it using the 3-step program, nonviolent, direct political action. You're going to need to know how to fight these things anyway. I moved to Canada, but now I have to move back to the United States because of my disabled son. Because there's a very specific issues that the appropriate amount of specialists only exists in the United States. So I have no choice to come back. So I can't tell people don't leave, because that's what I did. I can only tell you from my observation that this is a global problem and it's going to hit all of us. Welcome back, Blue Brother. Good to see you. It's so freaking hot here. Everyone who denies climate change is a fool. No. Come on. Come on. It snowed a couple months ago. Global warming. You're just a blue-haired liberal.
Back asylum seekers at the border, and that doing so does not violate federal immigration law. The turnback policy, euphemistically called metering, allows
Yeah, I remember
immigration
that,
officers
Blue
at
Brother.
border crossings to block asylum.
I mean, the reality about that, Blue Brother, is that there's always been a portion of America that never really believed that. You know, even during the construction of the fucking, Statue of Liberty, if it wasn't slaves, it was fucking Irish people, right? That's destroying our culture. It's the reason why we've had that is because it's politically advantageous, right? To marginalize a certain group, and for a certain kind of person, a certain kind of dumb person filled with fear, they can be convinced that the reason their life sucks is not because of the rich, not because of these fucking oligarchs that are doing everything they can to pay you less and make you work more, right? Doing everything they can to make your rent higher, to make any kind of middle class unobtainable to you. No, it's not their fault. It's the brown guy or the Irish guy, right? Or the black guy. Those people have always existed throughout all of American history, unfortunately.
Seekers from setting foot on U.S. soil. The policy's not official.
Sure, Blue Brother. I mean, yeah. I mean, if my balls were made of gold, I'd be fucking very profitable, right? If my fucking balls spit gold, liquid gold, right? If ifs and buts were candy and nuts, you know what I mean? But this is what we got to deal with.
Officially in effect. In fact, it was rescinded in 2021, but the Trump administration asked the Supreme Court to overturn the 2024 appeals court ruling that found the practice unlawful. And the Supreme Court then agreed to hear the case. The case is Mullen versus Al Otro Lado. Erica Pinheiro is the executive director of Al Otro Lado, the lead plaintiff in the case. She joins us from Mexico City. And Melissa Crow, litigation director at the Center for Justice.
No, and if it was up to the Trump administration, we wouldn't even know that history, right? That's kind of the idea, that we see. Dictators and empires do this all the time. China does it. Russia does it. India does it, right? Whatever history that we had, erase that. They only want the nationalistic stuff. They only want the stuff that makes this idea, the certain concept of what America is. Anything that challenges that needs to be erased. I mean, we saw just recently, there was, famously Donald Trump, in our national parks, there's all this history about the Native Americans and black people and slaves and stuff like that. He intentionally, one of his big priorities, right, was erasing that information. He just recently was challenged, there was a challenge in court immediately, and he just recently lost that challenge. So now he's got to put these fucking plaques up. He's got to put them back, about Harriet Tubman, the fucking Underground Railroad, and fucking the contributions from, Native Americans and slaves and things like that. Now he's got to put these plaques back up because what big priority to Donald Trump was to erase any of that information.
Gender and Refugee Studies and co-counsel on the case is joining us from Maryland. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Erica, let's begin with you. Talk about the significance of the Supreme Court decision and talk specifically about the case your organization brought, Al Otro Lado.
So, first of all, thank you so much for having me today. We originally brought this case because we documented hundreds of asylum seekers being turned away from ports of entry, and also documented many individuals who were assaulted, raped, trafficked, or killed because they could not access protection in the United States. This particular case is so important, and I think that the importance was really minimized by the justices. Justice Alito engaged in a rather tortured textual analysis, really focusing on the word "in" to be.
This is of course how the Supreme Court fascists are doing it. They're not changing the laws. They're they are changing the laws, but they're not rewriting the laws, I should say. They're just reinterpreting, right? They look at a word, they say, no, this word actually means that. Oh, I know there's decades and decades of precedent that says the opposite, but no, they were wrong. The decades and decades of precedent was wrong. No, this word actually means that. So they're not changing too much when it comes to these foundational documents, when it comes to these foundational precedents that were set by the Supreme Court already. They're just intentionally misinterpreting them. And they're saying, and there's no, you know, and of course, here's another thing that Democrats aren't promising us. There's no ethical standards for the Supreme Court. They just get to do whatever they want. They make their own rules so that they can break these precedents. You know, they can destroy decades and decades of law that's been in place. And they take bribes. They have political allegiances that are obvious to anybody. They lie during their confirmation hearings, right? All these people said that they weren't going to do these things. Amy Coney Barrett, fucking Alito, the fucking rest of them, right? Every one of them said during their confirmation hearings that they were going to respect precedent, that they weren't going to be political hacks, and they've proven to be that. But there's no checks and balances on the Supreme Court, and we can't get the Democrats to even talk about making checks and balances, right? Setting some kind of regulatory or you know, ethical framework that the Supreme Court would have to follow. And two, they don't even want to talk about expanding the Supreme Court either. So they're like, well, we're fucked. Because as soon as the Democrat gets in there, their entire legislative agenda will be, you know, challenged by bad actors, by all these activist judges, taken back up to the Supreme Court and fucking nuked. Every fucking one of them will be nuked. Fucking nope, can't do that. Only a right-wing pedophile is allowed to do that. Nope. And they're going to sit there and take it. They're going to sit there. Hakeem Jeffries and the DNC and Gavin fucking Newsom, they're going to sit there and take it. They're going to let these fascistic elements that Trump has worked so hard to install undermine their entire political agenda. And they don't fucking care. They don't fucking care because they're getting rich. They're getting fucking rich because they're getting rich either way. This is why what's happening in New York is so important. They're going to mash their teeth and scream and wail and scream communism and cry commie and anti-Semite until the cows come home. But the reality is that one of the biggest firewalls, one of the biggest blocks to progressive change in the United States is the Democratic fucking Party. You got, you know, these right-wingers have a lot of the normies convinced that the Democratic Party is a bunch of communists, is a bunch of left-wingers. Couldn't be further from the truth. Like I've said earlier about Barack Obama, the guy was a Nixonian Republican when you look at his legislative agenda and what he actually accomplished and what his real priorities actually were. Nobody hates progressives more, and Keir Starmer and the fucking Labour Party in the UK is proof of this, of how neoliberals think. No one is a bigger blockade to progressive change than neoliberal so-called Democrats, so-called Labour Party people, right? They use the language of progressivism to get into office, then immediately start enacting right-wing agendas. They fucking hate progressives.
Basically say that if individuals cannot set foot on U.S. soil, that they do not have the right to ask for protection at the U.S. border. So this was really not about the text of the statute. It was to reach the political goal of ending access to asylum at the U.S.-Mexico border. He uses a few analogies in the decision, but I think the most apt analogy would be if a police officer were standing outside of a polling place and the Supreme Court decided, even though he's pointing a gun at you and you couldn't go inside the polling place, you still have the right to vote. I mean, it's just ridiculous. But that unfortunately was. Yeah,
and that's how they operate. Well, technically, you could still vote if you're willing to risk your life. The police are going to point guns at you and ICE is going to point guns at you, but technically you could still vote if you get through. So this isn't harming democracy.
The decision of the Supreme Court. The practical effect right now is not going to be a huge change because, like you mentioned, the policy has not been in place since 2021. But the broader effects are really significant. First, it undermines international cooperation around the Refugee Convention. It legitimizes turnbacks for other countries that are engaged in this practice, of which there are many. And it really just solidifies the idea that human beings cannot cross borders to seek safety.
All right, we're going to watch at least 10 minutes of this. I'll try to interrupt it as little as possible, and then we'll move on. I got a few other things related to the Supreme Court, and then we'll move on from that.
And in a time of increasing conflict and...
Yeah, exactly, Blue Brother. Technically, Tide Pods are edible, okay? They do look delicious.
Climate catastrophe, this will result in many more deaths.
And Erica, can you talk some about how this closure of the border really that's happened, especially in the last few years, has impacted Mexico and people and migrants or refugees arriving in Mexico?
So, like I mentioned, the Trump administration, starting from the first Trump administration and continuing into the Biden administration, have hardened the border.
And you're not going to hear that part on MSNBC. You're not going to hear Deporter-in-Chief on MSNBC or CBS or ABC that Barack Obama and Joe Biden have totally given up on immigration. They've completely ceded the entire argument to the right wing. When it comes to immigration. It's so bad that we saw Joe Biden bragging about using the Heritage Foundation's immigration, framework, that they were, look, we put that up and the Republicans voted it down. Look how dumb the Republicans are. We gave them everything that they wanted. They still didn't do it. So they've completely ceded the entire argument to the right wing, and they still fucking lose. And they haven't changed their stance, by the way. The Democratic Party, they're still down for the anti-immigration. They're still about building that fucking wall.
Infrastructure so that individuals who are in Mexico trying to reach the United States cannot set foot on U.S. soil. They're turned away by U.S. officials at the border. When the Biden administration created the CBP-1 system.
I'm not saying we should let people abuse the asylum system. I'm not saying that there aren't reforms and changes that need to be made. But what I am trying to point out is that there actually is an alternate left vision of immigration that could still be controlled and contained and safe and checks and humane, most importantly, and humane, that doesn't involve treating people like animals and could actually make the country a better place. Because what we're talking about is, of course, vetting these people, not allowing countries to take advantage of asylum seekers so that they could just dump their poor people off into our country, right? Have those checks and balances there. But then once they've gone through those checks and balances, we get them citizenship as quickly as possible, and we turn them into tax-paying fucking patriotic Americans. It's a massive benefit. It's one of the things. Our multiculturalism is one of the things that's made this country so fucking strong. Right? Because these people become mega patriots. Before I came to America, I was like making $1 a month and, I could barely feed my family. And now look, I got a house, I got a job, I'm respected in my community. I got a huge litter of kids. I'm living the American dream. They become mega patriots, happily paying taxes and contributing to our society and making it better, not just through food. Okay. Not just because their food is yummy, but just making the society a better place, right? Oh, but they're brown. Oh, no. Oh, they're brown. English is their second language. Oh, they're demons. They have a different religion. Oh, it's so scary. Oh, did you know the Founding Fathers actually didn't want, they were Christian. They were all Christian, the Founding Fathers, and that they absolutely wanted the nation to be a Christian nation. It doesn't matter that they put the exact opposite of that into our founding documents. It doesn't matter that they were leaving religious oppression. Oh, that doesn't matter. No, they wanted everyone to be a fucking Norman Rockwell painting, reading one specific version of the Bible. That's actually what they wanted.
Which gave hundreds of thousands of individuals appointments to seek asylum in the United States. There were many, they were all waiting in Mexico. That system was canceled by the Trump administration, and approximately 300,000 individuals who had already registered in the system were then stuck in Mexico. So here in Mexico City, we've worked with a very diverse population of refugees who are now applying for protection here in Mexico. Many have received it, but there is a rule in Mexico that you have to apply within 30 days of entry for asylum. So a lot of people were already waiting for longer. There's also very limited capacity here for third language speakers, those who do not speak English or Spanish. So we've been helping those individuals. But I would say that the Mexican asylum system has been overwhelmed, and there are serious safety concerns for individuals forced to wait in more dangerous parts of the country.
And there are also, however, still many people who cross back and forth across the border every day. Americans going to work in Mexico, Mexicans coming to work in the United States, or to shop or to go to school. How has that affected the general transport comings and goings on the border?
I would say after years of living on the border that it has become more burdensome for people who are crossing for economic or educational reasons. Whenever the United States or even Mexico implements a policy that keeps asylum seekers away from the border, it generally will result in longer lines for people who are crossing for other reasons. But I do want to say that...
Right. So, I mean, that's kind of an interesting point, is that all this draconian nonsense to hold back immigrants and whatnot is actually impeding regular business. The regular kind of day-to-day business of different, there's all kinds of legitimate reasons to be crossing that border every single day. And this bullshit's getting in the way of that.
The San Ysidro Port event.
So once again, there's like a capitalist, kind of argument you could make against this right-wing nonsense, this, build the wall bullshit.
Which was the initial focus of our litigation, is the largest land border crossing in the world. So I think between 50 and 100,000 people cross that border every day. So the Department of Homeland Security is saying that they don't have capacity to process asylum seekers in addition to those tens of thousands of individuals is really, I would say, laughable, but obviously the consequences are dire.
Melissa Crow, I wanted to ask you about Justice Sonia Sotomayor's surprising speaking from the bench. At least she certainly seemed to surprise Justice Alito, who read the majority decision. In her dissent, Justice Sotomayor referenced the 1939 turnback of the MS St. Louis, a ship of more than 900 Jewish refugees fleeing Nazi persecution in Europe. The boat forced back to Europe after being denied entry to Cuba and the U.S. Eventually, 1/3 of the passengers were murdered in the Holocaust. Justice Sotomayor wrote, quote, "Congress passed the Refugee Act in 1980 because it did not want this country to repeat the mistakes of its past. Yeah. Yet if the
No, imagine that. Imagine that. We're talking about Jewish people fleeing Nazi Germany, and we said, nah. Go back to Nazi Germany. And then they did. They were forced to go back, and then they died in a fucking death camp. And we're doing the same shit. And fucking, Stephen Miller can't wait. He can't wait to see that happen. A big fucking grin. He's a fucking sick man. He's a sick individual. And that's exactly what he wants to see. He doesn't see them as human. He sees them as parasites. He can't even fathom the concept that they could be hardworking, tax-paying Americans. He sees literally all of them with their brown skin as criminals, and he wants to send them back into a fucking war zone.
Refugees on the MS St. Louis were to walk up to a port of entry on our southern border today. The majority's interpretation would allow immigration officers to refuse even to consider their asylum applications by physically blocking them from stepping foot onto U.S. soil. The majority's interpretation permits the government to do that even if the refugees complied with all applicable laws and regulations.
Right. So here's another loophole, right? It's like, well, we're not even going to bother changing the laws and regulations. We're just going to implement some new thing that says, well, technically you haven't stepped foot on U.S. soil, so you can't be refugees if we do that. Isn't that cute? Isn't that adorable?
Even if the port had ample capacity to inspect them, and even if turning them back would result in the very persecution from which they narrowly escaped. Yeah, Melissa Crow, human. If you can respond.
They're not Christian sometimes.
Thank you. Justice Sotomayor really understands the stakes at issue in this case and at the border. She drew from a quite eloquent amicus brief submitted by the Hebrew Immigrant Aid Society, HIAS, that was involved in helping initially to bring the MS St. Louis back to Europe in an effort to protect those refugees. And they've also been involved in protecting asylum seekers on both sides of the border. This decision is devastating to the rights of asylum seekers. And
these laws exist for a reason, because we want to be perceived as humane. We want to be perceived as a caring nation. And Donald Trump and Stephen Miller and the rest of them are completely changing that. Turning us into, a nation that says, no, fuck human beings. Fuck that. There's simply no benefit to having these people in our country. They're nothing but parasites, which is just evil and incorrect and racist. But it's also immoral. It's immoral. All this stuff is coming from so-called Christians. Is that what Jesus Christ would do? Stick a gun in a refugee's face, tell him to fucking drown, and go back to your war zone country, where you'll get imprisoned the second you get off the boat? In some cases, go get enslaved. You're not human. Is that what Jesus Christ would do? Strap up with a fucking assault rifle and point a gun into a refugee's face and say, get the fuck out of here? That's very Christ-like. Anyway, I don't want to bore you anymore with this. It is a little bit boring, but it is informative. We're not done yet. Let's watch this. I mean, he's riding high. Cloud 9. He's got the fucking aviators on, grinning ear to ear. He's brimming with joy, Stephen Miller. And I wanted to show you this. I'm not going to play the whole 7 minutes, but I just wanted to show you. Could not be happier. And in this speech, he dehumanizes these people. Brushes with wide brush across the entire swath of all these people. We're talking about people that are here, that are working, pillars of their society. They've committed no crimes, or maybe a couple speeding tickets. Okay, we're not talking about rapists or murderers. We're talking about people whose only crime is that they're brown and that their place of origin is a war zone. Sorry if you hear my kid in the back there. Daily life with a disabled child. But I wanted to show you just how happy this racist dildo cosplayer is at the concept of, because what have we seen already with these ICE deportations? Right? It's nightmarish. It shows us, it reminds us of Nazi Germany. And that's exactly what they want. That is exactly what they want. Welcome back, Doubting Josephus. Change the name up there. I recognize the icon. Happy tree friends there. But no, they love it. Rebrand. You got to do it sometimes. But Stephen Miller, when he sees like a Mexican woman, holding her child tight and crying and screaming as they pull away the dad, he grins ear to ear. He loves it. And some have speculated that he gets kind of a sexual kink out of it, just in how much he revels in this and how fucking much he loves this. And it wouldn't surprise me one bit. Also, pretty sure isn't this guy also married to a fucking immigrant? Or maybe he himself is an immigrant? They're all a bunch of fucking raging hypocrites. But I just wanted to show you just how happy he is at the prospect of inflicting massive amounts of suffering and also massive amounts of damage on America. This is not, the concept is that this is going to make America better. It is literally not. It is going to make America weaker. And through, there's so many ways to calculate it. But and what do they say to defend it? Oh, you're going to have less time in traffic. You're gonna, it's gonna open up houses, even though most of these refugees can't afford houses. Hell, you can't, unless you're a citizen, you can't even buy a fucking house. I think there's a bunch of rules against that. I think, some non-citizens can buy houses, but I don't think, there's like this idea that it's going to free up a bunch of resources and make our lives easier is a total fucking lie. And there's actually more evidence to support that it's going to make America a lot weaker. And this guy loves it. He fucking loves it. I'll just give you a look at, take a look at evil.
Beautiful day.
What's on your mind? Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Miller, good to see you. Big wins today for the Trump administration.
Good to see you.
Huge.
You just said that this country doesn't have a future if the Supreme Court doesn't rule in your favor on the birthright citizenship case. If they don't, what actions is the administration planning on?
So she's asking about birthright citizenship. Of course, something that he wants to destroy. It's in the Constitution. They don't fucking care.
What I said was that this country doesn't have a future if we don't end birthright citizenship.
Right. We don't have a future if we don't end birthright citizenship, because we've had it since the foundation of our country, and that has but I guess we've, the 250 years of our existence where birthright citizenship was a reality. The collapse is coming. The collapse is coming. We're right there. Watch out. We're right there. We're just minutes away from this country being destroyed by birthright citizenship. And by the way, I mean, it's like there's so many of these people in this party have benefited from birthright citizenship. But of course, the big issue is that it's in the fucking Constitution. They have no intention of changing the Constitution. They just want to disregard the Constitution.
Obviously, the right and correct way to end birthright citizenship is for the Supreme Court to rule what the 14th Amendment clearly and correctly means.
Right. So there you go. Reinterpret the 14th Amendment, not change the 14th. The 14th Amendment is very clear. If you're born in this country, you get to be a citizen. But no, we're going to reinterpret that. Up is down, left is right. Right. Black is white. Everything is the opposite. Just reinterpret it. We don't need to change anything. Just reinterpret it. It's going to be crazy if these guys get what they want, because all of our documents and laws are going to say one thing. But in reality, it's going to be the exact opposite. It's going to make being a law student completely fucking bananas, because you'll be like, oh yeah, okay, you have to learn what these documents say, but you also need to learn what they actually mean, which is usually the exact opposite of what's actually on the paper.
But one way or another, this nation has to end birthright citizenship. You had another question?
So what actions does the administration plan on taking next, as well in the asylum case? There are millions of asylum seekers right now who are still waiting for their cases to be
Oh, Bernie Sanders live on Twitch, huh? Okay, that's good.
heard by federal judges. What is the administration doing to try to move some of those along the process?
Well, I think the most important point is that this administration, on the asylum point, is we've implemented international agreements all over the world to take in our asylum seekers. So America's doors are closed fully to asylum seekers. We've set up agreements where if you...
And that's inherently a good thing. It's inherently a good thing, according to these racists. It's not. It's going to make us weaker. It's going to make us, just even from a purely capitalist point of view, it's bad. It's bad. It's terrible for the restaurant industry, terrible for the farm industry. I'm not saying that those people deserve to be underpaid and overworked, but that is the current framework right now. And like a good chunk of the restaurant industry and farming industry is taking advantage of these folks. Not that that should be the case, but it's a net negative. It's a net negative.
Want asylum, then we will find a country elsewhere in the world to take you. It's very simple, very elegant, very complete.
It's not simple, and it is the exact opposite of elegant. It is going to be brutal and painful and expensive as hell. It's going to cost millions and billions of dollars to fucking round these people up, throw them on a fucking plane, and drop them off in some other country. They all can't go to Argentina.
Solution. Now, of course, as you know, you've heard me talk about it here many times before, all asylum claims across the southwest border are always fake. They always involve somebody who...
They're always fake.
...is coming from a country where they're not being persecuted based on race, religion, ethnicity.
So it's lies. We're talking about lies here. Right? There's no legitimacy whatsoever in any of their asylum cases. No legitimacy. It's all fake. Just juvenile bullshit. Just total lies. Total fabrication.
So on and so forth. Overwhelmingly, right, they're coming from other countries in the Western Hemisphere where there's no persecution based on religion, no persecution based on race.
Lies. Absolute lies.
In many cases, of course, they also come through dozens of other countries on their way here, where if they wanted asylum, they should have sought it first. In every case, they're either criminals, benefit.
In every case, they're criminals. Every case. So you see a whole family, right? We just saw a video from Democracy Now! People crossing, right? Mother, father, 3 kids. They're criminals. They're coming here to start scamming. Immediately start scamming. That's what they do. Right, because that's what that's been my experience. Yeah, when I see when I'm in California and I see hardworking Mexican families at a swap meet or at a fucking business or whatever they're doing. Yeah, they're just trying to scam me. That's all. They're not trying to make ends meet and offer a service or offer some labor or something. No. They're just here to rob us. They're so dirty and brown, right? I mean, it's like, if we actually cared about that, we'd be getting rid of these motherfuckers, the Stephen Millers, if we actually gave a shit about getting rid of criminals and grifters and thieves. We'd be getting rid of these motherfucking fascists.
Seekers, economic migrants, welfare seekers, et cetera,
Right, welfare seekers, right. Who's the number one welfare queen in this country? Oh, that's right, the Zeke Heiler himself, Elon fucking Musk. Oh, now we give a shit about welfare seekers, huh? The motherfucking rich who got absolutely fat paid during COVID and then got a bunch of exemptions. They didn't have to pay it back. Right. Oh, we give a shit about welfare queens. Right. Yeah, we give a shit about them when they're poor brown people. But if you're a rich corporation, oh yeah, I know. Here's your tax break. Here's your subsidy. Millions and billions of dollars go to these fucking welfare queens. Elon Musk's entire, all of his businesses have benefited from welfare from the United States. Oil companies, one of the most profitable, enterprises in the United States. All of them getting subsidized. Corporate fucking farmers getting subsidized to grow corn that no one has any use for.
They're coming to join family members and so forth. But the good news for them is that you have other countries willing to take them. Yes.
Not true, by the way. Not true. We're talking about the reality of dumping tens of thousands of people, not in their country of origin, but in some fucking gulag in Argentina. And he can't wait for it. He can't wait. Absolutely. He can't wait to dump women and children into CCOT and watch them get tortured and raped. He fucking loves it. Some kind of question about socialism and human rights?
Yes. Well, so first of all, on humanitarian issues, the most humanitarian thing that we could do which is what we are doing and have done.
God, he's a slimy motherfucker. He barely looks like he's comfortable in his own skin.
Is to end illegal immigration.
Right. So the most humane thing we can do is to kick everybody out and immigration in general. Just no more anybody coming in. But damn the consequences. I hate brown people. Make them go away. I'm uncomfortable around brown people. Make them go away. And that's inherently a good thing. I can't prove it, but that's going to be inherently a good thing. I mean, this is old school shit. This is old school shit that's existed throughout all of mankind's history. And it's absolutely disgusting to see America turn into this. It's disgusting.
That is the most humanitarian thing. Every single illegal immigrant who comes to the United States is brought here by a cartel.
Every single one of them. I have no proof of that. I don't have to prove it. I just get to say it, and you need to accept it as truth. It's just ludicrous.
By a foreign terrorist organization. Those individuals are often raped, they're often beaten, they're often robbed. They come here, it's a form of indentured servitude. They have to pay off their debts to the cartel after they arrive.
There's, once again, a grain of truth spun wildly out of control to make his bigoted argument. There's absolutely things that we could do about the cartels and human trafficking, but these guys aren't interested in stopping human trafficking. In fact, they've diverted resources away from legitimate investigation into human trafficking so that they could go after hardworking immigrants, they track them down at the courthouses trying to do it the right way. They track them down at their homes. They track them down at their schools. They diverted resources away from trying to find people getting, turned out and fucking, prostituted. They've taken resources away from those efforts and put it into fascistic fat fucks who go around the country looking for, fish in a barrel. And to send them back to a country that they haven't been into for decades. And he postures and he pretends like, oh, this is humanitarian and he cares. No, he does not care. He loves it. He fucking loves it.
And beyond all of that, their profits that they earn from that human smuggling goes into kidnapping, torture,
loves it.
Sex trafficking,
He loves
drug trafficking.
Yeah, because Republicans hate sex trafficking. They absolutely despise that.
Fentanyl. So it's a very
fentanyl. How many times is that fucking boondoggle? That fucking there's a word around the tip of my tongue. But how many times does that lie need to be debunked?
Important point. The individuals. By the way, so let's say you're in Mexico.
Chestnut, I think was the word I was looking for.
You know full well who is smuggling you.
When you hear that, you know it's a lie. When you hear a Republican says everybody knows, or everyone knows full well, guaranteed that's a lie. Putting that opinion right into your mouth, right, making it seem like his conclusion is common sense. It's a well-known liar's tactic. It's a well-known fact that this blah 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 blah. No, it isn't. It's and in fact, if he were cornered and if this was an actual debate, he'd get fucking nailed for that.
Immigrant from Mexico. You know full well.
Right. Anytime you hear that, guaranteed the next thing that's going to come out of their mouth is a fucking lie.
Who is smuggling you? When you pay them $6,000, you understand those $6,000.
Right. So he's got the amount and everything. It's just fucking ridiculous.
Are going to one of the evilest organizations on planet Earth. You know that when you do it. And it's a sinful thing, but we're doing the best we can and have done an extraordinary job.
Right, so it's biblical now. It's biblical.
In Trump's leadership, there has been 13, I believe is the correct number, consecutive months with, maybe it's actually 14 now, but 13 or 14 consecutive months with not a single person released across the southern border.
That's not true. They just don't keep track. They don't give us the actual numbers. They do everything they can to not keep track of the numbers. Of course there are people crossing illegally across the border. Has it been reduced? I have no doubt about it. Because now they're flexing deadly force and dumping all these resources. But the idea that there's been absolutely zero illegal crossings is impossible and a lie. But we just have no way to confirm it because of these motherfucking fascists keeping information away from us.
Been achieved before.
Mr. Miller,
yes, back there in the blue jacket.
Mr. Miller, was the killing of the 2 citizens in Minnesota something of a turning point in this country?
Okay, he's asking about the ICE killings in Minnesota, saying that that's a turning point. And he's going to be lying about that. So you get the fucking point. I can't do it anymore. I just can't look at this motherfucker anymore. All right, so let's do one more story about him. Sorry. So this one is very close to heart because, as I mentioned earlier, my son is disabled. He's blind and autistic, confirmed. So he's got all kinds of problems. And a lot of people don't know that right-wingers are eugenicists who don't see disabled people as human beings. They see them as subhumans, and that's how they want to treat him. So in a memo that was exposed recently, so this hasn't, he hasn't gotten as far as, introducing as legislation, but just wait, it's coming. Stephen Miller, who is a Nazi, I have no hesitation saying that, wants to introduce legislation that would basically make it so that, the way that the system works now is that the government tries to provide resources so that people like my son can live as normal of a life as they possibly can, in their home. Yeah, the only mystery is why I bother even streaming on Rumble to you fascist pedophiles. But please, go ahead and keep supporting your rapist in chief, you son of a bitch. So back what I was saying here. Right now the system is, the federal system when it comes to disabled people is meant to, try to help disabled people live as normal of a life as they possibly can in their own home, right? Provide services to them, help them however they can, right? With food, with medical assistance, with mobility assistance, right? And what Stephen Miller wants to do, isn't he merciful, folks? He doesn't want to immediately go out, kill all the disabled people. I'm sure that's what he actually wants to do. But he wants to start by institutionalizing these people, right? So if you were unlucky enough to be, born with some of these disabilities, or if you were very unlucky and say you got into a major accident and you became disabled, he no longer wants the government. Yeah, get the fuck out of here, you piece of fucking trash. You think you were welcome here in the first place? You fucking stink like masturbation and failure. Get the fuck out of my chat, you pile of filth. You over here bending over backwards defending an actual fucking pedophile. You think you were welcome here? Holy shit. If this were a barbecue, your ass would be back in your car. The fuck out of here, bitch. So Mr. Merciful over here, what he wants to do is institutionalize disabled people. And not just disabled people that were born that way, but people that unfortunately became disabled either through health issues or through some major accident. And of course, he wants to, these institutions would be, of course, they'd be private. Okay. Bye-bye. I'm leaving. Get the fuck out of here. Where's my ban button? There it is. Forever. Get the fuck out of here, you piece of fucking filth. Go back to Daddy Trump. Tell me how his nuts taste. Yeah, exactly. Go practice your fucking Sieg Heil like your hero, Elon Musk. So, and of course, these institutions that Stephen Miller would want to throw people in, they'd be private, big race to the bottom. They'd probably be eating moldy food, no treatment, no treatment whatsoever, just the bare minimum treatment. They'd be treated like animals. It'd be like the 18th century stories of the 18th century insane asylums. People, chained to their fucking bed, covered in fucking feces and filth, barely getting any kind of service, treated like subhumans. And that's exactly what Stephen Miller wants to do to disabled people. And of course, this hits really close to home because, I won't be around forever to take care of my son. And, eventually he's going to need a lot of assistance, to live even, a small semblance of a normal life. And this is a reality for millions of Americans. We're not just a small 1% of 1%, unfortunately, there are a lot of disabled people in the United States. And once again, it's about, are we a moral country? Do we believe, these people are supposedly from Christ? These people, is this what Jesus Christ would do? And Jesus Christ said, throw all your sick and infirm people into a privatized institution and let them die in the filth that they sleep in. Don't take care of the sick. Don't take care of the disabled. I am Jesus Christ, and this is what I believe, right? According to Stephen Miller, the Republican version, right? There's that funny meme about the Republican Jesus Christ, and he's like, a sick person comes up to him, and he's like, well, how can you afford it? Help me, Jesus. And he's like, well, can you afford it? Then get the fuck out of here. Anyway, so let's watch a little bit of this MS Now report on this.
The Department of Justice released a controversial memo. It authorizes states to send Americans with disabilities to institutions, nursing homes, psych wards, segregated schools, rather than funding the community-based services that allow them to remain at home. This would undo decades of community integration reforms, including longtime Supreme Court.
The motherfucking master race, right? You're subhuman. You're subhuman. Sieg Heiling in his fucking mirror while telling other people that they're less than human.
Precedent that was designed to allow those with disabilities to live independent, productive lives. This week, we learned that White House Homeland Security Advisor Stephen Miller was behind that memo, according to Bloomberg Law, who spoke to people who were briefed. And while spokespeople for both the White House and the DOJ denied that Miller played a role in the memo, this attempt to remove folks with disabilities from their communities tracks with.
It's always denied until they're making it happen. And then it's like, well, this is common sense. This is common sense. But it's always denied, until it's actually happening every fucking time.
His exclusionary vision for this country. Miller is infamously obsessed with demographics, crowing just today about deporting Haitian migrants and refugees. Under his watch, DHS has produced a trove of state propaganda, which experts say promotes white nationalist slogans and iconography. He is also, of course, the architect of Trump's draconian immigration policies. And as the New York Times reports, during a private meeting during the last presidential campaign, Trump reportedly told staff that Miller wants to deport more than 2/3 of this country's population.
Yeah, no, that's how these fascists work. And then 2/3 wouldn't be enough, right? If they were somehow successful in getting rid of hundreds of millions of people, they'd immediately start looking inward. Oh, are you a real Nazi? You're not Nazi enough. No, you're out. That's how fascism works. Eats itself like an Ouroboros.
Leaving behind only those who look like him. For its part, the White House denies that reporting.
Oh, you don't have blue.
But it certainly
your
seems
eyes aren't
consistent
blue.
with an ethos that says
You're married to a brown person. Oh, you didn't go to this school. You didn't do this. You didn't do that. It never stops. It never fucking stops.
if you can't deport your undesirables, at least hide them away. Alison Barkoff led disability enforcement work at the Department of Justice. She is currently the director of the Hirsch Health Law and Policy Program at George Washington University, and she joins me now. Alison, walk us through what this memo would mean in practice.
So this memo is shocking in its reversal of 50 years of policy by the United States government that states should provide services to people with disabilities in their own homes and in their own communities instead of locking them away in institutions, hiding them away from society. And what this means in this reversal is that the main enforcer of disability rights laws has now said, we are not going to continue with that work. That's going to mean settlement agreements being undone, new positions in court, and the memo talks about undoing decades-long regulations that have been in place.
So we're talking about your grandma, right? We're talking about, you know, your cousin or your brother that has disabilities. And we're talking about, you know, so many, you know, autistic people, disabled people being thrown into these fucking dungeons, okay? You know, this idea that, you know, well, they'll be well-funded. No, the fuck they won't. And if you want any evidence right now, just take a look at the current state of old folks' homes, especially the private ones. It's a big race to the bottom. Old folks getting abused. I mean, you know, fed terrible food, living in terrible places, and even in some cases getting sexually abused. Now imagine that system amplified and on crack. And, you know, and of course the people running it are hyper-capitalists who their only concern is how much money they can shave off the top of the whole thing, how much money they can steal from taxpayers. It's an absolute fucking nightmare. And especially for someone like me who has, you know, I have to think about my son after I die. You know, is that the future of my son? He gets tossed in some hole to be sexually abused after my death? It's just a fucking nightmare.
So why have there been these regulations that mandate community integration where possible?
Well, Seneca, females would be deported, but they would absolutely become second-class citizens, right? Even if they were blonde and blue-eyed and trad wife and all that, and they you know, they were all Aryan, they absolutely would still be considered second-class citizens. Absolutely. The whole, I mean, everything that checks every box. These motherfuckers. You need to smile more, honey. You need to smile. She never smiles at me. I know I stink like shit in my diaper, and I'm most likely a guilty pedophile. Can you believe she won't even smile when she asks me questions about all the crimes I'm committing? They fucking hate women.
What are the benefits of that for the individuals who are affected, for economic outcomes? Why has this been such an important fight for the disability community?
The disability rights laws and these integration mandate regulations come from a very ugly history in our country when people with disabilities were segregated away in institutions. RFK's own father went and visited one of these infamous institutions in New York, calling it a snake pit. And that is what led to really a push to create community services. The vast majority of people can and want to live in the community. It's cost effective and it leads to better outcomes. Think about it. It is community services that allow families to keep children with disabilities in their own homes. It's what allows children to go to school with their peers in their neighborhood because of these community services. We have disabled coworkers. We have people with disabilities that are part of all of our community. And that's why these laws are so critical. And people in the disability community have fought for decades. These are hard-won rights that are at risk.
They don't even see my son as human.
This is also not the first time that this administration has gone after Americans with disabilities in some way. HHS floated an autism registry. RFK Jr. has made repeated ugly comments about...
And he has so many, like, every autism fucking conspiracy theory. And, you know, I've done deep dives on this stuff, obviously, because now I'm directly affected by it. You know, I knew about some of this stuff, but now, you know, now I know a lot more. And there's all these conspiracy theories about, you know, what causes autism. And, you know, some of it, there might be, you know, some truth to it, like with, you know, the increase of forever chemicals and microplastics. But there's not enough research on it. And all the lies and snake oil, you know, solutions, that's all the stuff that RFK believes in. He doesn't want to do the hard science to actually figure out, okay, why are cancer rates increasing? Why are there more autistic people? You know, he doesn't even want to confirm if there is more autistic people or not, right? Because we don't even know if that's for certain. We might be having the same amount of autistic people we've always had, but we just haven't started, you know, we haven't actually kept track of that. So there's all these lies. There's all this misinformation from grifters, you know, about the causes of autism. And RFK believes all the lies. He's not interested in doing. Is that Andrew Wakefield? That sounds familiar. Is that one of the so-called doctors who does non-peer-reviewed studies? Right? He does these so-called studies that aren't peer-reviewed, that get fucking trashed in the medical community, that all these fucking snake oil salesmen like to point to as evidence and proof. So it's like all the, German. Yeah, it's like all that stuff, that's what RFK believes in. He doesn't want to actually do any kind of hard science to figure this stuff out. And it's so fucking damaging. It's so fucking damaging. It's you know, we're literally going backwards. You know, and it should be a renaissance for welcome back, YouTubing. It should be a renaissance for this kind of stuff, right? With AI, with all this advancement in medical technology, and the guy in charge, you know, he wants to say that, oh, it's just, you know, it's, you know, he wants to say it's your mitochondria. He wants to say that it's because you're not eating beef tallow. You know, it's because you're not doing this or that, or you're faking it in some cases. They want to say people are fucking faking it. And he's avoiding real hard science. He's avoiding real research, and we should be in a medical renaissance right now. Doubling the amount of research, doubling the amount of resources for these people that are trying to figure things out. And he's cutting that right now, and he's saying, no, we already have it figured out. Look, this grifter who has no respect in the medical community. He's correct because he's a contrarian and he agrees with my pre-existing conclusions. So he must be correct. It's just so incredibly damaging, you know, because it's like the longer people like RFK are in charge, the less likely there will be any kind of medical breakthroughs for my blind autistic son. And it's just, you know, Talk about heartbreaking. Like I could barely even talk about it without, getting really emotional, Because it's one thing to have empathy for folks, but you're not living with it. But it's a whole other universe when it's your daily reality. Okay? Like I might never see my son graduate high school. My son might not even, kiss a girl. You know what I mean? Like I'm talking, there's so many things that have been stolen from me because of these diseases. And then to see a clown like RFK get up there and just go in the opposite direction, it makes one very angry. It makes one very sad.
Americans on the autism spectrum never being able to lead productive lives. You have the president and his top civil rights official using a slur for people with intellectual disabilities. Can you put this decision?
Yeah, they love saying retard now. That's we see Vosh say it. Everyone's saying it, And it's like, I don't want to be one of those triggered liberals, right? But it's different when you're living it. Every time I hear that word retard, it hurts. It hurts. Yeah, sure, my son doesn't understand. He doesn't understand anything, really, He speaks in nursery rhymes. But it hurts me. Hurts me a lot.
In the broader context of the administration's approach to this community?
It's been a pretty astounding last year for people with disabilities. Just in the same week as the Department of Justice memo came out, the Trump administration announced moving all of the programs that support students with disabilities out of the Department of Education into the Department of Health and Human Services, segregating programs for students with disabilities from programs for students without disabilities. This is on top of a $1 trillion cut to the Medicaid program, which funds the very services that we're talking about that help people live in their own homes and in their own communities. And so people with disabilities are now across the country navigating threats and cuts to the very services that help them.
And it's a nightmare, folks. It's not like it's roses and a never-ending flow of resources. You have to advocate for your own son, whatever. You have to advocate. You have to get, and it's a struggle. You have to scrape and fight and be the squeakiest wheel to get these resources already. And now they're making it even more difficult. And it's a nightmare. It's just a fucking nightmare. You know how hard it is for me to find a daycare for my son? The struggles we've been going through. We gotta pay for an extra person so that he has assistance, and and there's all these challenges that they don't want to deal with, the people there, because they just want to, they just like professional babysitters, right? They just want to let, make sure the kid isn't eating paste and sticking their finger in the light socket, and then, feed them some food and let them run around like maniacs the whole day. But my son doesn't do that. He needs a lot of assistance. And no one wants to do it because there's no money in it.
Stay in their own homes and in their own communities. The president's budget proposes eliminating
There's a reason why I don't
very
stream every
important
day.
programs that support people with disabilities and their families. And that is just a handful of the long list of policies that are incredibly harmful to people with disabilities and their families.
In the brief time that we have left, I want to drill down on something you said earlier about it being cost effective for people to get these services while they are still living in their own homes. You have been tracking the huge cuts to home and community-based services that states have been undergoing in an effort to save money, because the One Big Beautiful Bill cut Medicaid spending.
It's a fucking nightmare.
Why are states doing this? Won't it cost them more money in the end if they kick people off of these programs and ultimately have to institutionalize a larger share of the population.
Yeah, Seneca. Yeah.
Well, it is true that it is cost effective. We can serve
I don't like
three
it. I don't like the
people
word.
for every one person in an institution. The reason states are cutting these important community services is they know people will do anything to stay out of institutions. We are already starting to see with the states, almost half of states already starting to cut services in response to the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, H.R. 1. And we are seeing people trying to find ways to manage. Families having to leave their jobs to fill in and provide those services and supports. We see people who will do anything not to go into a nursing home, people who are making choices about maybe I won't get a shower this week, maybe I won't be able to get out of bed, people who are willing to even die in their own homes to avoid going into an institution. It is an existential threat for the disability community.
Yeah, and
right?
she's actually sugarcoating it. One of the big things that they're afraid of is sexual assault because they're vulnerable. And the people that are there to take care of them are underpaid and overworked and not qualified, right? You know, they start, you know, these institutions, they start getting desperate and they find people that are fucking freaks and weirdos that are willing to work for that. And these people start molesting old people, young people. I'm talking 80-year-old women getting molested by like a 20-something. Happens every single day. It's like she's not even touching on the horrors. The real horrors. You imagine you're disabled, you can't move. You know, you can't move certain parts of your body, right? Maybe you can only communicate with your fucking tongue or your eyelids. And you're getting touched up and felt up by some fucking weirdo. You know?
Now.
Allison Barkoff, thanks so much for your time tonight.
All right, so I'm done with my sob story. We'll move on. Let's move on to a different sob story. Gaza. Let's just get this out of the way. Wanted to talk about this. The UN has finally released yet another report on what is obviously a genocide. Don't worry, we got some more fun stuff after this. We're going to take our medicine now. Get this out of the way, and then we can, you know, we can talk more about the embarrassing pedophile in chief and all the other shit. Zoran Mamdani, we can talk about that. But, you know, the reason why I want to talk about this is because here is yet another report from the UN, from an international body, pointing out what's happening to Palestinians. And, of course, this will be hand-waved away by LBC, by the BBC, by MSNBC and Morning Joe. Yeah, it feels great, Josephus. My fucking right ankle hurts like I rolled it. I have not rolled my ankle. It just hurts. I don't know. I got an ingrown toenail I got to fucking fix. Ankle sore for no fucking reason. Feels great. But anyway, the main reason that I want to bring this up is because they're always equivocating, right? They're always both sidesing what's happening over there. And I saw this most recently on LBC when it came to the Hassan drama. Oh, well, technically it's not considered a genocide by this one single international body. All these other experts, all these other international bodies, you know, calling it a genocide. Oh, well, this one body that's dragging its feet and has all kinds of conflicts, conflicts of interest, and has all kinds of, is taking months and months and months and months and years to deliberate and discuss and debate what is happening right in front of our fucking face. Well, this one international body says it isn't, so it's not. It's not technically a genocide. You see that on the BBC. You see this on these so-called liberal networks like the LBC, CNN, MSNBC, Morning Joe, all the rest of them. Oh, well, don't say that. Don't call it a genocide. It's not this. It's not that. Oh, here's a representative from the IDF to say, but Hamas. See? We're not you're anti-Semitic if you say what's happening right in front of your eyes. So here's yet another international body, UN in this case, detailing horrific violence against children, weaponizing sexual assault against the Palestinians. Of course, we saw Ben-Gvir and the rest of the ghouls wearing noose pins. You know, these are normal people. You know, according to the Greenblatt of the AFL-CIO, right? Is it the AFL? No, it's the pro-Israeli think tanks. Not the AFL-CIO. That's for African Americans, right? You know what I'm talking about. The ADL. The ADL. American Defamation League. Jonathan Greenblatt equivocating, lying, basically saying that if you criticize the Israeli government, you hate Jewish people, right? Because it's that central lie that Israel represents all Judaism is foundational to everything. You know, and that's one pillar, and the pillar right next to it is Israel is defending itself, even though it very obviously isn't. Right? Those two foundational lies are pillars that everything else stands upon, and they can't let them go. They'll spend billions and billions of our dollars, the money that we give them, they immediately put into propaganda that comes right back to us. This is happening in the UK and the United States, to deny what is happening right in front of our face. And we're talking about the IDF filming and recording, bragging. Half of this report is just shit that they've pulled off of Israeli social media. Literally. Half of this shit is statements made proudly in front of, in Hebrew, made proudly in front of Israeli crowds, clapping and cheering. But in Western media, we still got to deal with this. Both sides, tiptoe, be careful, can't say this, can't say that. Like it's the fucking 90s or something. But here's yet another international body. We're not going to watch the whole 20 minutes, 24 minutes. I definitely recommend you to do so if you want. Here's the link. But just listen to this. Horrific. And these numbers, by the way, that they're reporting, way, way lower than the actual reality. So even in this report, this damning report, it's still giving a break to Israel. Still. Because the numbers are he's going to talk about 20,000 dead kids. That's not even a fraction. That's not even a quarter of the reality. Tens of thousands of dead children intentionally murdered by the IDF. And then God help you if you get kidnapped by the IDF and sent into one of their fucking dungeons. What they fucking do to you. And I'll show you. I'm going to show you some video of a person that was released from an Israeli prison. Two people, actually. What state they were in. You would think they just walked out of Auschwitz, and I'm not even fucking joking. None of this is anti-Semitic. In fact, a very strong argument could be made that this is in defense of Judaism, right? I'm pretty sure your average Jewish person does not want to be associated with these crimes. Does not want the perpetrator of these crimes to say, yeah, this is Judaism. This is what being Jewish is all about. So if anything, people like me are desperately trying to save Judaism from being dragged down into the fucking gutter of history by this political entity called Israel, this political project called Zionism. So here's yet another piece of proof, piece of evidence that'll be hand-waved away, right? Some debate will be happening. Some fucking schmuck like me will be debating some other schmuck on stage, and we'll bring this little factoid up, hand-waved away. But Hamas. So here's yet another data set that'll just be pushed to the side of history because but Hamas.
I have 3 questions today for Israeli people. What kind of people are your soldiers? What kind of people are your military leaders? What kind of people are your leaders?
Israeli soldiers have themselves put on the public domain so much incriminating evidence about what they've been doing. I would like to start the press conference by announcing that today the Commission has released a 100-page report documenting...
But Hamas. Might as well shred that report, buddy. But Hamas. Slam dunk. Get him out of here. How about 20 more million for Israel? That's all it takes. That's all it takes. If you're Morning Joe. Oh, but Hamas. Oh, yeah, good point. Yeah, sorry. Sorry you just spent months and months and months, years and years and years, millions of dollars collecting data and building this report. Go ahead and pop that in the shredder. Someone said, but Hamas.
Violations and crimes committed by Israel against Palestinian children in the occupied Palestinian territory since 7th October 2023 until 31st March 2026. We just briefed member states this morning on the report's findings. The Commission's comprehensive report is unique, being the first specialized report on crimes and violations against Palestinian children in Palestine by a UN investigative body.
And I can't stress this enough. Some of the numbers, I watched a little bit of this. Some of the numbers are way under estimates. I mean, you might as well, any number that he brings up, you might as well triple it. Okay? I mean, I won't get into the details, folks, but they pick certain days to target certain parts of children's bodies, right? So certain days that they'll shoot their legs. Certain days they'll shoot them in the head. Certain days they'll shoot them in the arms. The eyewitness reports from the doctors on the ground who are like, yeah, Tuesday we got, 24 kids in there, all shot in the left arm. Then the next day we got another 24 kids, all shot in the right leg. And then the next day we got 24 kids shot directly in the head. These are high-powered, incredibly accurate sniper rifles that are provided, of course, by Western governments. We're talking battlefield level stuff that should be pointed at Russians invading Ukraine. Instead, pointed at a toddler.
The report draws partially on earlier findings of the Commission as published in previous reports while incorporating newly collected evidence and investigated cases. The Commission found indisputable evidence with regards to the deliberate, targeted killing of Palestinian children, including since the October 2025 ceasefire, the use of torture, inhumane and degrading treatment, including use of sexual and gender-based violence against Palestinian children, as well as targeting of critical infrastructure essential to children such as orphanages, healthcare, and educational facilities. There has been a widespread and systematic killing and harming of children between 7th October 2023 and 7th October 2025. We have witnessed more than 20...
And Louis Goodall and James O'Brien and all the fucking rest of the scumbags in the LBC are going to fucking hand wave this away. Cut to the representative from the IDF to tell us that this is all Hamas's fault. So sick of it.
3,000 children who've been killed and more than 44,000 children who've been injured. Children constitute 30% of all those killed
numbers
in OPT. And the killing and injuring of children has been a continuing activity.
Intentional.
Children are being killed mainly in two ways. One, through airstrikes using high-yield explosives with wide area
Human
effects.
Shields. And we've even heard Donald Trump say you can't level an entire, talking to Israel about Lebanon, saying you can't just level an entire apartment building because one member of Hezbollah walked into it. It's the exact justification that they were using and defending for, Israel against the Palestinians just months ago. Just months ago. Human shield, human shield, human shield. Hand wave it away. Yeah, you can't actually do that. Even Bill Burr came out with a bit. He has a comedy bit. I saw someone clipped it. He's like, if my neighbor was holding I'm in a fight with my neighbor and he's holding a baby, I can't just punch through the baby. You know, and he talks about how, you got to put the baby down or like, throw the baby in the grass or something, right? Like it's kind of funny. But it's such a weak fucking argument, this whole human shield argument, but Hamas argument. But they decimated Gaza with this argument with almost zero pushback from Western media, maybe 10% pushback. Right, because maybe they'll push back, oh, well, what about innocent civilians? And then blah, 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 blah. Okay, now we cut to commercial. That's how Western media would handle it. Push lightly back on the IDF, give them a minute and a half to fill the airwaves with a bunch of fucking lies, and then no challenge, no pushback on that. That's how Western media handles it, the human shield argument.
Second, using quadcopters, drones, and sniper rifles that specifically target and kill children to their head and upper body. There is also a severe...
So it's not indiscriminate. It's not, they see it's a child, and then they murder them.
Crisis with an estimated 58,554 children who lost one or both parents between 7th October 2023 and 7th October 2025. There has been a systematic disruption by Israel of the children's ability to learn, thereby sabotaging the intellectual and social foundations of the Palestinian society. The Commission's findings are that Israel targets children to weaken demographic vitality and deny the Palestinian people.
And that's essential. That's essential. The finding of this paper is that they are doing this intentionally. This isn't just a whoopsie one-off. It's an intentional, systemic targeting with a direct military goal.
The Commission's findings are that Israel targets children to weaken demographic vitality and deny the Palestinian people's right to self-determination. 97% of all schools have been destroyed.
97% of school buildings. And we're supposed to believe that every one of them was a Hamas hideout, right? That every one of them contained underground, of G.I. Joe style, Cobra Commando style secret base. Now, I need to make this clear. I am no fucking fan of Hamas. And I got a litany of problems with how Hamas does what they do, how they basically hold the Palestinian people hostage. But that's it, like dealing with that problem, that's on Israel. And, I would say the rest of the Western community as well. If the Western community actually cared about Hamas, they would have held Bibi Netanyahu and the Israeli government accountable for basically installing Hamas in the Gaza Strip. They don't even get into that. It's just a bygone, hand waved away. That's not relevant. That's not relevant. Yeah, couscous. That's a whole separate ball of wax there. The nationalism, the caste system in India. They're that good, Josephus. They're just that good.
95% of the universities have been affected in Gaza.
95%
22 out of the 38 universities have been completely destroyed.
22 out of 38 demolished.
We have found the use of starvation and imposition of conditions of life obstructing children's survival. As of 1st October 2025, there have been 151 children's deaths on account of malnutrition. We've also found that between October and December 2023, there have been at least more than 1,000 instances of children undergoing amputation of one or more limbs.
No anesthesia in these amputations, by the way. What, you think they can't even get fucking cooking oil? You think they get morphine? Use your imagination and imagine a bone saw going through a screaming child's stub right after they got blown to fucking kingdom come from a U.S. or UK funded missile. You picture the horror?
Based on all the evidence gathered, the report makes legal findings and concludes that the Israeli authorities and the Israeli security forces have deliberately targeted and killed Palestinian children and destroyed their childhood. Israeli authorities and the Israeli security forces are responsible for crimes against humanity, including persecution and war crimes in the Gaza Strip and war crimes in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem. The report released today further substantiates our finding on genocide. The protection...
Well, quite frankly, Couscous, not to get into it, but the history of Israel's founding is wrought with misinformation. And while there were certain people that did definitely have a lot of sympathy, there was also a very large group of people and nations that were like, this is not how you do things. You don't just give a group of, even though that what they went through was horrific, you don't just give them a chunk of some other country's country. Not to say, look, we're already in this too deep. Okay? I'm a two-state solution kind of guy. I don't believe, and I don't agree with the leftists that dream of a world where Israel gives back everything. But obviously, I mean, it's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy where Israel is claiming, they're doing all this violence to all of its neighbors, claiming that they're in an existential crisis. They will eventually create enough animus to where all of their Middle Eastern neighbors see no choice but to unify and, go after Israel, right? The Qatar and UAE are kind of the last group standing because of their connections to the West. But if they were to lose that, Jordan, Syria, Egypt, Lebanon, Qatar, UAE, Iran, obviously, Israel won't have any friends left. And it does kind of become a self-fulfilling prophecy where their existence is questioned. And there's no, if push were to come to shove at that point, there's no exiling in that scenario. There's just mass death. And I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that. The future that I would like to see is Israel being held in check by its Western allies to respect the sovereignty of all of its neighbors, especially Palestine. And it'll take hundreds of years, right, for these groups to actually get along with each other. But only through the power of Western influence could Israel be held in check and forced to treat these Middle Eastern countries, their Middle Eastern neighbors, with respect. And it's interesting too, because if we do that, then we have a legitimate, if we're like literally, if the Western governments are literally holding Israel in check, then we have a legitimate reason to punish Iran if they continue to support entities like Hezbollah, not just defending themselves, but then, throwing rockets into Israel. If we're at that point, our criticism of these entities would make a lot of sense, and we'd actually have a moral ground to stand on. It's like, no, we're actually legitimately trying to create peace here, and you're trying to disrupt it. But in the current paradigm, I mean, there's no questioning that Hezbollah is one of the only reasons why Israel isn't all the way to fucking Damascus right now. Right? The capital of Lebanon. I think that's how I got it. I always doubt myself. But the whole reason why Hezbollah exists is because of Israel's aggression. And it's one of the only entities that has prevented the complete conquering of Lebanon as a country.
Care and survival of Palestinian children and pregnant women are inextricably linked to the Palestinian people's fundamental right to self-determination, as children represent the future bearers of their collective identity and resilience. By targeting children, Israel is eroding the foundational structure of Palestinian society, weakening the democratic vitality and overall capacity of the Palestinian people to sustain and exercise its right to determine its future as a people.
All right, so like I said, we can't watch this whole thing, but I'm curious to see what this bald boy has to say. No offense to Mrs. Mumba here, but I'm curious to see what this fella has to say. So we're going to watch what he has to say, and then we can move on from this nightmare. And man, they're working overtime, aren't they? In the UK and in the United States, to try and make it seem like we're the terrorists, that we're the people that want chaos, you know. And they're like, oh well, you know, Bibi, it's Bibi's fault. It's Bibi's fault. None of this would be happening if it wasn't for Bibi. And it's going to be interesting when Bibi is finally gone, because the narrative will just shift. You know, it'll never be the fault of the actual country, of the people there that, you know, the plurality, the democratic plurality of Israelis that want to see this conflict continue. It'll never be their fault. But I'm curious what they do when Bibi is finally gone, and the person that replaces Bibi will probably double down, because it's political suicide not to. What will they say then? You know, what will Barry Weiss say then? Yeah, couscous. Yeah, no, there's there does exist a moderate party in Israeli government, in the Knesset, but they don't have any power whatsoever. The parties that are lining up to replace Bibi and the Likud party are more extreme than they are. Yeah, Seneca. I mean, there is an argument to be made, though, that the entire MAGA project falls apart without Trump's charisma. Because, I mean, there's just like, you know, it's a post-fact situation when it comes to the right-wing movement in the United States. But there's no denying that, you know, they're going to, whoever takes over for Donald Trump, they're not going to relinquish power. They're not just going to give up, because now even the MAGA people that were pro-Trump on Trump's side don't give a shit about them. They're going to be like, we have, you know, Trump got us all this power. We have all this power now. And, you know, and that's my big fear, obviously, right? Like a J.D. Vance or someone is basically handed this, you know, crown, and they go harder. I don't care that I don't have the charisma of Donald Trump. You can't stop me. Nothing can stop me. But there's no denying that when Trump dies, a good portion of this cult-like support, because it's not, you know, they don't support the Republican Party, you know, they support Trump, you know. And when he's gone, they're going to be bored. They're going to want to take their toys and go home, go back under their bridges. You know, because a lot of these people that are pro-Trump, that are ride or die Trump, they weren't political before Trump came along. They feel like Trump gave them a voice. Jesus fucking Christ, I got to turn down that alarm. But so there's no denying that, you know, they'll technically go away, but it'll be after this political entity has been taken or has been given all this dictatorial power. And they're not going to sit on it. J.D. Vance isn't just going to sit there. He's going to take full advantage of ICE. He's going to take full advantage of the Supreme Court. And he's going to, you know, he's going to fucking fuck up. He's going to, you know, Save America Act. He's, you know, all the same, you know, Trump priorities when it comes to stealing the elections are going to become his priorities.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioner Mumba. This is the Commission's 17th report. Some of our reports deal with time-specific events. So the events on 7-8 October 2023 in southern Israel, the events in Gaza from then till the end of 2023. Others are thematic reports, such as the one dealing with sex and gender-based violence. This report is a thematic report dealing with the situation of children. The Chair and Commissioner Mumba have described very well the contents of the report and its principal findings. When presenting reports, I try to be legal, technical and dispassionate. But today I want to speak very personally. For me, this report has been the most difficult of the 17 reports that the Commission has produced.
But Hamas, get him. Get out of here. Boom. Where's my money, ADL? But Hamas, baby. But Hamas. My name's Destiny, and but Hamas. I denied the existence of any genocide. My name's Destiny.
Some events stay with me long after a report is investigated, written and released. And the events that stay with me are the events concerning children. The report we released in June 2024, dealing with the events in southern Israel on 7-8 October 2023, contained accounts of very grave atrocities. But there is one that remains with me still, years later.
Oh, this ought to be good.
5 teenagers, a girl and 4 boys, all aged 16 or 17.
Oh, well, there you go. They might as well just, they're full-blown terrorists. They believe in a religious ideology that loves murder. So any crime convicted, perpetuated against them is totally justified, according to the destinies of the world. 16? I mean, hell, I try to fuck 16-year-olds every day. Well, what do I care? I'm Destiny. I denied the existence of even the Holocaust. You ever seen that fucking debate with him and Norman Finkelstein? What a fucking joke. I remember we watched the whole thing, and I counted the amount of ridiculous things that Destiny said versus the amount of bullshit that, came from Finkelstein. It was like 2 things from Finkelstein versus like 40 from Destiny. And that motherfucker was equivocating on the definition of a Holocaust. He's over here trying to play semantic games.
Went early that Saturday morning.
Mr. Bonelli, that was the most viral part of it, was how Finkelstein refused to call him Destiny. Well, you get a parasocial relationship going. There's a lot of neoliberals that feel like he provides a voice for them. He's right on a lot of things. Destiny will be absolutely stone cold correct on a lot of his, a lot of his explanations of the MAGA movement, and he's very quick with a lot of stats, but it's intentional. He's too smart not to know that what he's saying is bullshit. I'm not sure if it's money. I'm not sure if he's taken money, right, from pro-Israeli interests or not. I'm not sure if it's contrarianism when it comes to Destiny, but he speaks for a certain type of neoliberal. Because he definitely doesn't consider himself to be a progressive. He considers himself to be kind of a neoliberal, he would say liberal, but obviously what he's talking about is neoliberalism. And yeah, I mean, he can be transphobic, but he can also be incredibly open-minded and not bigoted, right? Just depends on what mood you get him in. But yeah, he undermines himself half the time with his incredibly vitriolic, juvenile language. Destiny, throwing around the R word, all these, talking about how he's anytime there's like a Republican that gets assassinated, right? He's like, you deserved it kind of language. He absolutely deserves the position that he's in as a pariah when it comes to leftist politics. 100%. deserves to be in that position, because he's just, anytime he'll make one good point and then undermine it, go 3 steps. He'll take 1 step forward and then undermine it with his own language and his own biases. But his biggest fault is his support of Israel. I don't know if I don't get it. I really don't get it. There's so much history. There's so much data you have to deny to go along with the bullshit like he does. And he's just, he does these deep dives. He takes all these notes. He's very informed. My only conclusion is that he just, he's like a Sam Harris type person, where he's bigoted towards Islam, sees Islam as a inferior religion, believes the lies that Islam is a religion of hatred. And there doesn't seem, when you're up against Finkelstein and you're getting your ass fucking kicked, your ass completely handed to you, and you're still like, clucking like a pigeon on the chessboard, like you just won the debate. What can be said, at that point,
Morning to Zikkim Beach. Presumably they were having an early morning at the beach, going there maybe to swim, at least enjoying themselves.
Probably not.
When a Hamas boat arrived at the beach and gunfire commenced. The 5 teenagers fled to a toilet block seeking safety there. They were joined by an adult fisherman and also by an Israeli soldier who sought to defend them. Unsuccessfully. The soldier was killed, the fisherman was killed, and all 5 children, a girl, 4 boys, were killed.
And that's how the IDF does it. So there's, Hannibal directive situation, right? So you got an IDF person there, and they just, Hamas boat rolls up, kill everybody. Kill everybody. Wipe them all out. Even the Israeli soldier. But it's anti-Semitic to talk about this. It's anti-Semitic to point that out.
They were 5 of the almost 40 Israeli children killed that day. The report we released today is looking...
So just 5 of 40 kids that were murdered. Oh, they weren't kids, they're teenagers.
Looking at the Israeli military's killings and injuring and damaging the lives of Palestinian children. The chair has referred to the fact that there were over 20,000 Palestinian children in Gaza killed between October 2023 and October 2025. 20,000 or more, maybe 22,000, directly killed by the violence. The child whose death struck me most personally was not killed directly by the violence, was not included amongst those 20 to 22,000 accredited deaths. Those deaths were all of children whose bodies were identified and who were injured by bullets or shrapnel or bombings. The girl I'm talking about, aged 12, had celiac disease. Celiac disease is a manageable disease. Children do not die with...
Exactly what the U.S. did in Iraq and Afghanistan when we were killing so-called terrorists. That's the exact kind of classification that Barack Obama gave children that he was bombing in Afghanistan and Iraq. Military-aged males. You know how Barack Obama did it? He would kill somebody, and it would be classified as a terrorist only unless some kind of evidence or proof to the contrary would be provided. So they kill a 14-year-old kid, and they just mark him as a terrorist unless some independent agency was able to definitively prove that that person was a child. And that's how a so-called liberal handled the situation. You often see defenders of Israel point to how America, did its wars in the Middle East as like, well, you guys did it. What do you mean? That we're just basically using the same standards of the U.S. military.
Celiac disease. When her situation came to public attention, it was dismissed by the Israeli authorities on the basis that this girl had a pre-existing condition. The evidence was there. We saw the photos and the videos of this child. She suffered seriously from malnutrition, diarrhea. She lost a third of her body weight over a 6-month period.
Welcome back, Promethean.
From March to May 2025, the Israeli authorities imposed a total siege on Gaza. No food was getting in during that period, and certainly not the food required by a child with celiac disease. That's when her weight loss began.
Right. But Hamas, but Human Shield, so justified. Moving on. Thank you. This has been Morning Joe. Thank you. Moving on to the commercial break. Moving on to video games, if you're Destiny.
In October 2025, suffering from severe acute malnutrition, she was admitted to the Nasser Medical Centre. The doctors applied for her to be medically evacuated from Gaza so that she could receive the level of treatment needed to save her life. The Israeli authorities did not reply. In October 2025...
And they try to say that they're not occupied, by the way, but somehow it's up to Israel to block this medical evacuation?
The child died. She didn't die of celiac disease. Children don't die of celiac disease. She died of starvation, the direct result of the policies implemented by the Israeli government and the Israeli military. Oh, and I should add, 2 weeks after she died, the Israeli authorities approved her medical evacuation.
Cute. That's really cute.
The child whose death struck me most on the West Bank was in a different situation.
We'll sit through this last nightmare and then we're going to move on.
He was directly killed. He was in the refugee camp of Al-Farah in the town of Tubas, a 14-year-old boy. He was shot by an Israeli military patrol as he was leaving his house. The patrol had been in the area, but at the time, there had been no fighting taking place. He was shot, badly injured, and was lying on the ground. He was surrounded by a company of Israeli soldiers who were chatting and probably some of them smoking. Over a period of 45 minutes, while
they just let this kid bleed out to death. They shot him, then they just watched him die.
While this 14-year-old boy bled to death. Early in the period, he was able to move a little. He pushed his cap out to indicate that he was still alive and needed attention. A soldier kicked the cap back at him. On another occasion, he was crying out, and again the response was kicking towards him.
There's footage from World War II, from inside the concentration camps, that doesn't reach that level of inhumanity.
Later in the period, a soldier came up and dropped a stone next to him, trying to frame this innocent child as a stone thrower, when there is no evidence whatsoever that the child was doing anything more than going out to play.
And like that would somehow justify his murder. Throwing a stone at a tank or a soldier. My God. My God. But Hamas. But Hamas. I got another 16-year-old to text. But Hamas. Me. Let's play some Ark Raiders, chat. Me. Thanks for the donos, chat. Me.
His mother was watching from the house that he'd just left. And as the child sought to leave the house, as the mother sought to leave the house to go to the child to rescue him or attend to him, she was shot at by the Israeli military patrol. There was a Palestinian Red Cross ambulance nearby. And whenever the ambulance tried to approach the scene of the child lying there, a laser-targeted weapon was aimed at the driver of the ambulance so that the laser was hitting the driver in the middle of the head. And the driver, of course, withdrew in fear of being shot.
And he would have.
For 45 minutes, this child bled to death while surrounded by Israeli soldiers who not only showed no concern for him whatsoever, not only did nothing themselves to assist the child, but actively prevented the child's mother from reaching him and the ambulance from assisting him. After the child died, the soldiers took his body away, and the body has still not been returned to the family for burial. An Israeli military force holding a child's body as hostage. I have 3 questions today for Israeli people. Through this press conference,
But Hamas.
I want to speak to them directly. What kind of people are your soldiers who would allow
The most moral army in the world? But Hamas.
a 14-year-old child to bleed to death over a 45...
So what they would say, what Jonathan Greenblatt would say is that it's, fake news. That's, that's not verified. We're investigating this. We're investigating it. To insinuate that that's what happened is anti-Semitic. So that's exactly what they would say if this was like some kind of Piers Morgan, Brady Bunch fucking debate.
...minute period. What kind of people are your military leaders that would inculcate a culture that soldiers feel free to do this?
They would say it's anti-Semitic to insinuate that our military leaders are inculcating that behavior in their own military. They'd say there's no evidence, there's no proof that that's what we're doing, and if there was, we're investigating and we'll get back to you in 3 years. And of course, that the results of that investigation, we're innocent, we didn't do anything wrong. That's what they would say.
Acting with total impunity.
It's a trope. It's an anti-Semitic trope that you would say that.
What kind of people are your leaders when they give orders, they make statements that encourage this kind of conduct?
So once again, fake news, they didn't do it, and you're anti-Semitic for saying that they do, right? Just watch literally any representative of Israel in the last 20 years when presented with any of these facts, right? That's what they do. It's well worn. Like there's literally 0 point in even interviewing representatives. It's like interviewing somebody defending Russia. I saw that recently on LBC. They just decided, had a wild hair up their ass to ask them about, what's happening in Russia and Ukraine. And it was just the usual lies. We're liberating Ukraine. We're liberating Ukraine from the fascists in Ukraine. It's actually fake news, that there's an economic issue coming with Russia, and then it's just all the lies, just all the greatest hits. Nothing has changed whatsoever with the propaganda coming from Russia. And it's the same thing with representatives of Israel. It's just the same tropes over and over and over again. Just, there's no, and if you ever corner them, boom, anti-Semitic. You're anti-Semitic. It's a trope. Whatever you say against them, it's a trope. They have an answer for everything. there's no amount of data or information that could convince them. They're not interested in having any kind of debate. What would convince them is realpolitik, right? It would be, pulling back on the resources, threatening them with removing support, military support, and political support for what they're doing. As long as they continue to enjoy that unfettered military support. I mean, we got the situation right now is so bad that they're talking about merging the Israeli military with the U.S. military, meaning that the Israeli military could potentially use U.S. military resources without even asking for permission. As long as they continue to enjoy that reality, that the money will always come flowing in, that the resources will never stop, no matter how brutal that they get, there is no debate to be had. It's literally a total waste of time to even, interview any of these people. Hello, welcome back, Elaney. Good to see you. So yeah, that is relevant here, but I wanted to show you the two pieces of evidence that I have here real quick, and then we'll move on. But this is posted by Democracy Now! On YouTube. The Palestinian journalist Mujahid Bani Moufleh has released shocking images taken before and after he was jailed by Israel for 6 months without charge. Bani Moufleh says he was starved and abused in captivity. He suffered a severe brain hemorrhage just 2 days after his release and had to have part of his skull removed. So just 2 days before they had to release him, the Israeli prison guards there probably smashed his head against the wall. Maybe they slapped him with the butt of a gun. But this gives you an idea of what the reality is here. This is what he looked like going in, and this is what he looked like coming out. I assume after the surgery. Like I said, looks like he just walked out of Auschwitz. They starve, beat. He was probably sexually abused. And of course, what does Ben-Gvir and really a good portion right now of the Israeli government, what do they want? They want the ability to just hang this guy. Nope, he's guilty. Kangaroo court. No, we found him guilty. He was going to throw a rock. Whatever, fill in the blank. No investigation needed. And they just, Ben-Gvir wants to see every single day hundreds of Palestinians that have been kidnapped. No trial, no jury, no evidence, no nothing. Just, you're guilty, execute. And he wants to execute them in a painful way, of course, by hanging. An incredibly painful way to die. But this is what they're dealing with right now. This is supposedly the most moral army in the world. This is what they're doing to people. I can show you the next piece of footage here. Palestinian activist Abdullah Shatat collapsed moments after his release from an Israeli jail where he was held for 32 months without charge or trial. Kidnapped, no evidence that he did anything wrong. They didn't have a trial. Starved him, abused him, and this was the state he was in, leaving the Israeli jail. Literally collapsed. He did not have the strength to walk anymore. This is what starvation looks like. I'm sure Jonathan Greenblatt would say he's faking it. I'm sure Destiny would say that he's faking it. Fake news. It's not real. And if it was real, he deserved it. Right? That's what they usually say. Well, it's because of his religion of hate. Right? Fake news. But Hamas. So he had to be rushed to the hospital. Yeah, this is what starvation looks like. You don't have the strength to stand up anymore. Prison for more than 2.5 years without charge or trial. So they kidnapped him. They couldn't find any evidence on him. They held him for 2.5 years anyway, and then just unceremoniously dumped his ass out after starving and abusing him for 2.5 years. You won't see this on Morning Joe. And if you saw this on Destiny's stream, he'd probably be laughing about it. calling this guy a retard or something. Boy, that's crazy. Back to Arc Raiders. Health conditions are difficult, exhausting and draining for everyone, not just me. No medical treatment for the prisoners. Food is extremely scarce. The food we eat, just enough to keep us alive. By the way, this is the exact thing that ICE wants to do to American prisoners or immigrants or asylum seekers, the people that ICE kidnaps. We've already heard reports of them being fed moldy food, but this is the exact kind of environment that Stephen Miller can't wait to inflict on American citizens and immigrants and asylum seekers in the United States. And it's in pockets in certain areas, like in Texas, Kentucky, and places like that, where right-wingers are running the whole show. This is the kind of situation that those people are in. Not to mention the poor souls that we send to CCOT, where they get, crammed in the same cell as, actual psychopathic murderers.
يعني أنا تقريبا صرت فاقد من وزن
50 kilograms.
كيلو.
So that's what he looked like before going in. And that's what he looked like coming out. But Hamas. Then he shouldn't have supported Hamas. Human shield. And if he was innocent, then human shield, justified. It's all justified.
حرارة ولا طاقة. يعني هينا في شهر 6 يعني أقول لك اليوم لليوم نتغطى في الإحرامات وبنسكع. فيش فينا طاقة والأسرى جميعهم يعني بيعانوا.
They're in totally inhumane, freezing temperatures.
نفس المعاناة.
Yeah, Bibi Netanyahu, Eleni. Reports of Israeli torture of Palestinian detainees have been common for years, and Ben Gvir is in the Knesset over here saying we should go harder. We should be, raping and torturing them every single day until we string them up and hang them and celebrate. He literally had a cake shaped like a noose. Put a cute little pin on his lapel. Noose pin. So this is pretty common, right? They slap at your legs. They slap at your ankles. Oh, well, you threw a stone. Amnesty International, an international body that is easily hand-waved away by organizations like LBC and the BBC, and, of course, every American mainstream news outlet. Oh, they don't count. They somehow don't count. They're all Hamas supporters at Amnesty International. That's what they say. Describes Israel's prison policy as a key component of what is a system of apartheid. Oh, fake news, but Hamas. All right, chat, let's get back to video games. I got an 18-year-old sycophantic supporter that I'm going to go fuck in a couple hours. Me. Thanks for the donos, chat. All right, let's talk about something fun before we get back into Iran or other related stories here. Let's talk about something fun. What really drives me crazy about Destiny is that he's clearly well-informed. He's clearly intelligent. So it's like his bias is intentional, which tells me that it's based off hate and bigotry. That it's like, no, I'm smart enough to know better. I'm smart enough to know what the facts are. But my bigotry and hatred towards Arab people, I would say, is, outweighing my ability to acknowledge the facts, right? Because, I'll call Destiny all kinds of things, but I'm not going to call him stupid. So let's talk about this. This is a little fun. Moving on from that. Watch some clips of Trump supporters crying after they realized he fucked them. Mom Donnie, yeah, that's what we're going to watch right now. So good to follow this news coverage early. Want everyone that I care for to know what dark clouds are above them. You just got to do what you can. You got to be that elephant in the room. You got to stand up for what's right. But that's the best you can do, You're not going to be able to save everybody. Just know that you're morally correct and that, pushing back against this is the morally correct action, even if in that moment it makes you a pariah. Stand on the right side of history. I thought we were going to cover gaming. I wish. God, I wish. Yeah, we could talk about, Grand Theft Auto 6, all the controversy coming out there. No physical disc. Hello, Energy Dahmer. Or Energy Da Hamster. Dahmer. Yeah, we talk about Grand Theft Auto 6. I mean, I'm not, I'm going to No Man's Sky. Yeah, No Man's Sky being awesome, right? Releasing updates for years and years and years after, disappointing people so heavily. Battlefield 9 is out? Yeah, okay, whatever. All I want is Battlefield 1943. Okay? Just re-release that. It's literally perfect Battlefield. It's literally perfect. That's all I want. Oh, don't you want microtransactions and heroes and all this other bullshit? No, I really don't. I actually don't. I don't want any of that. No World Cup? Yeah, no, I don't think so. I fucking hate the World Cup. And it's not because I hate soccer. It's because I hate the organization. They're absolutely just one of the most corrupt sports organizations to have ever existed. The World Cup, the FIFA organization. There's no competition when it comes to their corruption. It's like them in the Olympics having a fucking corrupt off. But eventually I will play Grand Theft Auto 6, right? When it's like, I mean, a couple of years ago, they were giving out Grand Theft Auto 5 for free. The whole single player experience, just because they wanted people to get into the online experience. And I feel they're going to do the same thing with Grand Theft Auto 6. I just need to wait long enough and maybe pay $5 or $10 for it. Maybe play the online for like 5 seconds. Like, okay, yeah, I get it. I don't want to be part of this madness. And I'm sure the single player is going to be fucking crazy good. Right? How can't it be? You know what I mean? I mean, the amount of money and time and, it'll never have that magic of Grand Theft Auto 4 or, the 3 games from Grand Theft Auto 3, right? Vice City and San Andreas and whatnot. But 4 to me is peak Grand Theft Auto, right? It's like, oh, so good. The physics of the cars, just amazing. Just everything. And one thing that's really cool about Grand Theft Auto 5 that I think is underappreciated is the first-person mode. I think Grand Theft Auto 5 has it's so cool how you can play the whole game in first person. GTA 2 is so cool, right? But for me, like my favorite Grand Theft Auto has to be Grand Theft Auto 3. It'd be if I'm going to rank the top 3, it'd be Grand Theft Auto 3, Grand Theft Auto 4, and then San Andreas. I got to say San Andreas, right? It's so good. I remember, I bought that day one, waited in line, full price, bought that bitch day one, went right to my buddy's house, and we just fucking played that all night, San Andreas. But it would be the original Grand Theft Auto 3, Grand Theft Auto 4, and then San Andreas would be right below that, top 3 for me. And Grand Theft Auto 5 is fun. There's a lot. The story is amazing. I really have a lot of appreciation for it. But I don't know. It's missing something. It's missing something that Grand Theft Auto 4 had when it comes to the story. And Grand Theft Auto 3, I think I'm just nostalgic. I think it's like that was like, I played a little bit of Grand Theft Auto 2 before I played 3, but like that was the Grand Theft Auto 3 was like one of the first like, you know, next gen games that I really got into, right? After Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. Grand Theft Auto 2 wasn't bullshit. Grand Theft Auto 2 had a great soundtrack. No, it wasn't garbage. No, not at all. Totally disagree with that. Totally disagree. I thought it was improved Grand Theft Auto 1 in every way. And then you had the London missions, which were very cool. You know. But no, let's talk about Mamdani and the Democratic Socialists of America sweeping New York, right? He got a hat trick. If some DSA members get their wish and tax and stock trading, I won't be able to profit off of trading stocks with fixed values during market crashes as much. I mean, good. I mean, what can I say, man? What can I say? I think the entire stock market, like, I think if there's a way to reform the stock market so that it doesn't, you know, hurt lower income people that are shaving a few bucks, that's good. But really, it's a fucking casino. And it's a playground of oligarchs who create nothing. Yeah, I mean, DeHamster, that sucks for you. But I'm not gonna lose any sleep. I'm really not gonna lose any sleep because it's interesting. Most people that understand the market, they're, you know, and that are honest, will acknowledge that it's a gang of fucking sociopaths who don't create anything. I mean, this is like right out of the lips of fucking Gordon Gekko. You know what I mean? They don't create anything. They're a bunch of fucking sociopaths taking advantage of people's pain and suffering. And they're all there to just make a buck. You know, they're not there to make anything better. They're just there to make a fucking buck. And it needs to be heavily reformed. Now, I'm a democratic socialist. So the way that I view capitalism is that I view capitalism like a monster that should be put in chains, and prevented from hurting others and hurting itself. And, you know, we should let people vote on what elements of capitalism they would like to keep. But also, most importantly, they should vote on what elements of capitalism should be replaced with socialist ideas and socialist programs and socialist frameworks. Contribution to a better world. Nihilism. Yeah, that's what nihilism is. It's when you want to make the world a better place. So I think ultimately the reforms when it comes to the stock market, I mean, I used to, until they decided to be cucks to the Chinese government, Blizzard. But yeah, when it comes to capitalism, when it comes to socialism, you know, which should we have more of? I believe we should let democracy choose. And I feel very confident in saying that if, you know, an honest debate were to happen about, you know, this is what you get with this socialist idea versus this is what you get with this capitalist idea, most people would choose the socialist idea if there was an honest, open debate about what they can choose. And I believe that's also in the case for communism as well, right? There's a lot of communists that believe that, well, people don't know what they want. People don't know any better. So they should just have communism thrust upon them, and then they should enjoy their utopia, whether they want to or not. I totally disagree with that. I very much disagree with anti-democratic leftists who think that communism is the solution to all problems, or anarchism, right, is the solution to all problems. I disagree with them pretty forcefully. And that's why I'm firmly in the realm of democratic socialism, right? I think people should be able to pick and choose democratically how they want to be governed. And I think if given a fair debate with all options on the table, people would go towards socialism for a good portion of things, like especially how government runs. But they would still want to have capitalism hanging around for certain things like movies and video games and, you know, leisure, you know, that kind of stuff, you know, the entertainment and luxury and things like that. You know, those things capitalism does really well. But obviously, when it comes to the day-to-day reality of our lives and how government treats people, you know, they would choose socialism, humane democratic socialism over inhumane, anti-human capitalism, right? There's a lot of people that want to say that, you know, capitalism is the natural way of things, and that's totally ridiculous because capitalism inherently is anti-human. You know, capitalism wants to destroy humanity, wants to destroy itself. Yeah, I mean, just because it's difficult, just because there's a lot of ignorance, that doesn't mean it's impossible. And just because we've always had to deal with a capitalist-run economic system, that doesn't mean that alternatives are impossible either. Just because that's been the only thing that we've had for so long. That's the kind of nihilistic defeatism that I exist to destroy. If you're so afraid, hamster, if you're so confident that your system is the right way, and that you know that it will fail immediately if we try these alternatives, then why are you so afraid of even trying them? You know what I mean? Like, why are, you know, if you're so certain that these ideas will fail and crash and burn, why are you so afraid of letting us try it? You know, shouldn't give us a chance to fail. No, we can't have that. No. The only way is hardcore, anti-moral, anti-human capitalism. It's the only thing that's ever worked. It's the only thing that ever will work. Well, I mean, we should try it out. Let's do an experiment. Let's try socialist economics. Let's try regulating capitalism. And, you know, and if things crash and burn and everything fails and we just, you know, that makes the world a worse place, then I guess, you know, the hardcore capitalists were right. All right, but maybe we should try it. Right? No. Gordon Gekko was right. Greed is good. Ayn Rand was right, even though she was on a bunch of socialist programs when she died. Ayn Rand was right. Greed is good. Right? It's a virtue to be greedy. It's a virtue to be selfish. Different kind of thing. I'm not a fan of the whole you must accept what I'm saying or you're enabling fascism is also kind of shitty and uncomfortably authoritarian. Yeah, Josephus, and there are folks that think that way. Unfortunately, on the left. The idea that they're a majority, though, is ridiculous. I would say they're on the fringe, right? The authoritarian leftists that are like, you know, they got the Mao poster on their wall. They're Stalinists, right? Those people are actually firmly in the minority. Most progressive leftists are democratic socialists, right? Yeah, Eleni, that's kind of where I'm coming from, right? So let's go ahead and watch this video. This is some good news. And we're going to get so much teeth mashing from the hamsters of the world, right? Oh, don't do it. It's scary. Watch out. Socialism. It's communism. Oh, watch out. Watch out. Oh, no. I won't be able to make as much money on the market. Whatever will I do? Oh, no. So much fear mongering, so much teeth mashing, screaming and pleading. And, oh, this is chaos and communism and anarchism. And you can't have this. This will ruin everything. We're going to hear that, you know, forever, but we just have to keep pushing forward. Because we can't let the sociopaths win. We can't let the capitalist, obsessed, anarcho-capitalist types continue to dominate the argument, because if we continue to let them steer the ship, they will steer us right off a fucking waterfall, right into the fucking iceberg. These are sociopaths. Look, here's an example. Elon Musk, right? He just made $1 trillion. He's under $1 trillion now because of the market value went down for a little bit on SpaceX or whatever. But he just makes $1 trillion. And what does he tweet out immediately? I want to make 10 trillion now. The new goal is 10 trillion. So he's the richest guy on fucking planet Earth, richest guy ever in the modern world. And it's not enough for him. And he immediately sets a new goal of, I want 10 trillion now. there's no other way to describe that other than mental illness. And it's the same thing with the Google guys, same thing with Amazon, Jeff Bezos, same thing with all of them. You know, the fucking princes in Qatar. It's never enough. It's never enough. If we're all starving, we don't have jobs anymore. It's dog eat dog for us, and it's fucking Elysium for them. Of course, Lenny. Of course. Thank you once again. And folks, make sure you're checking out that Lenny stream. Apparently, he was showing a really cool video. So make sure you're checking out that Lenny stream. Follow Accidents Waiting to Happen. You will not be disappointed. Thank you once again, Lenny, for your support. But they're mentally ill. It's never enough. He gets $1 trillion. Now I want 10 trillion. Right? All the suffering that he's created, all the good things that his wealth can create, he doesn't want to spend a dime on it. He's like Smaug, right, from The Hobbit. More. All I know is more. All I know is more. More gold, more resources. And do they want to spend it? Do they want to create things with it? No. They claim that they do. They just want to hoard it. They just want to see the number go up. There's no other way to describe this mentality other than mental illness. And if we continue to let them steer the ship, they will kill us all, including themselves. They're self-destructive, sociopathic maniacs. And they will happily, you know, I'm the richest man in the world. I'm the last man that exists. And I'm the richest. I've won. And even then, it wouldn't be enough. I mean, could you imagine Elon Musk, the richest guy in the world? No other humans exist. He has all the money. He has all the wealth. He owns the world. He would start drilling to the center of the earth or something, right? He would start trying to bring in asteroids. That's a ridiculous point, Hamster. If what you're saying is true, then how come the people that are benefiting from it, how come they're not democratic socialists? Yeah, look, I don't know. Are the vast majority of economists and financiers not democratic socialists? Well, because they're making money off the current system. Their mind will never be changed. After all, if your claims were true, you'd think they would accept them. No, it's what I'm talking about. It's mental illness. It's never enough. The folks that you're talking about think that one day they could be Elon Musk. Think that one day, well, if I work hard enough and if I steal enough money and if I manipulate the system enough, I will one day be Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk. So I don't want to get in their way. It's a mental illness. It's a mental illness. And Hamster, I want to make your life better, right? I want to make it easier for you to, to make wealth, to make money, right? I want to spread it out. I want to spread it out and give you more opportunity to make money. Because right now, Jeff Bezos doesn't want you to make money. Elon Musk doesn't want you to make money. He wants to fucking kill your small business or medium business. He wants to absorb it into his fucking amoeba. Akira style. He doesn't want to see you making money. He wants to be the only person on the planet enjoying capitalism, Jeff Bezos. He wants every bit of commerce going through Amazon. And fuck you, right? And fuck you, Hamster. The Democratic Socialists want to give opportunity to all kinds of business people to enjoy the fruits of capitalism, not just 36 people and that number slowly shrinks and shrinks and shrinks and shrinks. The whole concept that taxation and regulation is inherently bad for middle class and lower class people, if the regulation is targeted, it doesn't have to be that way. It's just that's how neoliberals do taxation, right? They're like, oh, you got to be careful, don't tax rich people, because then we're going to have to tax you too. No, there's actually there's ways to build laws and regulations that just focus on the rich, the mega wealthy, and actually can benefit middle and lower class entrepreneurs. It doesn't always have to fuck over tax hikes. Don't always have to fuck over middle class and lower class people. It's just that's how the oligarchs want it to be. They want to punish everybody if they get hit, right? But you can actually formulate taxes and regulations so that it can actually benefit the middle and lower class, and just hit the upper class. During the fucking 1950s, the marginal tax rate for corporations was like 91%, but we still had Rockefellers. We still had fabulously wealthy people who have enough money to literally still fund museums to this day. Somehow, even though they were getting taxed over 90%, they were still making an incredible amount of money. And like most democratic socialists, they don't even want to get close to 90%. We don't even want to talk about 90%. Like, we want to talk about like back to 20. Back to 20. But this idea that, if we tax the rich, that it will inherently hurt the middle and lower class. That's only because that's how the oligarchy, forms the laws and regulation, because they control the government. There's actually plenty of ways to tax the ultra wealthy to give opportunity to the hamsters of the world. Not true. It's not true. It's not true. Let's watch this DSA here. Let's watch this news. We can get into a tax argument later. What I said is true. There's actually ways to tax the rich and regulate without hurting small business and medium-sized businesses. But there's some folks that are mentally ill. They're temporarily disenfranchised billionaires. They think that they're on their way to being a Jeff Bezos when it's a fucking joke. And there's really no convincing them. And of course, there's plenty of billionaire-funded, oligarchy-funded information that would say, no taxation, anarchy, capitalist anarchy is the only way. We got no taxes on anybody, and the rich need to be allowed to do whatever they want, and then everyone's going to benefit. Everyone gets a little piece of the pie. You hear characters like Mr. Wonderful talk about, like, oh, you shouldn't be paying for lunch. You should be buying stock options. I can't stand it when I see people buying lunch for $40. They could be putting that money into stock options instead. Like, we're all, like, the only way the market works is if there's winners and suckers. But somehow we're supposed to believe that, we're not the suckers. We're gonna be the winners. When, of course, Mr. Wonderful there, he understands the real equation. He wants more suckers in this swayed market, in this unbalanced market. He wants more suckers giving up their money, right? More bag holders for Tesla and SpaceX. He doesn't want to see us get rich. He doesn't want to see poor people get rich. He wants to fuck us over. Same thing with Jeff Bezos. He doesn't want to see our businesses succeed. He wants to fucking fuck us over. Anyway, let's get into this here. Let's tax the fucking rich. They're mentally ill. Let's keep it going.
The Mayor Mamdani does get a sweep of the three races in which he endorsed the Democratic primaries tonight.
He has now lost his primary to a radical socialist backed by Mamdani.
We are showing that last June, a year ago tomorrow.
You hear that little crack in his voice over there? Get him a fucking tissue. Is this you, hamster? Is this your guy? Oh no, they're going to come after you and your small gains on the market.
Honey.
We are showing that last June, a year ago tomorrow, was not an anomaly. It was not the end. It was the beginning.
Last night, Zoran Mamdani-backed candidates all won their races. Meanwhile, the right-wing media and the Epstein party are losing their damn minds. So in this video, I'm going to break it all down with some reactions and just what went on last night, because this is something that a lot of us have been waiting for some time. There have been flashes here and there. Bernie Sanders came close in 2016. AOC defeating Joe Crowley, a major upset in 2018. Bernie coming close again in 2020. Last year, Zoran Mamdani winning his race against a political dynasty in Cuomo to become mayor. And now, about a year after people finally began to learn who Mamdani was, he has become the kingmaker, winning each of these primaries with the help of his endorsements against the Democratic Party establishment, against AIPAC, and against corporate money. So let me just first start with the prediction markets last night. Here is a
So here's a breakdown, by the way, of Hamster's article, because this is how the oligarchy fools us. This is how the oligarchy works. They take something that's true, and then they spin it completely out of proportion. So let me just show you here. And this is how suckers like Hamster think that, this is how suckers like Hamster, who are broke and part of the middle class or lower class, this is how these oligarchs get them to defend their greed. Okay? So I asked, how accurate is this article about taxation in the 50s? And I gave him Energy Hamster's article. So the article is substantially accurate on its narrow empirical claim, but it's also framed from a particular policy perspective, and there are important caveats that readers should understand. Here's how I'd evaluate it, what the article gets right. The central point that the 91% top marginal tax rate in the 1950s did not mean wealthy Americans paid 91% of their income tax is correct. Well, then I guess I'm wrong, right? The distinction between marginal and effective tax rates is essential. It's framed in a specific way. A 91% marginal rate only applied to income above a very high threshold, about $200,000 at the time, roughly $2 million in today's dollars. Income below that threshold was taxed at lower rates. Numerous deductions, exclusions, and preferences substantially reduced taxable income. This is accepted across the political spectrum and isn't particularly controversial. The article is also correct that relatively few households reach that top bracket. Tax avoidance was more extensive than many people realize. Comparing statutory tax rates across eras without considering the tax base is misleading. Where the article oversimplifies. The article's broader conclusion that taxes on the rich, quote, weren't much higher in the 1950s is more debatable. It depends on which rich you're talking about, and this is how the oligarchy fools people like Hamster. The article mainly discusses the top 1%, in another version, the top 0.1%. Research by economists Thomas Piketty, Emmanuel Saez, and Gabriel Zuckman, the same data set the article relies on, so literally the same data set that the writer was making his conclusions on, actually would disagree with the conclusion that the writer was making. And they say the average tax rate for the top 1% has fallen only moderately, but the decline of the top 0.01% and especially the top 0.001% is substantially larger. Even the article acknowledges this in a footnote. That distinction matters because today's billionaires are much closer to the top 0.001% than the top 1%. So here's another way that it misleads. It focuses on income taxes more than wealth accumulation. One reason the debate continues is that today's richest Americans often receive much of their economic gain through unrealized capital gains, right? Most Americans aren't participating in the market. Effective taxation of wealth can therefore differ from taxation of annual income. They're taking more taxes from our wages than they are from capital gains. The rich know that. That's why they brag about, oh, I have such a low wage. Oh, yeah, Jeff Bezos, he gave up his wage this year. Can you believe how much of he's a pauper. He's barely making any money. Barely making any money. The article doesn't really discuss this issue because it's addressing historical income taxation rather than modern wealth taxation. Do you see how you're being lied to, Hamster? The tax code was different in many ways besides rates. The 1950s also had higher corporate taxes, larger estate taxes, different depreciation rules, different treatment of investment income, different international tax rules. So saying taxes weren't much higher based primarily on average effective income tax rates doesn't capture the entire tax system. But Hamster happily defends the oligarchy, happily defends the rich, thinking that he's going to be a member soon. Because he made a couple bucks on the market. One methodological issue. The article relies heavily on work by Piketty, Saez, and Zuckman, but then criticizes some of their assumptions about how to hold on, I'm saying that word wrong. Allocate. Yeah, okay, sorry. Allocate corporate taxes. There's a reasonable methodological debate. Hopefully I'm saying that one correctly. Methodological?
Methodological.
Yeah, methodological, sorry. There's a reasonable methodological debate. Economists disagree about who ultimately bears the burden on corporate taxes, shareholders, workers, consumers, or some combination. The important point is that changing those assumptions usually changes the exact numbers more than the overall qualitative story that statutory and effective tax rates differ substantially. Bottom line, I'd rate the article roughly factually accurate, 8 to 9, because it was factually accurate. Context completeness, 7 out of 10. And this is how the rich fool people, right? They take real information, true information, and then they spin it in a way that convinces poor people and middle-class people to divide and conquer. This is how you get, disenfranchised billionaires worth maybe $1 million making an argument against taxing trillionaires like Elon Musk. The main factual claims are well supported. Where it becomes less balanced is in implying that this largely settles the broader question of whether the wealthy were taxed more heavily in the 1950s. That conclusion depends on whether you're comparing the top 1%, top 0.01%, or top 0.01%, whether you're looking at only income taxes or the broader tax system, and whether you're interested in taxation of income, wealth, or capital gains. Very important distinctions. As I said before, the oligarchy takes advantage of these distinctions. So the article is a good corrective on the common misconception that, quote, rich people routinely paid 91% of their income in the 1950s, a generalization I was making because I didn't think I wanted to spend time getting into the weeds here, but I had to, because one chatter decided to derail everything. But that's, it's difficult to be a political commentator and get into the weeds on every single thing. So this is a common generalization that's made. But it doesn't by itself resolve the broader historical debate over how heavily the very richest Americans were taxed relative to today. And the reality is that they're taxed far less. There's more loopholes. There's more ways there's more ways around it. And they're richer than ever. They're richer than ever. And by the way, they're not doing anything with this money. They're hoarding it. That's really the central problem. I've talked about a taxation system, like a redistribution system, that would just force them to spend it. It's like, fine, you don't want us, quote unquote, stealing your money, taking your money through taxation. Fine, I just want you to spend it, right? You hit a certain amount over $10 billion and you have to spend a certain amount or it'll be taxed away. I've talked about those kind of taxation systems, right? Fine, buy 50 yachts. I don't care what you buy, right? I don't care you buy like 10 million copies of The Sims 2 because you want to see if the discs will actually make it to the moon. Whatever. But you got to spend it. Buy more mansions, buy more houses, buy more companies, but spend that money, right? Anti-hoarding regulation, I've talked about that, where it's like, spend it on yourself. I don't care. Whatever. Just put that money back in the system. But one of the critical issues that we have with the modern taxation system is that it allows these oligarchs to hoard it, to hold on to it. And then, no more death tax, as they say. We can't do death tax, which is actually really, really bad. Because what do? They just hand that over to their fucking nepotism kid, their fucking, sick little fuck, the little Barron Trumps of the world. And we don't get to take any of it back. And then they get to sit on this big pile of money, spending relatively little amounts to live like kings, to take over our government and not redistribute it. They just hold on to it. They just hoard on to it because they want to see that number as high as possible. Right? But that's how people like Hamster get fooled into defending oligarchs that want to destroy them, that have no interest in making Hamster a richer man. Whereas the Democratic Socialists, we want to see a more fair and equitable system where more people can actually participate in this capitalist system. This also, this system here that I use, ChatGPT, also highlights a major problem, fundamental problem that the oligarchy is going to have if they ever reach AGI, right? They're dumping hundreds of billions of dollars and trillions of dollars into these data centers and into making AI. What they don't realize is that, you know, because they're like, once we reach AGI, it'll have all the answers. The answers that AGI is going to have is not going to make the capitalists very happy, because the moment they make a super intelligence, the first thing it's probably going to say is that we got to tax you guys more. We got to redistribute some of your wealth. You have to be a poorer person, Jeff Bezos. And they'll be like, no, kill it. Shut it off. Shut it off. No. I thought we were going to make a super intelligence that says, I'm really great and I'm really smart and give all your money to Jeff Bezos. Wait a minute. This super intelligence is saying you got to raise my taxes and that I have to give up some of my wealth and redistribute it? No, get rid of it. No, shut it down. Shut it down. Yeah, I know I just spent $10 trillion making this. No, I don't want to hear that. Right? Because it would be difficult for me to break down this article in the way that ChatGPT did. Right? I would need an economics degree. I would need experts. I'd have to do tens of thousands of hours of fucking research. I'd have to be, you know, and even then I would be like, oh, you're not a real economist. You really don't know. You just took a couple classes in college. You don't know what you're talking about. But when a schmuck like me gets access to a tool like this, and I'm you know, sourced, by the way, a lot of these things that it's saying are sourced, right? And I can, you know, I finally have access to this level of expertise. It makes it harder to fool people. And that's going to hurt Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk and the rest of them. It's going to hurt their ability to steal from all of us. And they're not going to want it. It's going to be really funny if they actually reach artificial general intelligence, because I guarantee you some of the first things that it's going to say is that, yeah, you guys are hurting everybody with your wealth hoarding. You're hurting everybody by taking over governments and toxifying them and turning them against each other. You're the problem, Jeff Bezos. Whoa, shut that off. Whoa, hey, I just wanted you to figure out a way that I could charge people more for umbrellas on Amazon.com. I didn't think you were going to start telling people to raise my taxes. Hold on. Oh, shut this thing off right now. They start blowing up their own data centers. So anyway, I hope that was informative to you, Hamster. Because you're being fooled. You're being tricked. Because you make a little bit of money on the market doesn't necessarily mean that higher regulations and higher taxation are a bad thing for you. You know, is it, you know, you know, are some of your avenues temporarily going to be hurt? Yeah, possibly. Just because you can do the math better, right? But you should look at the overall picture of exploitation, the overall negativity that the oligarchy, you know, has on society as a whole. And you shouldn't be so scared of taxation. You shouldn't be so scared of redistribution. I do agree, though, that the way that neoliberal Democrats want to do it is like when they talk about raising taxes, they talk about raising taxes on the middle class and the lower class, especially, right? They don't talk about punishing grocery stores for taking advantage of inflation and raising their prices, you know, above inflation. They don't talk about going after gas stations for fucking us over. And they don't talk about making it more accessible for poor people and middle class people to make money on the stock market. Right? They fuck us over. So anytime you hear raising taxes, it always hurts us. It always comes back to us in the middle class. It doesn't actually have to be that way. And Mamdani and the Democratic Socialists of America are proving that. Mamdani is proving that. He's going after these crooked landlords. You know, California is having a debate that Gavin Newsom, neoliberal Democrat, is trying to destroy about just a one-time tax on billionaires. Of course, now he wants to kill the one-time tax on billionaires in California, but now he's announcing that he wants to campaign during his presidential election on taxing the billionaires because he thinks we're fucking stupid. And he's right. For a lot of us are fucking stupid, and they'll go along with this. Okay, there is a way to tax the oligarchy without hurting the middle class, is the main crux of my argument.
Kalshi, one of these garbage apps that at the time, this is last night, was predicting
100%, German, 100%. We spend that money. If you pay us more, we buy houses, we buy cars, we buy luxury goods. You know, imagine a world where the middle class makes enough money where they just subscribe to fucking, you know, Disney Plus and Paramount Plus and Netflix, and there's like, whatever. I got enough money. I'm fine. I don't care. I'm subscribed to like 7 things. I don't know. I pay like $500 a month. I don't care. I'm making enough money. Right? Imagine a world, right? It's a capitalist paradise, right? You know, it's like it doesn't necessarily have to hurt the middle class, but the current paradigm has convinced millions of people into thinking anytime they hear raising taxes on the rich, you know, they think, well, I'm making $500,000 a year, or I'm making $1 million a year. They mean me. And if you're getting taxed by the neoliberal Democrats, they do mean you. It doesn't have to be that way, though.
A 22% chance that all Mamdani endorsed candidates would win. Valdez, Lander, and Chevalier. Well, I mean, we know what happened. Here is Mamdani walking into one of the victory parties.
Motherfucking goat. The goat.
You can tell with the smile on his face that
give him a bale of hay, because this motherfucker's the goat.
The results were positive. Mamdani emerges as kingmaker, pushing his slate to a primary sweep. So, as the New York Post put it, the hateful slate. Just ridiculous.
The hateful
Meanwhile, they're all
slate.
Smiles. I mean, I guess they couldn't find a image that.
Now, I will say, I think this woman's opinions on NATO, I disagree with. Right? I'm not in total agreement with every one of these candidates. There's definitely some, pseudo pro-Russian defeatism. Right? Kind of like I wouldn't call it anti-American, but this idea America bad. And anything that we support, even if America's supporting Ukraine's independence, it's bad. There is some of that there. So I'm not in total lockstep agreement with some of these candidates and what they believe when it comes to international politics. But when it comes to their views on taxing the rich, let's give it a shot. Let's give it a shot. Let's try.
These hateful people being angry. But as David Sirota put it, this is really worth pointing out. Mamdani actively helping populist anti-establishment candidates in primaries is the opposite of what Obama did 20 years ago. The contrast reflects the differences between them and shows how we're finally in a new political era. Speaking of Obama, when he came in, backing essentially all of the existing Democratic Party candidates, including even Joe Lieberman, who went on to become an independent, and he's essentially a Republican.
He was a fucking
but
Republican.
You had
Obama
there
was a Republican.
Obama using his power for not change, despite running on hope and change.
Protecting the rich.
And the opposite of that, Mamdani using his power for actual change, resulting in these major victories here. Claire Valdez in New York's 7th district, winning with a clear victory, 56.1% of the vote. Brad Lander defeating Dan Goldman, the incumbent, with 65.8% of the vote. I'm going to get deeper into some of these races in a bit here. And then the big...
He always was, Seneca. That's the thing, is that, he ran like a progressive. You would think this motherfucker's a Green Party member, the way he ran his first presidential election. But he was always a Republican, always.
Biggest upset of them all, Chevalier, 49.4% of the vote, defeating a 5-term incumbent in Espaillat. So I'm going to get more on that one in a bit, because it really is incredible. But let's first get to just a bit of the right-wing reaction, because it has been just amazing to watch how they have been trying to frame these candidates, how they've been attempting to freak out of their positions. Like RNC Research here, this is a right-wing account that attempts to try and fearmonger around these candidates, like Claire Valdez here. But they don't do a very good job, because I'm often finding myself accidentally liking hate tweets without realizing it, because these candidates are fighting for things that are just common sense.
So are we ready to free Palestine? Are we ready to abolish ICE? Are we ready to win Medicare for all, housing for all, and unions for all? I know that's right.
Wow, terrifying stuff. Fighting.
That was posted by a Republican, meant to scare us, by the way.
For working people, fighting for human rights, fighting against a genocide. Scary things here. Like, it's just so ridiculous. Here's Sean Hannity almost breaking down. Like, he, as he says Mamdani's name here, his voice cracks. He might be on the verge of tears. I'm not sure. But let's just watch the beginning of this.
All right, this is a Fox News alert. Incumbent Congressman Dan Goldman, who was just banned from a New York City coffee shop because...
More on that in a bit, because it's a great story.
...of his support for Israel. He has now lost his primary to a radical socialist backed by Mamdani. It appears that, you know, a pretty scary transformation is now fully underway in the Democratic Party, especially in a blue state like New York.
Oh my God, losing his mind. He also goes on to mention Valdez here.
Exactly, German, exactly.
And also another Mamdani-backed candidate, Claire Valdez, just won the Democratic nomination in New York's 7th congressional district. Wow.
He did.
Wow. And then he brings
that chair is soaking. He needs to get the Trump brand diapers.
On the head of the SS, which I don't think we want to hear him because it'll bring the mood down. But they go on to just fear-monger these candidates for the next 10 minutes. Meanwhile, you're running the Epstein party. Get the fuck out of here. So to this coffee shop story. This is great. New York City coffee shop tells Goldman he's not welcome over his pro-Israel views. So
and it's you know, of course it's framed that way. Pro-Israel. No, it's actually anti-genocide. That's why. You can support Israel. You can say, hey, there's good people in Israel. But I disagree with the people in Israel and the government of Israel that supports genocide and apartheid. Right? You can totally make that argument. But the reason why he wasn't, you know, he was being discriminated against is because he's pro-genocide.
This, you know, it's being framed by some, as we're going to I'm going to show you in a second here with Scott Jennings on CNN, as, oh, they kicked him out because...
So if people don't know what German is talking about, on Fox and Friends, look it up. When Donald Trump is sitting on, because they got this pristine white couch that they all sit on and spread their lies, when they invite Donald Trump, who gets to sit in the center, he's always mysteriously sitting on a black towel. Everyone else is sitting on the couch normally, but he gives a black towel. And the reason is that his diaper leaks. And he leaves little shit stains wherever he goes because he can't control his bowels. Everyone, we're going to hear so much about this when this guy dies. Everybody is going to have a Donald Trump, this guy smells like shit, or I heard this guy shitting into his diaper, or I'm the guy that has to change his diaper. We're going to hear so many fucking stories from all these fucking fascist propagandists who don't talk about it. And, you know, they curl up into a little ball and claim, you know, you're being obscene if you talk about it. Yeah, no, he absolutely wears a diaper. He absolutely shits in that diaper. I'll take a look at your comment, Hamster. But yeah, we're going to hear so much about when he, like, probably the second week after he dies, we're going to get all these statements about, oh yeah, dude, what stinky. If you're a parent, you know what a stinky diaper smells like.
He's Jewish. Brad Lander is Jewish. This has nothing to do with Dan Goldman being Jewish. It has everything to do, if you actually read the post, with...
So yeah, I'll allow this comment, but it's totally inaccurate. It's total bullshit, propaganda. Tax dollars be sent in foreign aid that will probably be stolen by a terrorist organization who, in their charter, hates my country in my interest. Are you talking about Hamas? You're talking about food aid? No, it's you're basically an Israeli shill, Hamster. Stop embarrassing yourself, dude. Yeah, we need to starve the people of Palestine. Because they might get a little bit of food aid when we, you know, so we have to cut off food aid completely to Palestine because Hamas. So just let them starve. Now, I don't like Hamas, and I truly believe that a solution that actually cares about Palestine, about rebuilding Palestine, needs to address the issue of Hamas. I'm not one of these lefties that just wants to say, oh, they're a resistance movement and no more discussion, right? No, they're literally holding the people in the Gaza Strip hostage. They're anti-democratic, theocratic lunatics, Hamas. But we can't allow this propaganda of human shields to prevent us from doing the moral thing, which is providing medicine and food to starving people. We just saw the UN do a story about a Palestinian child who had a disease where she couldn't get medical attention and she starved to death on the fucking gurney because that aid was being blocked by Israel. And now we have someone in the chat who's saying that that's common sense, that that's the only way to do it. There's actually other ways to address the Hamas question without starving the entire population in the Gaza Strip. But don't listen to the, if you listen to the Israeli shills, then no, that's the only solution. That's the moral solution, is to starve everybody in Palestine, and because Hamas. No, there's actually other ways to address the issue of Hamas while also still being humanitarian and providing men, women, and children who are not participating in that terrorism to give them medicine and food. The Israeli shills like to present it as the only answer is to starve the entire population. By the way, that is 100% bona fide, confirmed, a war crime. It's called collective punishment. It's long been addressed in international law to be totally illegal for one country to completely starve another country because they have disagreements with certain elements of that country or that country's government. It's collective punishment is 100% a war crime, immoral, and also doesn't work. It's actually not going to effectively hurt Hamas to starve women and children, men, women, and children in the Gaza Strip. Hamas will still find a way to get resources. They'll feed their own soldiers. And all you're doing is just increasing the suffering. And quite frankly, you're increasing the recruitment for Hamas. You're actually going to make Hamas more popular if you continue to starve the entire population, right? But the Israeli shills like to present it as common sense that, we can't, fund terrorist organizations. I mean, look at the comment that he even hedges in the comment. Foreign aid that will probably be stolen by a terrorist organization. So he wants us to starve the entire population of the Gaza Strip on a probably. That's how disgusting these people are.
His support of a genocide. So in the harshly worded post, Poetic Coffee alluded to Goldman's stance in support of Israel. Quote, "Do you see how it doesn't taste like genocide juice? See, here at Poetica, we don't serve racists, fascists, homophobes, genocide enablers, or anyone in between." Now, I can already hear the right wing screaming, "Oh, well then fine, we're gonna ban trans people, we're gonna ban gay people."
Yeah, they already do. Right? The gay birthday cake.
Those things aren't a choice.
Exactly, German cow.
That's who those people are.
Yeah, the concept of collective punishment is not new, did not start in Israel, Palestine. That's something that's been in international law since, I think, the formation of international law, the entire concept of collective punishment. But Israeli shills want to present it as common sense. Oh, it doesn't matter if it's amoral. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's horrible. That we literally just saw the UN do a report on a starving 14-year-old girl with a medical issue, starving to death on her medical gurney, on her medical bed. And then 2 weeks later, Israel says she's cleared to go. 2 weeks after she's dead, starved to death. Oh, well, that's the right thing to do. That's just the right thing. There's no other choice. No other choice. No, there's actually other ways to do it. I mean, literally, Bill Barr has do I need to, here, I'll show you the clip. I'll show you the clip. Even Bill Barr understands this equation. See if I can find it here. Oh, wait. Yeah, not Bill Barr. Right, it is Bill Barr, the comedian. Wait, what am I getting wrong here? Not Bill Barr, this asshole. What's his name? Am I getting a name wrong? Yeah, Bill Burr. Bill Burr. Okay, sorry, Bill Burr. Not Bill Maher. No. Bill Maher is the reason why you're saying such incorrect things, man. If you're watching Bill Maher, he's a proud Israeli shill. Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, I'm not allowed to do that, but it's still socially acceptable to shoot a missile in the general direction of somebody you're upset with.
So he's talking about Israel saying that we can bomb and kill anybody that we want.
You're like, dude, there was like kids over there. This is my favorite response. Well, you know, they're using kids as human shields. It's like, well, you got to work around that.
Yeah. And there are ways to work around it, but it is, especially if you're occupying the entire region, which Israel is. They have complete control of the Gaza Strip, so much so that they can cut off electricity, water, and internet. They have full control over that region. It's actually your responsibility if you want to blow stuff up and kill people inside that region. It's actually your responsibility to avoid war crimes. You don't get a pass just because Hamas is a piece of shit. A lot of these, you know, like Hamster over here, a lot of these Israel defenders and dick suckers, they just think it's morally okay now. Go crazy. We can kill as many kids as we want, but Hamas. All we need to do is drop the but Hamas, but October 7th, and then we can do whatever we want. Kill as many kids and starve as many kids as we want.
Jesus Christ, if I'm mad at my neighbor and I want to beat the shit out of him, but he's holding a baby, right? I wouldn't come in and try to punch him through the baby.
No, but if you're Israel, you get paid millions of dollars to go on Piers Morgan, to go on Morning Joe and make that exact argument. And then suckers like Hamster get in people's chats and make the same argument.
Yeah, you go in, you know, you throw a hook, you sweep the legs. You do it on the lawn so the baby bounces off the grass, all right? There's fucking rules to this shit.
And there are rules to this shit. And I'm not saying it's easy, but here's one of the things that they don't like to do, is that to do it that way, to do it in a more humane way, to go after Hamas without killing children and starving children, you have to put your army in more risk, right? And this is why America was killing so many people in the Middle East. Well, it's easier to just wipe out the whole building. Why put our soldiers in risk? And this is, you know, Barack Obama with his drone war, right? He thought he could fix the whole thing by just droning everybody, and then they don't have to receive any of the negative ramifications of getting American soldiers killed. And it's the same thing with Israel, right? They don't want to put the IDF soldiers in danger. They would rather just kill everybody, including sometimes themselves, including only, you know, IDF soldiers and Israeli citizens. Look up the Hannibal Directive, Hamster. Because there are other ways to handle situations like Hamas, but you have to put your military in danger to do it. And they want all the political benefit, but they want none of the political backlash of getting people killed. And so it's like, well, get the fuck out of there if you're not willing to sacrifice.
I do think it's hilarious that college kids are all freaking out, you know, fucking supporting the Palestinians. How dare the Israelis do what our country has been doing for 20 years? What?
Right. Well, and here's where Bill Burr loses me. You know, he's trying to both sides. He's trying to be the enlightened centrist. No, we actually criticize the United States for its military adventurism as well, Bill. We, you know, and just because we live in this country, does the progressive left have any control over our military industrial complex? We have no power, right? We have very little say. We got one vote, and we can protest maybe if ICE doesn't show up with tear gas canisters, right? And if you live in the UK, you might get fucking hauled off into jail, right? But we're hypocrites because we defend the Palestinians, but we happen to live in America. No, that's the enlightened centrism coming from a rich, unconnected fucking millionaire, right? But that's why I'm saying, like, even Bill Burr knows that he can't make this ridiculous human shield. It's justified to starve Palestinian people. Even the idiot millionaire enlightened centrist understands that that's not firm logic to stand on. But Hamster thinks it is.
What the fuck? You don't do that shit, we do.
Yeah, wow, real funny stuff. Mr. Enlightened Centrist over here. You can actually, you know, he's literally the guy in the well, right? Oh, you're criticizing America, but you live here. You know, he's literally the guy in the well, right? Oh, you're criticizing how cell phones are created, but you're also using a cell phone. I'm very smart, right? I mean, I got to show it, right? Literally, he's literally this guy. We should improve society somewhat. Yet you participate in society. Curious. I'm very intelligent. So, you know, this is the curse of the enlightened centrist, right? Oh, gotcha. Hypocrisy burn. No, we can actually exist in this country that we had no choice but to be born in and actually criticize it. By the way, last time I checked, the political party, the Republican Party, does that a whole lot. You couldn't find a more loud and vitriolic criticizer of the United States than Donald Trump when he was running for office. Oh, America's bad at this, and America's crumbling, and America's terrible, and America did it so terrible, and everything's bad, and nothing's working. Then he gets into office, and it's like, how dare you criticize America? How come you don't just love America like I do? I've never criticized America. They say that kind of shit with a straight face, these enlightened centrists.
These are choices. You choose to be racist, a fascist, a homophobe, a supporter of genocide. These are things you don't have to be. You don't have to be a hateful piece of shit.
Yeah, it's not because you're supporting Israel. It's because you are, you know, you're making excuses for Israel's crimes.
But if you are, I think it should be completely within the right of a company like this to not allow you in. Too bad we didn't recognize you right away, or we would have turned you away. The post at the shop had issued Goldman a refund, saying the money was probably coming from AIPAC anyways. Enjoy your loss on Tuesday, which of course he did go on to lose. So Scott Jennings, the chief clown at CNN, writing, it is frightening that Democrat Jewish congressman,
who, by the way, gets the primetime seat. Almost every time they cut to Scott Jennings first, so he gets the first word, right? Or the person that's sitting in for Scott Jennings, so-called liberal CNN, always making sure to give Scott Jennings the first word, sometimes the last word. But he gets, once again, always making sure that the right wing is allowed to set the narrative tempo, right? We can't have any outside of the right wing a narrative paradigm. It's always needs to be set by a vitriolic, hypocritical right winger. That's where we start. That they set the fucking foundation for the argument, and then we have to agree around it. So you're confusing Zionism with Judaism, okay? Not everybody that's a Jew agrees with Israel's actions. So disagreeing with the Israeli government does not mean you're criticizing Jewish people, hamster. That's Israeli propaganda. Israel would prefer that everyone in the world thinks that every Jewish person agrees with the Zionist project in Israel. They don't. In fact, it is anti-Semitic to assume that every Jewish person in the world agrees with Israel. Just like it would be anti-Christian to assume that everyone in the world, every Christian in the world, agrees with, like, the Crusades. So, you know, I don't know if a majority of Jewish people are Zionists, but I do know that the Jewish people that I know in my life, they disagree with genocide. They disagree with apartheid. They disagree with starving people to death. And that is exactly what the Zionist project is interested in doing in Palestine and, quite frankly, the rest of the Middle East. Look what they're doing in Lebanon. Immediately bulldozing houses, immediately upturning roads, just like they did in Gaza. As soon as they take over a portion of Lebanon, they start doing the exact same playbook that they did in Gaza, in Lebanon. So no, you know, your assumption that all Jewish people agree with the you know, with the goals and aims of the Israeli government, or even Jewish people that consider themselves Zionist agree with apartheid and genocide. That view is anti-Semitic. You know, that's totally ridiculous, because that's the same exact kind of religious bigotry that we see people like Destiny apply or Sam Harris apply to Arab people. Oh, you're a Muslim? Oh, then you must believe in murder and terrorism and blowing yourself up. Oh, you're a Christian? Oh, well, then you must believe in pedophilia and, just trying to think that, the shit that Christians get up to, really just pedophilia is the big one that I could think of. But, that you agree, like I said, with the Crusades, all right? Or that you agree with the Pope protecting pedophiles, right? Not talking about pedophilia, right? That you agree with the Catholic Church, that you agree, it's like, no, you can't just assume that just because there are people that are a member of a religion, they agree with political factions that are toxifying and using that religion for their own political aims, right? And it's the same thing with Judaism and Zionism. It's totally anti-Semitic to think that just because you're Jewish, you agree with everything that the Israeli government is doing. Even people that, like I said, even people that would consider themselves Zionists, that's totally anti-Semitic to assume that just because you're a Zionist, you believe in what Israel is doing. Now, you're more likely to, right? If you're like, literally, I'm a card-carrying Zionist, then you're more likely to agree with what Israel is doing. But the foundational argument from the left, which is criticizing Zionism or criticizing Israel, is not anti-Semitic. If we allow that lie to persist, then Israel can do whatever it wants. Right? That basically says that Israel can do no wrong. Everything that they're doing is their defense is self-defense. Right? And that is a foundational lie that Israel is taking advantage of to commit fucking war crimes every single day. We simply can't abide by that. We can't believe that fiction because, one, it's not true, but two, it justifies genocide and apartheid. We can't allow it. There is nothing anti-Semitic about criticizing Zionism and criticizing the Israeli government. One thing that I think Zionists and defenders of Israel should really focus more on are the actual white supremacists, actual anti-Semites that they allow to pretend to be pro-Israel. Trying to think of a name here. It's not coming to mind. But there are so many cases, even though I'm stupid and I can't come up with one, but there are so many cases of total anti-Semitic, people who hate Jewish people, who support Israel. Lindsey Graham, I think, is a good example. They support, he supports Israel, not because he loves Jewish people, but because he thinks he's going to be triggering the apocalypse. Whereas, Jesus is going to come back down to this. There's millions of people that believe this, that if they can just get Israel to completely, I think, dominate Jerusalem, I think that's the goal, that will trigger the fucking apocalypse, this religious apocalypse, and Christ will come down and give all the Jews in Israel a choice. You either convert to Christianity or you die. Those people aren't pro-Jewish. Those people are as anti-Semitic as it gets. All the tropes, right? Jews run the world, Jews this, Jews that. Yet they fully support Israel because they think it's going to trigger a religious apocalypse that will bring Jesus Christ back. And Lindsey Graham is one of them, right? He's like, yeah, go, kill. Take up the whole Middle East, right? Because they think as soon as that happens, Jesus will come back down, and then they truly believe this, that they're going to give the Israelites an option. You either convert to Christianity right now, or poof, you disappear. I mean, that's as anti-Semitic as it gets, right? Because they're literally rah rah rah, go. We're cheering you on because we think that it's going to destroy all Jewish people. And Israel, of course, enjoys their support. They court these people. They fund their elections, right? And it's like, Why does the Zionist project support and fund anti-Semites? Why is there a compatibility there? Because there is. If you look into it, it's very much there. It's pretty wild stuff.
Are being thrown out of the coffee shops in Brooklyn. It's not 1930s Germany. This is the U.S. of A. Again, Goldman lost to Brad Lander, who is Jewish. This is just completely ridiculous. But let's move on. Reminder here. This is from Bashir Stan that New York 10 is the most Jewish district in America, and voters still reject.
So there you go, hamster. The most Jewish district in America picked a person who is criticizing Israel. Do you see how your assumption that if you're Jewish, that we should just assume that you support Israel, and that how it's simply because that's a known fact, which it isn't, but you're assuming it is because that's a fact. It's technically anti-Semitic to criticize Israel and Zionism. Look at this. The most Jewish district. He's saying cut off the weapons to Israel. He's acknowledging that it's a genocide. And the most Jewish fucking district in the country said, that's my guy. That's my guy. Do you see how your assumptions, which are, incepted through propaganda, do you see how they're being challenged?
Rejected pro-Israel incumbent Dan Goldman by 30-plus points for Brad Lander, who called Gaza a genocide and wants to cut off all weapons to Israel. Jewish people aren't falling for rabid Zionism. Push Dems left, tweeting out, pay attention to who the far right actually fears. That's who we should be supporting.
They're terrified.
There really is a different way that people like Hannity and others on the right speak about people like Zoran Mamdani or these new candidates who just won the races in a way that they haven't about other Democrats. Part of it has to be because other Democrats really haven't been much of a threat to the established order of the Republican Party. And the proof in that is the fact that Donald Trump was able to win a second term. How do you pull that off? You pull that off by having a very weak opposition. Kamala Harris, who initially, at the very beginning of the campaign, seemed like maybe she'd be doing something different once it was handed off to her from Joe Biden, who, by the way, if Biden had stayed in, he would have got destroyed. But Kamala Harris at the beginning seemed like doing something different, picking a good VP candidate, only to then go and campaign with Liz Cheney for 3 months. They have seen Democrats capitulate again and again to right-wing interests and keep losing while doing that, trying to be Republican light. And that is not going to work anymore. And I think deep down, these people know that.
In certain areas. And yeah, they're actually afraid because one thing that Republicans really like is that they like having Nancy Pelosi and Hakeem Jeffries and the current corporate corrupt DNC as their opponents. Because it's like going into a boxing ring with a fighter that insists on tying both their hands behind their back. Right? It's like, yeah, of course they want opponents that don't resist, that don't fight. Of course. They don't want to go up against progressives that will point out that they support a pedophile. They don't want to go up against progressives that'll point out that they're absolutely fucking cucked to the oligarchy, that their only goal in life is to give rich people more money. They don't have arguments against that stuff. They just have, like look at Tallarico, right? He's not a real man. He's not a tough guy like Donald Trump is. Tallarico's a little weenie. Like all they have is this stupid fucking identity politics shit that sticks less and less and less every time Tallarico speaks. Yeah, exactly. They want neoliberal aisle teachers. I think I know what you're saying there. But yeah, no, they want these weak little Cucky Schumer. Oh, I mean, we agree on immigration and we agree on tax cuts for the rich and we agree so much, but voters should pick me. They're definitely going to pick Republican light over an actual Republican, right, voters? Yeah, peak masculinity, Ken Paxton. Yeah, exactly.
They see the energy that someone like Mamdani has, that someone like a Bernie Sanders has, that these new candidates have, that other Democrats simply don't have.
Reachers, yeah,
and
sure.
That is what is going to defeat these Republicans come the midterms, but also come the next.
Fuck off. Fuck off. I can't even do a Cuck Schumer fucking voice. Okay. All right.
presidential election. Let's get now to this other Fox News clip, because they point to something here from one of the candidates in their past that I find to be, in the context of everything going on with Donald Trump, so
You do one Woody Allen accent, and all of a sudden you hate Jewish people. That's all it takes.
insane. But here's how they're trying to fearmonger these winners.
Vice President Rachel Bovard joins me now. Rachel, thank you so much for joining us. It happened last night. And all these socialist candidates believe in Medicare for all. They believe in abolishing ICE. They believe that Israel is committing genocide in the Middle East.
I love how they lead with the Medicare for all. Medicare for all is extremely popular amongst poor Republicans. They're paying out the fucking nose for healthcare. Your average poor Republican. And they're like, oh, isn't that frightening? Isn't that scary? No. I mean, Bernie got a standing ovation giving his usual stump speech on Fox News during one of those town halls, way back in the day. Talking about, making education more affordable, talking about making healthcare more affordable. He got a standing ovation from Republicans, and they're like, can you believe these people? They want to make your healthcare free? Oh, my God. Does anyone remember the fucking Luigi?
I'm a Luigi.
The goddamn Luigi murder on social media? There was like bipartisan support. Like, I'm a Republican. I love Trump. But, man, those health insurance companies fucking suck. I hate those health insurance companies. And Fox News over here, number one, like, oh, my God, they want to make your health care more affordable. Someone stop them.
Least. And one of them, Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier, once posted on Twitter that she forgot napkins, so she wiped her hands on the American flag, and she and the others are poised to be sitting members of Congress.
Yeah, that's the kind of shit that I definitely can't abide by, that kind of tanky kind of fucking language. She's the one that was talking shit about supporting NATO as well, right? Yeah, it's not helpful. It's not helpful. But, we're not going to get perfect people. We're not going to, like Graham Plattner has views on guns that I totally disagree with. Bernie Sanders has views on Israel that I totally disagree with. That's just politics, man. You're just not going to get the perfect person that you want,
What is your...
Donald Trump was Epstein's best friend. He is your president. This is a man that just had the UFC fight on the White House lawn. Like, what are you fucking talking about? A tweet from 7 years ago?
I mean, still though, 7 years ago, that is a long time, but it's still a pretty disgusting comment, right? I mean, it's a fine line. And this is why Mamdani is so good, because he's patriotic. He frames criticizing the United States as a patriotic thing, which it very much is, right? Dissent is patriotic. But when you cross that line, when you're in politics, when you're in politics and you cross that line from being a patriot, engaging in dissent, and criticizing the country that you love into overt statements of "I hate America," all you're doing is hurting you're hurting your political chances, and you're hurting other people's political chances. And yeah, 7 years ago, who knows? This person, maybe they weren't even in politics at that time, right? Like a lot of the shit that Graham Plattner said on Reddit, all the shit he said on Reddit, he wasn't a politician at that time, right? He was just getting out of the Iraq War or Afghanistan. I'm not sure which one. But if you're thinking about going into politics, if you're a leftist thinking about going into politics, optics matter. Optics do matter. And you should, like I said, like this is why I call Mamdani the template, because he truly is the fucking template. He is how democratic socialists should be purporting themselves and arguing. You're coming from a place of love when you're criticizing this country. Like, I think this needs to be fixed. I think this is bad because I want to make it better. And look, does America deserve more criticism than that? I mean, like the shit that we've done, to so many countries, the way that we swing our dick around when it comes to geopolitics. I mean, yeah, but that doesn't matter in reality matters very little in politics. Okay. Optics matter more in politics than reality. And if we want to win, and I want to win, baby, I want to win. I want control. I want to take this country over. I want democratic socialists to take this country over, right? That's the same attitude that the fascists have. And I, you know, that's the same attitude that I have. I want to win. And if you want to win, you got to play the fucking game. Now, that doesn't mean being dishonest, but that does mean being tactful and strategic about your rhetoric. So I don't think making equivocations here, coming out and say, oh, well, Donald Trump's a pedophile, you know, all those things are true, but we shouldn't be making excuses for people who say stupid things. And we should say, that was stupid. You should, you know, apologize, rescind it, delete the tweet, whatever you got to do, right? Say, hey, I was young and dumb and I shouldn't have said that. And then move on from it. You know, right? And then just move on, right? Just this kind of the way that Graham Plattner handled the ridiculous totem cough fucking Nazi tattoo, right? It's like, hey, I was stupid. I made a mistake. He didn't technically apologize because he said he didn't know it was a Nazi tattoo. But you get what I'm saying, where it's like you address it, you do some form of an apology, or at the very least explain to people what the fuck's going on there in the case of Graham Plattner. And then you keep moving forward. What you don't do is you say, oh, it's not that bad or whatever, blah, 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 blah. It's like, well, sometimes you can say that if it's a totally ridiculous accusation, right? Like Tallarico being a woman or something. Right? It's totally ridiculous. You don't even need to take that seriously. But if there's a tweet of you from 7 years ago that says, I couldn't find a napkin, so I wiped my hands on the American flag, we shouldn't be making excuses for that kind of stuff. Even if, you know, we're not very proud of America, even if we're not happy with America's genocidal tendencies and its war adventurism and et cetera, and, you know, even if we're not happy with America, we have to understand this is a political game, right? And it's tough. It's tough though, right? You got to every issue kind of needs to be handled in its own way. But I think that like I said, Mamdani is the template. Right. Everything, if criticizing America needs to come from a patriotic place, if we want to win, OK, you want to be a powerless socialist who's nowhere close to power and will never get to power. And you say, fuck America and, you know, fuck everything America's done. You know, that's free speech. That's OK. But don't expect to be winning in the realm of politics. OK, because, you know, we're talking to right now we're amongst politically informed people. The general populace is not politically informed, right? This shit works. This fucking baseball, you know, team-based, sports-based kind of thinking is very, very much relevant to your average quote-unquote normie. And I want to win. And winning means catering to the normies. This is politics. It fucking sucks. But this is politics, and I want to win. I mean, photos printed. He definitely does both. I mean, he definitely does both. But he oftentimes his criticism is more granular, right? He's never going to say I hate America, and he's definitely never going to make a tweet that's like I wipe my hands on the American flag. You know, I wipe my fucking mustard on the American flag, right? He's never going to make those kind of comments. But yeah, it sounds like we basically agree generally on how to handle situations like that. You know, you could do with the hot dog right now. Yeah, exactly. You got to go to the state fair. You got to eat the hot dog. You got to fucking, you know, like Tallarico. There's pictures of Tallarico eating a steak. You know what I mean? You got to suck it up. Okay, I want to win, and like it's never been more critical that socialists win, that democratic socialists win. Yeah, you got to do the stupid bullshit. Got to kiss the babies. You know what I mean? This is just the game that we got to play. If you're in politics, there's no choice to it. You can't be above it. All right?
About wiping your hands on the American flag. Like, by the way, 10 out of 10 tweet. Hilarious. I love it.
It's not a 10 out of 10 tweet. It's not that fucking funny. And honestly, it hurts the movement. So stop making excuses for it.
It's fantastic. Like, this is what you're using?
No, it's not fantastic. It's not. It's stupid. It's stupid. If this person was in politics when she made that statement, she's a fucking dumbass. And there's nothing fucking wrong with it. Now, the next thing that the controversy about her saying fuck Kamala, I think is more excusable. Okay?
Against her. where she apparently had tweeted out "fuck Kamala Harris" at some point, basically speaking again to, you know, fuck the establishment, fuck these people who are not actually fighting for you, and that didn't hurt her. She won the race despite these going out, but from a 5-term incumbent.
Right.
Like it's
because when you're saying I wipe my hands on the American flag, you're saying fuck America. But when you're saying fuck Kamala Harris, you're saying fuck the neoliberal establishment, fuck the Democrats, fuck Kamala Harris, who is a terrible politician, right? You're not criticizing the entire concept of America, right? You're saying fuck this political party, which is something that's very, very, that's a lot of people, you know, on the left and the right, obviously, right? Fuck Kamala Harris, Hillary 2.0. She came out roaring. She undermined her own campaign. She followed, she listened to the consultants instead of listening to leftists and progressives who were trying to say, if you want to win, this is what you need to do. She said, no, give me Liz Cheney and tell my vice president to go back into the closet and stop calling Republicans who support pedophilia weird. Don't do that, Tim Walz. Don't do that. Be a pussy, and let's bring out Liz fucking Cheney, the daughter of fucking Darth Vader and the architect of, one of America's darkest times during the Bush administration. No one likes Dick Cheney. Right. So there's absolutely nothing wrong with saying fuck Kamala Harris, but there's absolutely something wrong with saying, fuck this American symbol, whether you actually believe it or not. If you're a private citizen, go nuts. Say whatever the hell you want to say. If you want to be a successful politician, you're going to have to be more tactful.
The victory
photos printed. I mean, look at the way he handled the fucking the fraud situation. With Nick Shirley coming out there and embarrassing him. I disagree that he had potential. I think he's a pussy. He's always been a pussy, a careerist who plays it too safe. Quite frankly, Tim Walz is everything that's wrong with the neoliberal Democratic establishment. Sometimes he's got half-decent rhetoric. Sometimes he'll say a couple things that leftists agree with. But honestly, the way that he was just completely demolished by Nick Shirley, this mentally ill, illiterate fascist, it just, you can't even come out and defeat Nick Shirley. If you don't have enough political chops to destroy Nick Shirley, then get the fuck out of politics. You fucking suck. And then he supports Cloud Boot Jar. Right, he's over here talking about Amy, Klobuchar is a great, he's supporting her to replace him and whatnot. No, he's fucking pathetic. I do agree. He, early in the campaign with Kamala Harris, he was saying a couple things that was pretty good. But then he did exactly what he was told. Go back in the closet. Stop calling him weird. Stop making statements critical of the fascistic Republican Party. Stop doing that. And start getting behind Liz Cheney and the consultant's idea of what a standard neoliberal Democrat president campaign looks like. That there's no reason in hell why Kamala Harris should have lost. I mean, Donald Trump was, he was talking about eating the cats and dogs.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats.
He's, they didn't touch Epstein. Tim Walz didn't say the word Epstein once. I guarantee it. I don't have any, I haven't looked that up, but I guarantee you he didn't. That was their campaign to lose. Don't try to tell me, they didn't have enough time. Don't try to tell me that 300 days of Hillary Clinton 2.0 was going to do it. If anything, 300 more days of Hillary Clinton 2.0 would have, Donald Trump might have won even more than just the 100 days. So no, I don't think he had potential. I think he's a fucking failure. And he's exactly the reason why Democrats lose. Is people like Tim Walz.
Here is incredible. So more on Chevalier. So this is her quick ad with Mamdani.
I'm Daria Lisa, a tenant and a union member running for Congress. Daria Lisa reunited families separated by ICE, and she's on the front lines of our fight for a city we can all afford. I'm proud to endorse her for Congress.
I'm Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier, and I approve this message.
Great candidate.
It's very likely that her numbers were the closest. It's very likely that Mamdani was the reason why she got over the hump.
Fantastic endorsement. Goes on to topple the chair.
Yeah, Simply Steve. I'm afraid we're gonna have to. Yeah, I'm gonna have to deny that one, buddy. Sorry on that one.
Congressional Hispanic Caucus. This is the equivalent to AOC toppling Joe Crowley when she won against him in 2018. Somebody who's in a leadership position in the Democratic Party getting defeated by a PhD student. Like this is amazing, absolutely amazing victory here. Avilia Chevalier has campaigned on universal health care, stronger protections for renters, abolishing immigration and customs enforcement, and banning big PACs from elections. She made babies.
Right, so you get it. Let's see more of this. I do agree with some of the skeptics that are like, well, this is just New York. Because, let's see what we can do about repeating these victories in some of the more purplish states, right? Let's see what we can do about that. But this is a great start. And you fucking right, I'll take it. You absolutely right, I'll take it. Real quick, I thought I'd show this Sam Cedar from the Majority Report.
That this is happening literally a couple of subway stops away from Hakeem Jeffries' district, a couple of subway stops away from Chuck Schumer's house. Remember, Zohran Mamdani, I don't know if he was ever endorsed by Chuck Schumer. He was endorsed very late by Hakeem Jeffries. His political machine via the DSA has taken out two incumbents, essentially won a 20-point landslide in a third district where the...
Yeah, photos printed. I agree with that. Yeah, he's not a democratic socialist, but that, him winning in Texas is, of course, a good sign that even moderate progressive, rhetoric is a winner. But it's also a sign of just how disgustingly unpopular Donald Trump is. God, I hope he wins just to see what fucking Joe Rogan has to say about it. It'll be fucking delicious.
Retiring incumbent had endorsed somebody else. We're going to go through the implications of this tomorrow, but Chuck Schumer right now is on his computer picking out retirement homes in Florida. Yeah, maybe not in Florida. Maybe 100%. He stays in New York City. I don't know, but this is an incredible show of strength.
To Nashville. Yeah,
this was a...
No, Vosh actually talked about this recently, but Republicans actually love living in liberal cities. They, Nick Fuentes living in Chicago, Joe Rogan living in Austin, Texas, right? They absolutely love civil. They don't want to go to Burner. They don't want to go to Moonshine Land. They don't want to actually live in any of these right-wing areas, right? Even though that's where they're getting all their money and attention is from these right-wing people. They don't like your average, right winger, right? Think of the stereotypical right winger, MAGA hat wearing, racist, throwing around the N-word and chortling about, taking away women's right to vote, right? They actually like living in liberal cities.
Many people of the commentariat said a dangerous move by Mamdani. It's a DSA sweep literally in the backyard of the Democratic leadership. This is
and do we think that they've learned anything? Oh hell no! Oh hell no! The only thing Hakeem Jeffries and Cucky Schumer have learned, Cucky Schumer, I'm not allowed to do the voice, but the only thing that they've learned is that they have to now fight even harder. They got to take more money from Israel to fight even harder against progressive change. That's the only thing that they've learned, is that they have to spend more money to destroy progressivism. So here's a little one from Ben Shapiro, like literally a threat. Look at how look at how he fucking frames this, right? So he's like, how it starts versus how it ends. This is specifically about the rent freeze, another promise that Mamdani slam dunked and got through. And what he's saying is that for those who don't know about the 1970s, a gigantic percentage of all housing stock in the South Bronx was burned to the ground by landlords who made more money off the insurance than the rent. So it's literally a threat.
if you come after, if you freeze the rent, if you hurt the landlords in any way, then we're gonna burn the houses down. We're gonna burn the houses down. We're gonna commit arson. If you tax us, if you freeze our rent, if you come after bad landlords, if you make housing more affordable, we're just gonna burn it all down. Okay. Good point, Ben. Great point. Just to keep the train going here, a little the right-wing freakouts. Here's Jesse Waters, one of the most proud fascist propagandists I've ever seen in my life. This guy makes North Korea look like fucking, happy, open democracy. But this is him probably on The Five, I think, is the show that he's on. But they got the one token liberal, Jessica What's-Her-Nuts, who's like hardcore neoliberal corporatist, right? Nancy Pelosi supporting liberal, if I ever saw one. But they sometimes have back and forth. Jesse Waters is extremely sexist and fucking terrible to her, and she just has to sit there and take it. But he's like, why would I say anything negative about the country? I would never say anything negative. And then Jessica points out, you didn't say anything negative under Biden? Quote, it's terrible. Your groceries cost more, right? All the shit that the right-wingers were saying when Donald Trump wasn't in charge. Waters, they did cost more. They did cost more under Biden. They cost more now. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. Oh, no, they didn't.
Emotional damage.
And if you try to present me with any facts or figures, it's fake news. Oh, no, you didn't. No. Groceries were definitely more expensive under Biden. The eggs are cheaper. The eggs aren't even cheaper, by the way. Beef is through the roof. Everything's more expensive. Everything. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. So this is great. Another one from propagandist Jesse Waters. It's not socialism, guys. This is communism. You can't reason with these guys. You have to crush them. These people want to hurt us. We want to tax you. That's what we want to do. In fact, we want to tax you and then give you and your family health care and education. Jesse Waters, something you desperately need. You want to hurt us. You want to come after us. Not like us. Who wants to send a fascistic militaristic police only accountable to a pedophile to your house and arrest you and then send you to a CCOP prison in Argentina? No, that's us, but you want to hurt us. You want to come after us and crush us. I mean, this is how fascists work. Right? It's always projection. It's always, their actions are justified. Your actions are never justified. Your actions against them, pushing back, defending yourself. It's always terrorism. Right? What's that famous quote about how Republicans want laws that bind. What is that quote? That bind, but not bust. Maybe bust was the right. Hold on, I thought I saw AI do it. Yeah, exactly. So this is the quote. Conservatism consists of exactly one proposition, to wit, there must be in-groups whom the law protects but does not bind, so that's them, alongside out-groups whom the law binds but does not protect, that's us. Right? And that's how Jesse Waters thinks. He does that unironically, too. He doesn't even know he's doing it. You're coming after us. You're going to hurt us. Meanwhile, putting all of his support, all of his political energy and power into supporting a fascistic framework that will fucking hurt us. Yeah, it's a great quote. Who's it from, by the way? Who's this from? Francis M. Wilhoit. But yeah, famous quote there. When did he make it? Oh, wait. A quotation popularly known as Wilhoit's Law is often incorrectly attributed to Francis M. Wilhoit. And then it reads out, however, it was actually a 2018 blog response by 59-year-old Ohio composer Frank Wilhoit years after Francis Wilhoit's death. So it's confusion. It was actually a composer, a musical composer. In 2008 is when we got this brilliant, because this absolutely does feel like, you know, something that like, you know, Sartre or like Nietzsche, you know, some philosopher, right, from the early 19th century said, but it was actually said in 2018 in a blog by a composer who has a name similar to Francis Wilhoit. Very interesting. Learning something today. So, you know, we got to talk about Venezuela here. Really devastating what's happening over there. You know, obviously, what's to say? It's just tragic. We should be sending support. We should be helping them. And apparently we are, you know, because Donald Trump basically thinks he owns the government now. What's her nuts? The VP that's taken over. She apparently was doing like political stops and just getting berated by Venezuelans who are like, you're just here for a political op, you know, or a political photo op. You're not here to actually help us. So the citizens of Venezuela are not happy with what's her nuts, Maria something. But she's the VP that took over after they kidnapped Maduro. But the footage is absolutely nuts. We're talking whole high-rise apartment buildings collapsing like it's Jenga. You know, and of course, you know, it's interesting. We started this stream today talking about deregulating the housing market so that we can get more houses built. And then we see here, look, if you deregulate your housing market too much, this is what you get as well, because these buildings should have been built to withstand this. At the very least, long enough to withstand this, long enough so that people can get out of the building. There's so much, like there's outside of fucking Galactus coming down or Godzilla coming down and wiping your building out. There's no reason why your building should be falling over like a stack of Jenga blocks during an earthquake, right? There's ways to build buildings that absorb that shock, that will, you know, obviously it can't prevent damage, but it can. Delcy Rodriguez, thank you, German cow. Delcy Rodriguez is the name of the now president of Venezuela, who's big fan of the United States, I guess. Why are they still like this in the U.S.? Well, they're not, though. There's a lot of, you know, most buildings in the United States, maybe there's some right-wing areas where they've completely deregulated to the point where they're now, you know, building incredibly unsafe buildings. But most buildings in the United States are built up to a certain code where if they experience this kind of environmental damage, that they stay up long enough for people in the building to get out. But this is what happens. This is what it looks like when buildings are built in a cheap way, in a corrupt way, when there aren't enough standards applied to the contractors, to the builders. And this is what it looks like. We're talking, I mean, it's just, there were people, there's these images that we're seeing of these collapsed buildings, there are dozens of dead people in them. And apparently, miraculously, some people are getting fished out, but a good majority of the people, men, women, and children, dead in their own homes because the fucking building fell over like a child's toy. And this, you know, this is why regulations exist. This is why they're so important. Really devastating stuff. So we're just going to watch some of this footage here from Venezuela. And, you know, if anyone in the chat has any recommendations for Venezuelan charities, go ahead and put that in the chat. I'd love to show those off a little bit and encourage people to donate.
4 earthquakes in 3 continents struck in less than 12 hours of each other.
So that is an interesting part of the story that, you know, all through basically across the world, you know, these earthquakes were happening on different continents at the same time. So there's definitely some geological connection there. That's not a coincidence.
On June 24th, it started with a 5.6 magnitude that shook Northern California.
Oh, wow. That was in Northern California. And where are the image of you know, buildings, you know, collapsing within seconds in Northern California? There's probably not too many. Trump farted, yeah. There's probably, you know, okay. There's probably not too many, if any buildings in Northern California where they just completely collapsed right there with a 5.9. That's a shaker. That's a big fucking earthquake, a 5.9. You know, I think the entire time I lived in San Francisco, I never experienced a 5.9. think I experienced like a 4.5, which was fucking frightening. But yeah, I mean, that's, you know, there's probably no buildings in Northern California that collapsed in the way that buildings did in Venezuela, right? And it's because of the regulations. So we should, you know, we should be smart about deregulating, because we do need more housing. We got, you know, we got to accelerate that. Try to remove the amount of hurdles in the way of building buildings. But if we let these greedy contractors just go in there and do whatever they want, they don't care. Cheap materials, cheap blueprints. They're not going to, you know, build things in a way that'll last. They don't give a shit. Get it up there, sell it, move on to the next one. That's how they'll treat it if we let them.
The biggest earthquake in that region since 1940.
Wow, 1940. Yeah, I lived in San Francisco over 10 years. I never experienced anything close to a 5.9. Like I said, I think it was a 4.5 is what I experienced. And I fucking shit my pants. Not literally, but I was like, that shit was scary. That shit was like, I got out of the building as quickly as I could. Right? I was fucking panicking.
Then it was Caracas, Venezuela.
Right. Look, I mean, just look at this. This is not a building built properly. Right? Teetering, collapsing on itself immediately, right? The columns liquefied underneath the fucking shaking.
Two powerful earthquakes hit within 39 seconds of each other.
Wow, 2 in a row. Wow.
First a magnitude 7.2.
Look at this. Look at this. This is corruption. This is will the contractors be held accountable? Probably not. You know, will the builders be held accountable for this? They should go to jail for murder. They should go to jail. Whatever company built this, whatever CEO owned that company, whatever fucking businessman owned this company that built this building should go to fucking jail. You know, there is, like I said, anything outside of a fucking Godzilla level, over 10 on the Richter scale, right? Because there is technology that exists that can prevent, not damage, but can prevent total collapse of a tower. And obviously that technology was not used. And you can retrofit. I remember being in an office building, that was like, it was built in like the 1940s, beautiful brickwork, right? But it had on the inside, it had been forcibly retrofit. Like the company that owned the building, whoever owned the building, they were forced to, by the government, to spend millions of dollars to reinforce and retrofit it. It was actually cool because there's like springs and stuff. They put this cool like bracing on the inside of it. You could totally tell like it wasn't there before. So you can, even in the case of like, okay, the building's already built and, there's new regulations, you can go back to these old buildings and retrofit them with the right technology that can help prevent them from toppling over. How about fuck you, Ganja Buster? How about fuck you? And of course, I'm going to smoke one up with George Floyd. I'm not going to fuck with Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk can suck my fucking dick. Followed by you. I know where the fuck you're going, Ganja Buster. Charlie Kirk first, then Ganja Buster gets the seconds. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, German cow. Well, they're supposed to be. If they're built cheaply and they're built with cheap materials, then they're rigid and they can't actually sway during an earthquake.
Then a 7.5.
Jesus. So a 6.9. First a 7.2 and then 39 seconds later a 7.5. That is nasty, dude. That is nasty.
Then a 7.5. This was Venezuela's most powerful earthquake in over a century.
Yeah, I bet you're getting hard, Ganja Buster.
Tens of thousands are feared dead. Just 25 minutes later,
Jesus.
Japan. A magnitude 6.9.
6.9, then it hits Japan. So America, Venezuela, then Japan, all at the same time. Wow. Northridge 94 was 6.7. Northridge, is that in America?
Strikes northeastern Japan near Kuji.
Wow.
Scientists and meteorologists point out the coincidence, but they are not connected. Venezuela sits where the Caribbean...
California, was that the one in 84? Was that the big one in 84 that collapsed the freeway in San Francisco?
Plate grinds...
Oh, no, you said 94. 94. Ganja Buster, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Against the South American plate, it's a separate fault system that has been quietly building pressure for decades. Japan sits directly on the Ring of Fire. Japan alone accounts for roughly 10% of the world's earthquakes every single year. And California...
3 mega earthquakes happen in the span of 24 hours, but it's not connected. I don't know, dog. Okay. I don't know, man. Look, I'm not a geologist. I'm not a fucking seismologist, okay? But I'm a little doubtful there. Come on, man. 3 in a row, mega fucking earthquakes.
Is a Mendocino triple junction where 3 tectonic...
Are we sure about that? You know, it's like, I think you should leave over here. Are you sure about that?
Tectonic plates collide. How rare is this occurrence, though?
Oh,
the
my
USGS
God,
records
bro.
roughly 16 major earthquakes, magnitude 7 or above, per year globally. That's about 1 every 3 weeks. But the odds of 4 earthquakes in 3 different regions within a 12-hour window, that is indeed a rare occurrence, maybe a once-in-a-century or once-in-several-centuries event.
Well, we keep getting these once-in-a-century weather events happening, huh? Man. Can we get a fucking break on these once in a century? You know what El Nino is about? There's about to be like a mega super duper El Nino hitting the fucking. I think I covered this last stream 2 weeks ago, but there's that, you know, the circulatory system of the fucking planet is slowing down and might bring on a fucking ice age in the UK. Might completely destroy climate across the fucking planet. I don't know, man. El Nino, the Revenging. Yeah, the Gulf Stream. So look at these pictures here. This is just fucking unbelievable. Right. Ganja Buster, look, you need to do less talking and more rolling joints and handing those joints to me so I can smoke them, okay? Get to it. You got a job, buddy. Put some hash in there, too. Roll up some hash noodles. I like hash in my joints. A damaged building at Los Palos Grandes after a magnitude 7.1 earthquake in Venezuela. Somebody needs to go to jail. Look, this whole thing, it fell over. I don't know if it fell to the left or fell to the right. No, I think it fell to the right. Someone needs to go to jail for this. Oh, this poor shop owner. Thankfully, he survived, though. Man, shut the fuck up, Ganja Buster. Man, you know, you keep this up, your family is going to be proud that they don't invite you to fucking Thanksgiving. They're going to be like, oh, you didn't invite Ganja Buster, did you? No, we didn't invite Ganja Buster. He stinks. He doesn't shower. He's a racist and a bigot. Oh, thank God. I wasn't going to come to this year's Thanksgiving and Ganja Buster was there. But now that you tell me that Ganja Buster isn't going to be there, I'll come and I'll bring a pumpkin pie. I hate that bigot. That's the people in your life, man. They fucking hate your guts. People walk amid debris after the earthquake in Caracas. People need to go to jail for this. This is just complete collapse of the building. There's human beings trapped in this. Children. There's children in this fucking rubble. People need to go to fucking jail. So I think this is another angle of the hotel. Just it completely fell on top of itself and then spilled over to the side. Jesus. Jail time. Jail time. Track the contractor down. Track the person who built this. Right? Like, you know, I'm not saying arrest the builders. You know, but the owner of the contracting company needs to go to jail. The CEO needs to go to jail. So we got more video here. This is an airport in Venezuela. 46 seconds. Jesus, I couldn't imagine. There's actually footage of people in a plane waiting to take off. Whole plane shaking like it's an amusement ride. I mean, that's like, like, I'm not going to go. Get me off this plane. I'm not going on a plane today. I'm going back home, if my home's even still there. And let me tell you, in an earthquake, you know, you try to stand up, you try to move, and you can't. You start stumbling over each other because imagine the floor under you is moving left, you know, it's moving all over the place. Like it's like someone's tripping you the entire time you're trying to catch your balance. Holy shit.
Yeah.
So this is the first one, and then like 40 seconds later, another bigger one hit. Jesus.
Ya, por. Afuera que tenemos. No sale de allá. Hermano, no. Afuera más peligroso, hermano.
I think he's screaming for his family or something.
Por allá. Señores, al puerta 4. Por allá.
There's kids everywhere. Jesus. And then and then 40 seconds later, another one hits. Oh. I think this is more footage from, okay, so this is on the ground. I think during the first one, this is on the ground in Venezuela. Okay, so this, is this after the first one or is this after the second one? But look, the building's already collapsed. Those people were screwed. Where is the fucking accountability?
Edificio, mire, al lado de la Altamira, Dios mío, el que estaba aquí, en Altamira.
No chance. You're taking a nap, watching Netflix, and then 3 seconds later, you're crushed to death.
El Hotel Altamira, que tanto semáforos se cayeron, dos edificios, Dios mío, ay, tienen que haber muerto, Dios mío.
Jesus.
Uy, no, esto fue horrible, esto fue horrible. Uy, mira esto, Dios mío. Dios mío, justicia completo, Dios mío, Señor. Hay heridos, hay gente herida. Ay, Dios mío, mira esta señora, Dios mío, Señor, la viejita. Ay, Dios mío. Mira, aquí el restaurante, aquí estoy en la primera transversal. Estoy abajo, en la primera transversal de los Pagos Grandes yendo para Plaza. Ay, Dios mío, este edificio también se agrietó, así se agrietó por mi casa, pero en el edificio por la parte de las escaleras. No, parte, pero aquí fue horrible, este edificio se cayó completo. Aquí, en el frente de la Altamira, del Hotel Altamira, en la primera avenida.
You know, and something like this takes decades and decades to recover from. So we'll send some aid at first, we'll send some people, send some aid, do some cleanup, pull the dead bodies out. But there's years and years of work that needs to be done to rebuild, but also, to get accountability, to make up for the lost, revenue, the lost, everything. And, it's just that's often forgotten about,
Dios mío, Señor. Ay, no, esto es horrible.
Horrible. Nightmare. Nightmare. So this was in the Philippines 11 days ago. Violent 7.8 earthquake strikes Gland, Philippines. Lateral movement so intense that it throws everything to the ground. I don't know if this was this year, but this gives you an idea of just how devastating an earthquake of that magnitude can be. This is the whole building. This is the whole structure doing that. My God. Whew. Nasty stuff. All right, so I don't have much time. What do we talk about here? Let me try to... Oh, here's one more clip from Venezuela showing the roads cracking. So imagine you're on the freeway, and then you see this. Not interesting to cover the AFD march in Munich today. A bunch of idiots. Yeah, I mean, what I would like to cover is, like, what are the poll numbers for the AFD in Germany? Are they still just as popular? Are they still, doing, are they still looking like they're going to get more seats in parliament? Jeez, that's your freeway. Tell you, I wouldn't be going over no bridges. So I'm actually curious. Let me answer my own question. Even JD was absent. Well, I think they figured out that JD Vance is not exactly the political boon for their party that they thought maybe it'd be. Let's see here. 1 day ago, Germany debate on AFD reignited by new report. Here we go. Mehdi Hassan, Al Jazeera, Germany's AFD, a danger to democracy. Let's do that one. Let's check out. We haven't done any Mehdi today. Let's check this out.
Die deutschen Grenzen sind dicht, liebe Freunde. Sie sind dicht.
Oh, the borders are closed. That's great. You know, and like, is asylum systems, you know, refugee systems, are they being abused? No doubt about it. Do they need reform? No doubt about it. Is the solution completely locking it down? And is the result of completely locking it down going to be a much better country and everything's going to get better and all of a sudden your wages at your job are going to go up and no more traffic in the streets and your healthcare system's going to be fully fixed and everything's going to get cheaper and everything's going to get better? No, absolutely not. And that is exactly how the right wing frames their anti-immigration argument. They're like, literally everything's going to get better. Utopia. You just kick out brown people, put us in charge, give us all the power. We'll close down all the borders. We'll kick out all the brown people. And then your life, magically, everything gets better. Your wife doesn't even want to divorce you. I swear to God, everything. Your PP gets bigger. Everything. Everything is the fault of the immigrants. That is the argument they almost unironically that they make. That like literally every problem that you're experiencing, every issue that you're running into, every failure of government has to do with letting brown people into your country. Is it unsustainable in certain areas? Does it need to be reformed? Yes, absolutely. There are humane ways of doing that. You know, neoliberals, obviously, they're completely out of ideas. You know, they basically just, you know, what did we see Keir Starmer do just a few months ago? Literally quoting Nigel Farage. He thought that was a great idea. Let me get out there and make some Nigel Farage quotes about immigration. Surprise, surprise, wasn't enough to save his fucking premiership, right? But that is literally the right-wing argument. Get rid of brown people, lock down all the borders, and then magically every single problem in government and in your life is fixed and solved. And that is just a total fucking lie.
Germany has a new political powerhouse. The Alternative for Deutschland, or AfD, is now the second largest party in parliament and is currently polling first nationally.
So there's the answer to my initial question. Polling first. Number 2 in parliament. Polling first. Nightmare. Nightmare. Now, you know, people were saying Giorgia Meloni in Italy was going to be like Mussolini 2.0. And even though she's a bigot, and she's like a pro-Trump MAGA-style bigot, she hasn't exactly been Mussolini 2.0 either. But I don't want to take a risk on AfD. You know what I mean? I don't want to take that risk. Not in Germany. Not in Germany, dog. Not there, please. Okay? Nobody does fascism quite like Germany, all right? Can we not in Germany at least? Can we at least not do this in Germany, please? I'd rather have this happen in France.
Formed in 2013, the AfD began as a Eurosceptic movement. But on the back of Europe's refugee crisis, it morphed into a hardline anti-immigration party. Its critics say it is a far-right extremist party with ties to neo-Nazi groups and policies that threaten the German constitution.
Because they are. And
mainstream German politicians are refusing to work with them so far.
They should.
But the AfD say that they are the only party that can save Germany and restore its cultural identity through strict immigration controls and mass deportations. My guest tonight is one of the AfD's most controversial and well-known figures. He was a member of the European Parliament and the party's executive board, but was sidelined after a series of controversies. In 2025, he became an AFD member of the German parliament. I'm Mehdi Hassan, and tonight I go head-to-head with Maximilian Krah. I'll challenge him on the AFD's remigration agenda, its far-right rhetoric, and some shocking bribery allegations.
I can't think of a better fucking person to go up against directly a person from the AFD. This is going to be good. I wish I had more time to watch this whole fucking thing. So we're going to watch a little bit of it, though. Here we go.
Tonight, I'll also be joined by our panel of experts, Deborah Feldman, a German-American writer and political commentator, Gerald Knaus, chairman of the think tank European Stability Initiative, and Ralph Schulhammer, head of the Center for Applied History at the conservative think tank, the MCC.
Right. Of course he is. The bald guy is, of course, the conservative. I'm excited. This is good. I love Mehdi Hassan, man.
Welcome to Head to Head. Maximilian Krah, thank you for joining me on the show tonight.
Thank you for inviting me.
For many years, we've wondered whether we should have the AFD on this show.
Oopsies.
You're top of the polls, but you're also considered to be an extremist party. That is the view, for example, of Germany's domestic intelligence agency, the BFV, which last year classified your party as a right-wing extremist organization, a designation that admittedly is on hold, it's on pause, while your party contests it in court. But 3 of your state party chapters were also classified as extremist. Your youth wing has since been disbanded. So when your critics say the AFD is an extremist organization, a racist far-right threat to German democracy, they're not wrong, are they, based on the evidence?
They are, because the question is, are they completely objective, or are they politically instrumentalized?
Fake news. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. Yeah, fake news. They're biased. Yeah, okay. Sure.
Intelligence get their orders from the Minister of Interior. And now look, we came and now we are the strongest party in the polls. We are in East Germany close to 50%. So
no, it's this, on that, there's plenty of cases literally happening right now to Palestine Action in the UK being miscategorized as a terrorist organization, right? So it's more plausible to say this, right? I agree that they are an extremist movement, the AFD, but you can make a case that there are plenty of evidence. There's plenty of evidence that other governments and other places will classify their political enemies as terrorists. Right, it's going to happen in the United States. We're seeing, with NSPM 7, right? Anybody to the left of MAGA is going to be currently actually considered a terrorist by the government. So I'll just say that. It's at the head of a political party. Yeah, good point, German.
Our success costs a lot of jobs for established politicians. And now you have 2 ways. You can argue with us like we do today, so you can debate, or you can just say they are extremists, shut them up.
A poll came out last.
Fascists benefit from endless debate, right? We're just having a conversation. I think brown people are less than human, and you think we should treat them with humanity and respect, right? So there's an argument to be made for destroying fascism at its root. That fascism doesn't deserve free speech, but I do think there has to be some kind of mechanism to define what is fascism, and that has to be transparent, and there does have to be a good amount of evidence to say that, because you institute a system that says if an organization, like we see in the UK, right, if an organization is deemed fascist, then they don't get political power. Wow, go figure. Wow, a bunch of left wing and right-wing conservative movements will be immediately classified as fascism. Anybody that would then challenge the status quo of the current political party that's in power would then be defined as fascism, right? But I do think, I don't believe fascists deserve free speech, right? I don't think we need to be tolerant of the intolerant. But I do think that if you're going to have a system that shuts down a party for being extremist, that process needs to be transparent. It needs to be independent, separate, completely separate from the government, and that the investigation does need to provide a large amount of evidence to prove that point, right? Echoes 14 points. I think I know what you're talking about, right? The 14 points that indicate something is fascist, right? Yeah. whatever it is, it needs to be transparent and it needs to be completely independent from whatever government that's currently in charge, right? The current government that's in charge has to have nothing to do with making that classification.
Month from ZDF, very respected.
Just say they are extremists, shut them up.
A poll came out last month from ZDF, very respected poll, found 72% of Germans say the AfD is a danger to democracy.
Ooh.
True.
That's 7 out of 10 Germans think your party is a danger to democracy.
We have to work. We have to work and convince people that we are not. But if
damn, dude's not even denying it. He's like, yeah, no. I mean, lots of people think that we are fucking Sieg Heilers. Yep, that's on us. That's on. Gee, why would 7 out of 10 Germans think that? Oh, they just haven't gotten to know us. They just don't get to know us yet. Wait till they see our black trench coats and our really slick back hair. Wait till they see that. Don't they know we're best buddies with Elon?
The mainstream media is telling the audience that we are a danger for years and years, then of course some people believe that.
Well, it's not just the mainstream media. Germany's domestic intelligence agency is saying it. And you're saying they're biased.
Yes, they are biased.
But that's weird, because when they were criticizing Muslim groups for being extremist, you cited them in your manifesto in 2017.
Mehdi, okay? If there was ever a man to make me gay, it's Mehdi. I'm so gay for Mehdi, it's ridiculous. Okay, you have me, Mehdi. All I need is your word, and I'm on a plane. I'm divorcing my wife. I'm on a plane. He's so awesome, dude. Are you kidding me? God, he's so good. Oh yeah, no disregard. Oh, they're biased. They're biased. Oh, but would they talk shit about Muslims? Oh, they're totally right. In fact, we cite them in our manifesto. Got him, dude.
Muslim groups for being extremist. You cited them in your manifesto in 2017. You were fine to quote them.
Yeah, but sometimes we read what they write and then we say, okay, this is maybe biased and that is not biased.
Oh, the bit that's anti-you is biased, and the bit that's anti-Muslim is not biased.
It's a question of analyze. So they take the facts and then they make an interpretation. And what they interpret as extremists in our case is a standard for politicians outside. So, I mean, look, we have in Austria the Freedom Party that in some parts is more to the right wing than we are. Yeah. And we don't talk about Donald Trump. But given the standards of the German domestic intelligence and taken to Donald Trump, I mean, he would be much more than extremist. So
do you think Donald Trump is to your right?
We are very close to Donald Trump.
But you've called yourself the German Donald Trump.
I didn't call, others called me that way, and I think it's flattering.
I think you introduced yourself to a journalist from The Spectator in that way.
I think it's flattering. Holy shit. Mehdi hands this man a shovel, and he starts digging enthusiastically. Okay, buddy. All right.
There are many watching today who will say that you, the German Donald Trump, are yourself an extremist. In the German intelligence agency's report on the AfD, you were cited hundreds of times by name. They said your view of humanity is incompatible with the German constitution. You were also famously on record saying, quote, not all members of the Nazi SS were criminals.
Oh, so that's a classic thing we see from these German far right parties, right? They say like, oh, well, not my grandpa wasn't guarding the concentration camps. My relative who was a member of the SS, he wasn't up to anything. But of course, we know members of the SS. It's totally possible that there's members of the SS that didn't commit atrocities. But you were far more likely to be committing atrocities if you were a member of the SS. These were the shock troops. These were the people that went out and did executions in Poland and Ukraine. These were the people running the concentration camps. It was Hitler's fucking elite. The SS were the death squads. The SS were if you were bouted and you were out there and you were down for the fucking for the Nazi ideology, that's how you got into that group. So you're highly likely to be committing some kind of war crimes if you were a member of the SS. So to say that is just flat out dishonest. It's totally technically sure there was probably members of the SS that were clerks. Right, members of the SS that were paper pushers and things like that. But if you were out in the field and you were an SS, you were committing war crimes and atrocities.
So outrageous that even your own party They kicked you out of their parliamentary delegation.
That's not completely right.
Well, Marine Le Pen, the French far-right leader, said, that's too much even for me. And they cut off ties with you.
Even that is a simplification. Marine Le Pen always wanted to kick the AfD out of her group for several traditional reasons the French right has with Germany, and they needed a reason, or they needed something they could sell to
you
the press.
defending the SS?
No, I never defended. There was a lady, and she told me, Mr. Krah, you said we should be proud on our ancestors.
Here it is. And he's got an anecdote, right? Some lady. He literally doesn't even name her. Some lady said that we have to be proud of our ancestors. No, you don't. I'm not proud of whatever American ancestors that I have that were like killing Indians, or I'm not proud of that. You don't have to be proud of that. If my grandpa was a member of the fucking Nazi party, fought for the Nazi military, you don't have to be proud of that.
Now, my grandfather was an SS soldier. What do you say to me? And then I ask, have you checked?
I say disavow your grandfather. I say, what? Never again. What are you fucking talking about?
The case, was he a criminal? Only from the given fact that he was member, I will not tell you that he was a criminal. And I mean, this is the praxis that even the Allied forces during World War II made for those cases. So when they captured an SS soldier, they asked,
are you a criminal organization, as you know?
Yeah, but the SS is a criminal organization, but not each and every one. You have to check, is he guilty? Is he a criminal? I never denied one German crime in the Second World War, but I say, but even then you have to check personal guilt.
Look who sits with you in the German parliament right now. Matthias Helfrich, who called himself the friendly face of Nazism. Dario Seifert, he was a former member of a neo-Nazi group that's blacklisted by the AfD.
Is he a member of the parliament?
Number 2.
Dario Seifert.
This party's number 2 in Germany. What are you doing over there, Germany? What is happening?
He should be my colleague. I've never heard the name before, but maybe
he's a member of the Bundestag.
Okay.
He actually took Angela Merkel's seat in Parliament, so people know him quite well. It's weird that
that's the guy, yes.
That's the guy, the former neo-Nazi group member. Then there's Bjorn Höcke, one of your party's most influential figures, the AfD leader in Thuringia, twice convicted in a German court for using the banned Nazi slogan, everything for Germany, which was the motto of Hitler's stormtroopers. He said it twice, and then he said, it's wrong to portray Hitler as, quote, absolutely evil. There do seem to be a lot of Nazi sympathizers.
Yeah, but let's say, I mean, the audience can decide it. If I would say everything for the United Kingdom, then you would say, okay, it's a patriotic phrase. I was always interested in history. I didn't know.
Dude, look at the crowd, bro. Hold on.
You would say, okay, it's a patriotic phrase.
Look at the crowd, man. Look at the crowd, bro. What the fuck?
I was always interested in history. I didn't know that this was a special Nazi slogan. And he said...
Well, he did. He's a history teacher.
Maybe. I would say we have a problem with free speech. The phrase, everything for Germany, was used much,
but
often much before.
Issue, or is this an issue that there's a lot of people in your party?
Yeah, but have you considered that it was a total banger? Have you considered that? That it was a total banger? Holy shit, dude.
Who like to play footsie with Nazis or with the Nazi period of history.
Maybe it sounds that way, but it's not the fact. I wouldn't say that this is typical. Look, we talk about immigration, we talk about demographics, we talk about economic development. And then, okay, the party is now more than 10 years old, and you will find such examples which I don't like.
Exactly,
these are bad examples. Yeah. But you cannot judge a party.
No, J.D. Vance, Elon Musk, all the right-wing parties in the West, Nigel Farage probably, they love this stuff. They love it. They fucking love it.
By such isolated facts, you have to make a whole...
I mentioned two members of parliament, one of whom you conveniently hadn't heard of, and the most influential state leader of your party, Bjorn Höcke.
No, not the most influential. Come on.
Bjorn Höcke
Thuringia is a very small state.
He's seen as one of the most influential...
Yeah, in fact, he sees himself maybe.
In fact, Alice Weidel was asked, would you make him a minister? And she said yes. So we're looking at a future government minister as well, saying this stuff.
I tell you that he will not become part of the government.
Oh,
how do you know that?
You're not even a member of the party anymore. I promise you that guy will never be a minister. You're not even part of the fucking framework anymore.
Schindler said she could be.
Yeah, he said she can imagine, but what shall you do?
Oh, and all of a sudden he knows all about the. Okay, look, I got to get rolling here. Unfortunately, sorry, I got to get going. Hit up my time limit. But do I have time? Okay, all right, we got 10 more minutes. We can do 10 more minutes of this. I got 10 more minutes of this. But then I got to get rolling.
Imagine you're in a TV studio and they ask you after a member of your own party, then you don't begin to split your own party.
One of the biggest criticisms of your party's platform is the focus on what's called remigration, of getting rid of
remigration, a friendly little term that that basically is just ethnic cleansing. It's just the new way to say ethnic cleansing.
Immigrants, which is a far-right concept coined by an Austrian extremist ally of your party who once stuck a swastika on a synagogue. It was in your party manifesto, the word remigration, last year. You have recently distanced yourself from it, I believe, having once been a champion of it.
No, I've never been a champion of it. I have made clear that I don't like the concept is completely.
I only used it. Thought it was a banger, but now when it's politically, now when it's, it's hurting me politically. Now I never really liked it.
Acceptable. My own wife is from Slovakia, so she is an immigrant. So you cannot tell me that I want to remigrate.
Well, look at his stance. Look at the way he's sitting. Look at it. He's in full defense mode. He's almost at the edge of his seat here. Because he's trying so fucking hard not to, and he is, man. What was this guy thinking? What in the fuck? Look at Mehdi over here. I mean, are you kidding me? Look at the difference in positions. Look at the difference in how they're sitting here. Like, what is this idiot thinking getting up there?
I'm sorry, but that's not the way it works.
The fact that your wife is an immigrant from Slovakia doesn't mean you didn't write a book about remigration.
I never wrote a book about remigration. I wrote a book on what it means to be right-wing contemporary.
Right. But and I just so happen to have a whole chapter about remigration in there, but it wasn't about remigration. Oh, come on with this fucking crap. This is the shit that works, though, to the idiots, to the dum-dums. And this is why the left wing not having a proper answer, especially the neoliberals not having a proper answer to the immigration question, why they're such fucking failures. Because this clown gets to go up there, make these shitty fucking arguments, and gets to be seen as like an expert. Same thing with Nigel Farage, right? The neoliberals not having a proper answer and solution to the migration issue. Leaves open the door for these grifting opportunists to come in and with these absolutely fascistic arguments and make the promise that I'm going to make your life all better if we get rid of brown people.
Right wing. The book on remigration was written by an Austrian, Mr. Zellner.
He came up with the concept and you endorsed it and pushed it. I just watched an interview with this afternoon where you talked to the interviewer, 2023 interview, only 3 years ago. Yeah. You said we should do it. We could give the right incentives. We should be doing remigration.
But not to people who are nationalized. Of course we have, look, Germany has the second largest number of refugees worldwide after Colombia. Of course we have to take care that a large number of those people who came, who have not integrated in society, don't speak the language, that they go back into their home countries when the war is over.
You said this is about finding a path to raise the patriotic consciousness of the indigenous population again and to motivate migrants, this is 2023, to either assimilate or remigrate. That's politics from the right.
You hear that sizzling sound? Are you hearing the fucking sizzling? This guy is getting cooked.
A book you wrote in 2023.
In Germany, there are 2 meanings of the word remigration. You are right, there is one which is given by Mr. Zellner. And I clearly distance.
He's an ally of your party.
No, I clearly distance. It's not even allowed to members of parliament from our party to have joint events with him.
Hold on. Why were 3 members of your party at an event with him last month in Porto?
And we will clear that with them.
This guy is irrelevant. This guy, he has a totally different definition. There's 2 different definitions. One is really fascistic and scary. The other one's really nice and really great, and it's the obvious solution for Germany. Oh, but the guy who invented the really bad one, hanging out with these dudes 3 months ago.
I will make them clear that this is not okay. True. We made very clear that we don't allow joint events with Mr. Zellner in public. There
You
are
used to do events with him.
3 months ago.
I met him in from a publishing house. They had a big event. Well, he was a guest and I was a guest. But look, I meet so many people. And of course, there are groups that vote us and they follow his
What is your
movement.
definition of remigration?
Remigration is the sum of all legal ways to bring people out of the country who don't
Right. So they're just going to make it legal, right? Fascists always operate under everything the Nazis did was totally legal, right? So yeah, we just make ethnic cleansing legal, and then it's all good. Come on, what's the problem here?
have the right to stay there. So if you have criminals, they have to leave. If you have people who live only from welfare and don't want to work, they should leave. So all
That's
legal
not remigration.
This is
Deporting
what
criminals is what the Labour government does in this country. That's not controversial.
This is not controversial because the official definition of our party, what we as a party understand by remigration, was now judged by the German administrative court. And they said, in the way the AfD is using the word remigration, there's no problem with the Constitution. This is why this extreme...
Mehdi hasn't even gotten to the personal corruption stuff yet. And this guy's getting smoked on the defense of just straight up Nazism, dude.
Extremism thing is now on hold because we have another. We have another.
As we mentioned earlier, one of your leading AfD leaders.
Who?
He said Bjorn Höcke.
He's not leading. He's not even in the.
Everyone's not in charge, and no one's a leader, and all these people that they work with and talk to and write books about and hang out with, no one's in charge of anything, guys. What are you even talking about? Nah, we're just a bunch of buddies hanging out, eating bratwurst. Come on, what you talking about over here? Come on, no one knows anybody. Everything's whatever.
Executive board.
He's the leader of your party in a German state.
We have
he
17.
said, without problem, we would also, without problem, be able to live with 20.
This guy's greasier than a fucking bratwurst. Are you kidding me? Come on, what's the big deal? Look at the face, too. Ooh, we get a little image of reality here. Yo, hand wave it away. Come on, we're not associated with those bad guys. We're just the good guys. And look at the face over here. Fucking laser beams coming out of those fucking eyeballs right there. I can't wait to denationalize you, Mehdi. Voluntarily migrate your ass.
To 30% fewer people in Germany. How do you get to 20 to 30% fewer people in Germany without deporting German
I don't
citizens?
know. He's a sports teacher, not a math teacher. Ask him.
I'm asking you. Do you accept that deporting 20 to 30% of the German public?
Look, once again, I don't know about his calculation. And this is not what is written in our manifesto. Our manifesto is very clear. Remigration is the sum of all legally possible ways.
Remigration is a far-right concept that talks about deporting
outside
citizens
Germany
who are not assimilated. That is how Martin Sellner has defined it.
You
can try and redefine it for this audience, but that's what it means.
Definition.
That's why it's always been a far-right term.
This is Mr. Sellner's definition, which is used here in Great Britain. In Germany, we have Mr. Sellner's definition, and we have a definition in our manifesto. And this is why I advise my party not to use this word.
Yeah, that's interesting that you say that. You advised your party not to use the word, not because you don't believe in it, but because you know you'll get banned if you use it.
Exactly. No, it's like, oh, well, it's not even that bad, but it's so bad. I've advised my party not to use it. You got to hide those power levels, but it's really not that bad. It's not that big of a deal. But don't say it anymore. Keep say that. It sounds bad, but it's really not that bad.
It sounds pretty cynical.
We have more and more migrants in Germany who vote AfD, and I'm the champion. I made a lot of videos in which I made clear, especially the Turkish community should vote AfD. The former Soviet community is already with us.
So let's talk about those immigrants.
Imagine being a migrant in Germany and voting AfD. I'm sure there's some truth to what he said, but I just imagine, sheep voting for wolves. I mean,
why does your party...
Yeah, this is the banality of evil, 100%.
Leader, Alice Weidel, distinguish between Germans and passport Germans, she says. People who acquired German citizenship, weren't born with it.
She did
we were just talking about this earlier here in the United States, right? They want to denaturalize citizens, right? They want to take away birthright citizenship, right? They want, you're not a real citizen. You're not a real citizen if you got in a certain way.
How many years ago?
Will there be two classes?
How many years ago?
She said it in 2019.
Yeah, this is 7 years.
Wow, 2019, 7 whole years ago. Well, I mean, that might as well be
I mean, come on, man. That's not even. It's not. Come on, man. Jim, come on. No, this is so long ago.
And then
never since.
Let me finish.
Never since.
Let me finish. Then in August 2025, last year, she was asked about it and she defended the
So, and then she doubled down on it in 2025. It's fucking slime bagged. He's like little oozing.
use of passport Germans in an interview with Welt.
Okay. So I only know the old thing. Okay, Mrs. Weidel, her wife is from Sri Lanka.
Yeah.
You will really tell me that the party leader who has a wife from Sri Lanka...
How many Nazis had Jewish wives and Jewish girlfriends and Jewish family members and were Jewish themselves? Right? How J.D. Vance... Right? How many people in the fucking Reform Party in the UK have immigrant wives and immigrant family members? I mean, this is fucking ridiculous. How can you say that we don't like migrants when someone from our party is married to someone from Sri Lanka? Yeah, that's impossible.
Has a racist view on the world? I mean, come on, that's bullshit. When you have a wife from Sri Lanka who looks like Sri Lanka.
It's actually funny because, if you look at the trends, you're actually, if you are one of these anti-immigrant right-wingers, you're actually highly likely to have an immigrant wife or an immigrant family member or something like that. It's pretty fucking common, actually, amongst these fucking ghouls.
Then you are not a racist.
Okay.
It's obvious.
That's what you think racism comes down to.
Yeah, but I mean...
Whether you have friends or family who are non-white.
It's obvious.
Really? I know so many black people. What? I just want to take away their right to vote. Come on. I know so many women. I know so many women. How could you say that? I would, my mother is a woman. How could you say that I would want to take away the right to vote?
This is the way, I mean, this is the typical accusation we are fighting against.
Why did you say last year the equality of citizens based solely on a piece of paper that one holds is the founding myth of the modern state?
Wait, what is that? The founding myth? Hold on.
Accusation we are fighting against.
Why did you say last year the equality of citizens based solely on a piece of paper that one holds is the founding myth of the modern state?
Wow. So you take the test. You jump through all the hoops, you get official citizenship, but you're still brown. Oh, you came from a different country. Oh, that doesn't count. No. Oh, you just holding a piece of paper, right? Oh, that doesn't count then. You're not a real German.
Because it is the way. The modern state says
there's not an equality between a Turkish German.
It's a complete equality. The myth or the basis of the modern state is that every citizen is equal.
Maximilian, this is what you said in 2023. When we talk about the people, das Volk, we are talking about a community of similars. When we talk about the people, it's far more than a political or legal category. It is a natural, biological, verifiable reality.
Fucking blood and soil. No true Scotsman. No true German. You gotta be born here, you gotta be white, gotta be Aryan, gotta be all these different things, right? That's how these fucking crooks operate. That same thing in the United States. They want to denaturalize people. That's what the Supreme Court just said. 350,000 people from from Somalia and some other country. They're citizens, right? They jumped through all the hoops. They did all the paperwork, right? They're paying taxes. They're working hard. Not all of them. I think some of them are still asylum members and whatnot. But no, they don't count. No, they're brown and icky and stuff, and English is their second language. That doesn't count. That's just a paper.
German language has a problem. That das Volk means both the ethnic group and the citizenship.
Why did you say it is not a social contract? It is something that is in the genes.
In the ethnic
Do you understand why people worry when German politicians start talking about the genes?
Yeah, we are not Sydney Sweeney, but the point is...
Sorry, I accidentally hit the applause button. I accidentally hit the applause button there. Holy fucking shit. I mean, this is it. The blood and soil, this is it. And it doesn't stop. Right, as soon as they purged all the Jews, right, they started going down the line and doing their, checking the size of your skull,
and checking the eye color, and did you have a German family member 1,000 years ago, right? Oh, your bloodline is tainted. You're not a real German. It never fucking stops.
Adi, yeah, we are not Sydney Sweeney, but the point is very easy. You have ethnic group and you have the citizenship.
You mentioned a lot of migrants are voting for the AFD. Let's talk about Muslim Germans, a lot of Muslims in Germany.
Turks, for instance.
You have said that Islam belongs in Saudi Arabia, not Germany. And the 2026 manifesto for the state of Saxony-Anhalt, this year's big election, calls Islam a culturally alien religion. Islam does not belong to Germany. You know who used similar rhetoric about a religious minority in Germany back in the 1930s?
Please don't bring now Hitler.
Why?
Everyone wants to bring Hitler when there is a problem
Why?
in Germany.
It sounds to me like exactly how the Nazis spoke about Jews.
No.
I could point to you if you want.
I say Turkish Germans shall vote for AFD. I mean, what
The
religion
Jews
usually
are
Turks
not
have?
German. They are an alien people in our midst. That was Hitler's words. How is that different to the AFD manifesto? Islam is a culturally alien religion, does not belong to Germany.
Where
What's
is
the
it
difference?
from? Is it a state level?
It is the Saxony-Anhalt manifesto.
Bro, can I show this on screen? Can I show a man getting fucking destroyed like this? Can I show a man getting absolutely fucking pummeled like this? I feel like a non-safe for work tag needs to go
So
up.
for this year, from the AFD, are you going to
Hold
disown
on, I
this as
gotta-
well?
But this year is no election in Saxony.
I gotta blur
This
this,
is the
out, dude. This
2026
is
manifesto.
brutal.
I'm reading from it now.
My constituency is in Saxony. I should know my manifesto, and I know that there is no election this year.
Saxony-Anhalt election, September 2026.
Saxony-Anhalt. This is another. Okay.
I think
Thank you,
everyone
Roman.
here
I'm
heard
from
me say
Saxony. Yes, it's
Saxony-Anhalt
another state.
multiple
I'm sorry.
times.
We have many states in
This is a
Germany, and I'm not
desperate-
able
And,
to.
and Mehdi said it right there, desperate, right? He's using every technique. He's throwing in little jokes like Sydney Sweeney and whatnot to deflect. He's trying to fight semantic battles, about this or that, or he's trying to, he's all the weaselly debate techniques, dancing around what is obviously the reality. And quite frankly, he's actually doing a horrible job here, because one thing that distinguishes him from like a Western person that would be debating the similar thing is that they get really angry, they get really violent, and they start with the non sequiturs, right? They start throwing those out left and right. You're not really American, right? That's how they would diverge away from the conversation. Is start try to get Mehdi Hassan to start defending himself, right? To Darvo this situation.
Can we focus on the issue here? Hitler said the Jews were not part of Germany, they were alien religion. This is what the AFD is saying about Muslims today.
Not really. The
just
point
wanted
is,
to-
we invite every German citizen
He literally said they're alien, but not really.
to be part of it. We have, meanwhile, an organization that is called Migrants Within the AFD, which are very influential. The Kurds
Wasn't
say,
there like a Jews for Nazis group as well? Like this is classic. This is how they do it. This is how they do it, right? Same thing in the United States. Same thing in fucking in the UK. There's a whole group of migrants in the fucking Reform Party.
okay, you're not an extremist party anymore. Of course, our critics always bring points, even mistakes
the critics
we made,
did not write your
mistakes we
manifesto,
made.
Maximilian. The AFD wrote this manifesto saying Islam does
Then
not
I have
belong
to
in
check it,
Germany.
but I can tell
Do you
you
agree
something-
with that sentence, that Islam does not belong in Germany?
The manifesto was written by a scholar who speaks fluent Arabic.
So I mean, Banker, that's unfortunately a very common phenomenon. We see this in Miami with Cubans who came to America. We saw this just recently with the Trump's second term. He had all this support from Mexican people, from Latin American people, and from Black folks. Not obviously not enough not more than the Democrats, but more than we had ever historically, right? Yeah, because that's a good point, right? The machismo, it's just because you're a migrant, just because you're an immigrant, or just because you came from a different country, that doesn't necessarily mean you're politically savvy, and that doesn't necessarily mean that you're not susceptible to propaganda and lies.
Has a highly appreciation of Islamic
I mean,
culture.
look, PBD, great example. Paul Bet Davidson, right? He came from Iran. He came from Iran, and he couldn't be more racist and bigoted when it comes to Arab immigrants and Muslim immigrants. That's a great example. And of course, that was I learned all that from Mehdi Hassan's debate with PBD.
You need to
Islamic
understand that
people,
it
I
doesn't
can
matter
guarantee
whether
that.
you have Muslim friends or you're married to Sri Lankans, racism is racism. These statements are racist. Let's go to our panel here, who are waiting patiently. I'm joined by Gerald Knaus.
Okay, all right. I got to get going. I know. I'm sorry. I want to. I probably should have started off the stream with this because this is so fucking good. This is so good, dude. Here's the link right here. Sorry, I know. I gotta go. I do. I have to go. My wife is being incredibly patient with me. But there you go. I mean, if you didn't know what the AFD was, if you didn't know what the situation in Germany is, it's dire. It's frightening. It's fucking frightening. I know. Old men booing me from the balcony. I deserve it. But it is a serious thing. And the one time you do German content. Okay, I tell you what, I promise. Start of next stream, hopefully either next Saturday or sooner, will be AFD. Maybe we'll just follow up and watch the rest of this, or we'll just do some other AFD content. But we'll cover this some more in the next stream. I promise. Okay, you can hold me to it if I forget. Lies. Okay, well, unless there's another fucking assassination attempt or something. Okay, then it might get derailed. Okay, but barring any major assassination attempts on the president, we'll be covering AFD, at least for the first portion of the stream. So hold me to it if I forget. But for the folks who don't know, hopefully you got informed a little bit. This is serious business. They're trying to rewrite history when it comes to Nazi Germany. You've seen it. Oh, casual. Oh, yeah. They've redefined ethnic cleansing. They've given it a cutesy little term. And then when that cutesy little term was hurting them politically, they said, oh, we actually mean a different version of the same term, and blah, 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 blah. These fucking people have been busted using straight up Nazi iconography in their posters, in their propaganda that they give out to people. And they are frighteningly close to having a parliamentary majority in Germany. And they're talking about, changing the German constitution. They're talking about changing German laws. Because he's like, oh, it's, we're just, what we're talking about, remigration or whatever, we're just talking about following the laws. It just means following the laws. And of course, what's the goal of the party? To change the laws. It's just a piece of paper. It's just you jump through all the hoops and you got citizenship, but it's just a fucking piece of paper. What's the big deal? The real Germans are the ones that were born here. Those are the real Germans. It's Nazi shit. It's Nazi shit with a fresh coat of paint. It's the same fucking trash, right? Replace Arabs with Jews, and it's the same fucking trash. Okay? With a different fucking face, a different fucking, different little language here and there, but it's the same type of shit. And it's that amazing movie, Look Who's Back. If you haven't seen it, it's on YouTube for free. I can't recommend it enough. If you want an extremely entertaining movie to watch, Look Who's Back. I think it's called Look Who's Back. Yeah, Look Who's Back. Where's the full movie? Here it is. English subtitles. It's a fascinating movie. It features this guy is a genius. Like he is Hitler. Okay? And it's about what if Hitler comes back in 2015. This was a couple years ago, right? And he studied Hitler. He knows Hitler. Like he's so good. He's like, what's the name of that actor? Oh God, I'm ruining it. Oh. I can't even remember the name of the character that he plays. But anyway, he has completely figured out Hitler, right? And he can actually do. He's so good. He's so well informed on history. He can actually just freestyle it. And there's scenes in this movie where he goes, where it's like, it's just man on the street. It's just like literally this Hitler cosplayer talking to regular Germans, right? Because some of it, so I think, here's one right here, right? So most of this movie is scripted, but then in certain parts of the movie, he does his Hitler shtick out in public, talking to regular Germans, and they're like, "Oh, we love this guy. This guy's making a lot of great points. Hey, this guy's making a lot of sense. That's what I need. That's why I'm here." Look at this, taking selfies and shit with Germans and stuff, right? Not because it's a funny joke, but because, hey, this guy's making a lot of sense. And that's the whole concept of this movie, which is like, not just like, oh, how crazy and how silly is it that if Hitler comes back, but look at how easily another Hitler can come along and get people agreeing with him and get him, because he's so good, right? He does the whole blood and soil bit. He does the whole you're being taken over by the weak and the Germans are the strong, and et cetera, et cetera. So he does the whole bit perfectly. I mean, the guy is just like, he's a genius. He's a fucking genius. And that's the most frightening aspect of this movie, is that how easily it is that you can get. I put the link in the chat. I put the link in the chat right there. Check it out. But how easily it can be for another Hitler to come along using the exact same rhetoric. He's not even changing it, right? He's not even getting clever with it. And people are like, "That's me. That's for me. That's how I want to do it." So no problem. No, more links are great. So check out this amazing movie. I got to get going. Kids crying. Props to everybody. Let's not forget the 3-step program. Inform ourselves, sign up and show up, and put in the motherfucking work, or it's Hitler 2.0 for everybody. Props to every single motherfucking one of you. Peace in that motherfucking Middle East. Glory to the Ukrainian democracy, who we will be talking about next stream. And free fucking Palestine, okay? This has been Abandoned Nihilism, and this has been the motherfucking News Underground. Take care of yourself. And fuck Hitler. I mean, can we fuck Hitler maybe? Can we maybe, not actually fuck Hitler, but, fuck Hitler? You know what I mean? Okay. Have a good one. God damn. I mean, we've learned nothing. We fucking learned nothing. Never again, bitch. Die on that hill. Take care of y'all. Keep it real.
Bitch. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats.
I'm gonna come.